You were not born to struggle. You were born rich in thought, in power, in possibility, but you have been trained to think poor. From childhood, you were told to wait, to hope, to depend. You were taught to trade your imagination for obedience, your desire for doubt, your faith for fear, and so the mind that could have commanded riches became a servant to circumstance. Tonight, that training ends. For the next 6 hours, while your body sleeps, your mind will awaken to the law that governs all wealth. It is the same law that lifted men from poverty to power, that guided Edison through 10,000 failures, that made Andrew Carnegie the richest man of his age, that whispered to Henry Ford when the world called him a fool. It is the law that whatever the mind can conceive and believe and repeat in faith, it can achieve. This is not a dream. It is a discipline. Every fortune ever created was first built in the dark, not with hands, but with thoughts. Thought is the seed of every empire, every invention, every success. Yet thought left unguarded becomes the enemy of its master. The poor man thinks poverty. The fearful man rehearses failure. The doubter repeats his defeat until it hardens into habit. But the rich, the truly rich, use the night. They know the subconscious never sleeps. It is the fertile field where every suggestion takes root, where every belief multiplies. They feed it only the language of wealth, certainty, and purpose. They command it to obey success. And now so will you. Tonight, you will let 6 hours of unbroken law pour into your mind until poverty becomes impossible to you. These are not affirmations. They are commands, decrees, forged from the philosophy that has created more millionaires than any other body of knowledge known to man. Listen closely. The words you hear will travel beyond memory. They will pass the gate of reason and enter the realm of creation itself, the subconscious. There they will work while you rest. They will rearrange your doubts. They will dissolve your fears. They will replace every limiting belief with wealth consciousness until your very heartbeat speaks prosperity. You will awaken with a new mind, a mind that expects opportunity, a mind that sees money not as chance, but as law, a mind that no longer asks, "Can I afford this?" but commands, "How shall I create it?" For years you have been repeating the wrong lessons. You have listened to those who told you life is hard, money is scarce, and success belongs to the lucky. They were wrong. The law of success shows no favoritism. It obeys definiteness, faith, and persistent thought. And tonight, as these words reach the depths of your mind, that law will begin to serve you. Each hour of this speech is a ladder, from ignorance to understanding, from fear to faith, from limitation to dominion. The first hour will quiet the noise of the outer world. The second will cleanse your inner conversation. The third will rebuild your belief in cause and effect, that riches respond to definite desire. The fourth will train you to command money as a servant, not worship it as a master. The fifth will fortify your persistence until failure becomes fuel. And the sixth will seal these laws into your subconscious so firmly that even in your dreams, you will think wealth. You do not need to struggle for money. You need only to think rightly about it. Money is a shadow of service. It follows value. It obeys imagination backed by faith. And it flees from indecision, fear, and drift. For too long you have drifted, asleep while awake, working without vision, saving without purpose, earning without belief. But tonight, as you sleep, you will reverse the current. You will stop the drift. You will become definite. Let this be your command before you close your eyes. I am the master of my thought. I am the captain of my faith. I am rich in mind and therefore rich in life. Repeat it once aloud. Then release it to your subconscious. For 6 hours, I will speak to that hidden part of you. the part that never forgets, never rests, never argues. It will obey every word. It will begin to act tomorrow through your hands, your choices, your instincts, your voice. You will notice yourself thinking differently, walking differently, deciding faster, speaking with authority. You will feel the quiet confidence of one who knows wealth is inevitable. This is the transformation that happens not through effort, but through alignment. When the conscious and subconscious agree, nothing can resist you. When thought and belief unite, the world must conform. That is the secret. Do not let the simplicity deceive you. The greatest truths are simple: faith, definiteness, and repetition. These are the keys. And tonight, as you sleep, those keys will turn within you until the door to wealth swings open. Close your eyes. Let go of the noise. The world outside can wait. In this silence, a new world is being built within you. You will fall asleep as you always have, but you will awaken as a different being. Poverty will no longer recognize you. Doubt will no longer speak your name. You will carry a new vibration of certainty that others will feel before you speak. They will call it luck. You will know it as law. So listen now, not casually, but as one who has decided. Let every word sink deeper than thought, beyond resistance, until it becomes your identity. Let these 6 hours rebuild the mind that God intended you to have. A mind of power, of purpose, of wealth. Fall asleep to the sound of success. Wake to a life that matches it. For once the subconscious accepts wealth as natural, the conscious life must obey. Listen while you sleep, and you will never think poor again. I have discovered that while the body rests, the mind continues its eternal labor. It builds unseen structures, lays foundations for tomorrow's deeds, and fashions circumstance from yesterday's thought. Sleep does not stop creation. It merely removes distraction. The subconscious remains at its post, shaping the clay of belief into the form of experience. Each night is a workshop where destiny is drafted. The conscious mind retires. The architect beneath begins its work. It accepts every plan handed to it before slumber, the blueprints of faith or the scribbles of fear, and proceeds to construct accordingly. Thus, the careless man sleeps into misfortune. The wise man sleeps into mastery. I learned long ago that riches do not begin in toil, but in thought. The world labors by day to express what the mind conceived by night. Edison's inventions were born in silence long before they glowed with light. He used the hours of rest to impress ideas upon his deeper mind, knowing it would solve problems while he slept. That habit built a world of brightness. Andrew Carnegie confided that each evening he spoke to his mind as to a loyal servant. He rehearsed his aims in calm assurance and fell asleep, certain they would be fulfilled. His subconscious, obedient to confidence, marshaled resources beyond calculation. Faith became his nightly companion, and fortune his daily shadow. Henry Ford told me he often drifted to sleep repeating the vision of a motor car within reach of every man. His engineers doubted, yet he dreamed in certainty. That picture, etched upon his subconscious, guided every decision until the impossible stood in iron reality. The night had worked while the world mocked. You may prove this law for yourself. Before sleep, feed your mind only that which you desire multiplied. Thought is seed. The subconscious is soil. Repetition is rain. Plant faith and wealth must grow. Plant worry and want will follow as surely as shadow follows form. The law does not argue, it obeys. The poor man repeats unconsciously, I never have enough. The rich man repeats deliberately, all that I need comes to me through service and faith. The difference is not circumstance, but direction. Poverty is first accepted in thought before it appears in purse. Reverse the thought, and the purse must follow. Each word spoken before sleep is a command issued to the builder within. Speak idly, and chaos answers. Speak deliberately, and order appears. The subconscious does not reason, it executes. Therefore, choose words of definiteness. Say, I am rich in thought. My mind attracts every good thing. Repeat until belief replaces hope. You will find that emotion quickens creation. Feel your statement as truth. Gratitude, faith, and calm expectation give it life. Doubt cancels its design as surely as frost kills seed. The subconscious responds not to language alone, but to the feeling behind it. Speak with conviction, and it will hasten to obey. Imagine each night the wealth you desire already secured. Do not see the struggle. See the completion. Picture yourself performing acts of generosity, living in comfort, serving with freedom. The image, charged with emotion, becomes a pattern the subconscious cannot resist fulfilling. You may think this imagination idle, yet all creation is imagination disciplined. The architect dreams before he builds. The composer hears melody before a note is written. Why should you not design the temple of your success before sunrise lays its light upon it? Repetition is the mother of belief. The mind learns by rhythm. One assertion made once is but noise. Spoken nightly with faith, it becomes law. The stars themselves obey repetition. They rise and set without failure. So must your affirmation rise each night until wealth becomes as certain as dawn. Calmness is the gateway to power. Do not fall asleep in irritation or fear. Such emotions are architects of ruin. Enter rest with gratitude and peace. The subconscious, soothed by order, will draw harmonious events. To retire in agitation is to hand a broken compass to your inner pilot. If the day brought disappointment, release it. Say, this too is servant of my good. The mind cannot build upon resentment. Forgive quickly, bless freely, and close your eyes with a heart unburdened. The peaceful man sleeps into progress. The resentful dreams in circles. Faith begins where logic ends. You need not know how the law will act, only that it cannot fail. The farmer does not study the mystery of growth. He sows in confidence. So must you sow thoughts of abundance and let the night perform its ministry. As you practice, you will notice change. Worry will lose its voice, fear its audience. Ideas will arise upon waking, guidance, opportunity, and quiet conviction. These are the messages of the mind that worked while you slept. Record them. They are worth more than gold. If doubt intrudes, persist. Habit yields only to stronger habit. Each night you instruct your mind, the new pattern deepens. The day will soon mirror your persistence. Poverty will withdraw from recognition, for thought has denied it audience. The mind is both servant and master. It will rule you through drift or serve you through decision. Choose which role it shall play. Command it each night. You are my builder of fortune. Obey faith. Magnify purpose, create abundance, speak with authority, for you address divine machinery. You may ask why this must be repeated nightly. Because man forgets. The world's noise dulls conviction, and habit must be renewed. As muscle grows by exercise, faith grows by repetition. Consistency engraves belief until it becomes identity. Let others labor blindly, you will labor intelligently. While they waste the night in idle chatter or restless sleep, you will train the power that never rests. 6 hours of right thinking will accomplish what years of confusion could not. Imagine yourself standing before the treasury of the universe. Each night you deposit thoughts of faith and gratitude. Each morning you withdraw their interest in opportunity. Wealth, like water, flows toward those who keep its channel clear. Say these words as you drift toward sleep. I am the master of my sleep and the builder of my fortune. My mind works for me in silence, shaping prosperity from thought. I rest in faith, knowing my tomorrow is richer than today. Repeat slowly until peace descends. Feel ownership of the words. They are not hope, they are law. The subconscious receives them as blueprint and will not rest until form matches thought. Soon others will sense a change in you. They will notice a calm assurance, a silent strength. They will call it confidence. You will know it as mental order. Your very presence will suggest prosperity long before wealth is visible, for the world always recognizes a mind at peace with power. This is how riches begin, in silence, in certainty, in repetition of right thought. The night once wasted in worry becomes your workshop of creation. Each sleep adds brick to your invisible empire. In time, the structure will stand complete before all men to see. Rest now as a builder rests after giving instructions to his crew. Know that your unseen workers labor faithfully. The design is perfect, the materials infinite, the result inevitable. Close your eyes not in weariness, but in command. For this is the first night of your awakening, the night when thought replaced fear, when intention replaced drift, when faith took the throne. From this hour, you no longer sleep as a servant of circumstance. You sleep as the architect of destiny. Every man lives by a pattern of thought, woven thread by thread through years of repetition. Most do not know they wear it. They move by it, think by it, and call it fate. Yet it is no more fate than the tailor's cloth is the man himself. It is habit, not destiny. And tonight you will begin to change it. The mind does not destroy, it replaces. It cannot hold both faith and fear at once. It will express whichever you feed most often. The poor man thinks of lack, fears the loss of it, and multiplies what he fears. The wealthy man holds one vision only, abundance. He repeats it, breathes it, and becomes it. You have tried to fight poverty in the wrong way. You have struggled against it, cursed it, feared it, resisted it, and by that resistance you have fed it. Whatever thought you oppose, you keep alive by attention. You must not fight the old pattern. You must substitute a new one. Nature knows no vacuum. When faith enters, fear departs. When gratitude speaks, complaint grows silent. From birth, you have inherited ideas of lack. Parents warned you that money was scarce, that ambition was dangerous, that you should be grateful for little. Teachers told you not to dream too high. Friends mocked those who succeeded. Each suggestion planted itself in your subconscious until it became your natural belief. You did not choose these ideas, they were imposed. But now you must choose. The subconscious is not intelligent, it is obedient. It has no reason, no judgment, no mercy. It carries out the orders it receives most often. It cannot say, this belief is false, for it cannot think, it only acts. Therefore, if you have repeated poverty thoughts, it has built poverty conditions. When you repeat wealth thoughts, it will build wealth conditions. It never questions the command. It simply constructs according to plan. The key is repetition. As the craftsman uses hammer and chisel, so you must use affirmation and imagination to carve a new pattern into the mind. Each repetition weakens the old groove and deepens the new. The process is slow at first, but it accelerates with persistence. The day will come when the new belief acts automatically, as easily as breathing. It is useless to say, I will not think of poverty. The moment you resist it, you think of it. The law of mind recognizes only the positive command. Say instead, I think riches, therefore riches think of me. I no longer resist. I replace speak it firmly until the subconscious accepts it as truth. You cannot plant roses by removing weeds alone. You must plant new seeds. The weeds will die naturally when the new growth takes root. Likewise, the thoughts of fear and limitation will fade when abundance is constantly imagined, constantly affirmed. Every rich man I have known has practiced this substitution, whether consciously or not. Henry Ford ignored mockery and replaced doubt with decision. When others told him the car for the multitude was folly, he repeated inwardly, "It shall be done." That thought became habit. Habit became factory. Factory became fortune. Andrew Carnegie built his empire not by chasing money, but by training his mind to see system where others saw confusion. He replaced the thought of competition with the thought of cooperation, the thought of fear with the thought of faith in men. The world rewarded the substitution. I have seen men of little education transform their lives by this single principle. A clerk who once feared dismissal began each morning repeating, "I am indispensable. My mind is keen, my service excellent." Within months, he was promoted, not because of words alone, but because words changed thought, thought changed behavior, and behavior changed circumstance. Your thoughts are not idle. They are living forces, clothed with emotion, sent forth to find their likeness. Each night you send out an army of thoughts. They return at dawn with what they found. If you dispatch fear, they bring you its proof. If you dispatch faith, they bring you opportunity. The results differ only by command. Gratitude accelerates the substitution. When you give thanks for what you desire as if already yours, you train the subconscious to accept it as present. Gratitude speaks the language of abundance. Complaint speaks the language of lack. Speak gratitude, and your mind begins to translate the world accordingly. The poor man thinks of what he lacks. The rich man thinks of what he has and multiplies it. When you awaken, do not say, "I must have more." Say, "I rejoice in what I possess, and more comes to me by law." Gratitude is the gatekeeper that admits wealth and bars poverty. To rebuild the inner pattern, you must also change your emotional response to money. Many secretly resent it. They envy those who have it, fear those who control it, and call it evil while secretly desiring it. Such conflict creates poverty. You cannot draw to yourself what you despise. You must learn to feel peace in the presence of wealth, both yours and another's. When you see riches, bless them. Say silently, "That too is my good in expression. I rejoice in its presence." The subconscious records the emotion, not the logic. Rejoice in another's success, and you prepare your mind to receive your own. Do not expect the old pattern to vanish overnight. You have fed it for years, but each time you affirm abundance with faith, you withdraw energy from the old and give it to the new. The mind follows the strongest rhythm. Let faith beat louder than fear. In the quiet of night, imagine yourself surrounded by the symbols of prosperity. Peaceful home, meaningful work, freedom of time. Do not strain to believe. Simply feel ease in the vision. The subconscious responds to ease more readily than to force. Visualize money as a river that flows through you, not to you. When you think of it as movement, not possession, you cease clinging and begin circulating. The river that moves remains pure. The pond that hoards stagnates. Think of money as service in motion, flowing from you in value, returning to you in supply. Every new mental image must be impressed with feeling. Words without emotion are empty shells. Say, "I am abundant," and feel the weight of gold in your hands, the satisfaction of purpose fulfilled, the gratitude of giving freely. Emotion seals the thought into the subconscious. The subconscious learns through pictures, not argument. Therefore, when you think of wealth, paint it vividly. Picture not the coins, but the comfort, the freedom, the opportunity to uplift others. See yourself calm, decisive, generous. The image must be alive. It must breathe conviction. If fear arises while you practice, do not resist. Recognize it as a remnant of the old pattern. Observe it without anger and replace it. Say, "Thank you for reminding me to choose again." Then choose abundance. Each such act weakens fear's authority. Understand that the mind cannot remain empty. If you do not fill it with faith, the world will fill it with doubt. The newspapers, the gossip, the complaints of neighbors, all these are seeds of poverty seeking your attention. Guard your mind as you would a treasury. Admit only those thoughts that pay interest in success. When I first began teaching this principle, many laughed. They said, "Hill, thoughts cannot change reality." Yet I watched them prove the opposite. Their poverty thoughts changed reality daily. If negative belief can destroy, how much more can positive faith create? Practice the law of mental substitution each night until it becomes second nature. Begin by identifying one recurring thought of lack. It might whisper, "I cannot afford that," or "I always fail." Replace it instantly with, "I always find a way." "I am supplied in full measure." Write your chosen affirmation on paper. Read it before sleep, and upon waking, speak it aloud until the sound becomes music. The voice carries vibration directly to the subconscious. Words spoken with faith become orders to the unseen. When discouragement visits, remind yourself that every great structure appears incomplete while under construction. The scaffolding of repetition hides the beauty that will soon emerge. Keep building. The pattern of wealth will reveal itself in due season. Soon you will notice small proofs: unexpected kindness, new opportunity, easier decisions. Each is a messenger announcing the new pattern taking hold. Acknowledge them with gratitude. They are the first fruits of inner change. Observe how others begin to treat you differently. They will sense the alteration, though you speak nothing of it. Confidence commands respect. Faith draws cooperation. The world rearranges itself around a man who believes in his worth. Every night, review the day with calm reflection. Where did you think lack? Replace it mentally with the opposite image. Visualize abundance flowing into that area. Then close the day with these words: "My mind no longer entertains poverty. I think abundance, and abundance thinks of me. My thoughts are my fortune." As you continue, your inner voice will change tone. What once whispered fear will now affirm possibility. You will awaken with new ideas, meet new allies, and recognize chances once invisible. It will seem as though fortune favors you, but in truth you have become fortune's magnet. Do not grow impatient. The old pattern will test you. Circumstances may appear unchanged at first. This is the moment most men surrender. They forget that the tree grows roots before it shows branches. Persist, continue nightly substitution until faith becomes reflex. The time will come when poverty seems unreal to you. You will look upon it as one looks upon childhood, a thing outgrown. You will no longer try to think abundantly. You will simply be abundance in expression. That is mastery, the moment when the pattern and the person become one. Affirm this truth as you rest tonight. I no longer resist, I replace. I think riches, therefore riches think of me. The pattern of lack is erased. My subconscious obeys the law of abundance, and my life reveals its order. Repeat it softly until it becomes rhythm. Feel peace flow through you as the words sink into the deep mind. You are no longer fighting the old. You are creating the new. This is the quiet art of transformation. It is not war but substitution, not struggle but surrender to higher law. You need not force the change. You need only persist in planting the right seed. The soil never fails. Soon you will awaken as another man. Others will notice before you do. They will see in your eyes the calm assurance of wealth, the quiet authority of one who commands his thought. They will feel it in your presence and respond with opportunity. For the mind, once repatterned, becomes a beacon. It sends out invisible signals to men, to chance, to circumstance. It draws its likeness from afar. The poor call this luck. The wise call it law. You will know it as the inevitable result of mental substitution. Now sleep as a creator sleeps, at peace, at command, at certainty. The poverty pattern fades even as you close your eyes. A new image takes its place, the image of a man who knows he was never poor, only misdirected. His wealth was always waiting in the storehouse of thought, and tonight he has remembered the key. There are two minds within you. One speaks in daylight, deciding, judging, analyzing. The other whispers in darkness, unseen yet mighty. The conscious mind commands, the subconscious executes. When they disagree, chaos follows. When they unite, creation begins. Most men live divided. They speak of wealth but think of limitation. They plan for greatness while feeling unworthy. They pray for opportunity but expect disappointment. Thus, the conscious and subconscious pull in opposite directions, and the ship of destiny circles aimlessly upon the sea of chance. The secret of power is mental agreement. Every invention, every fortune, every miracle was first a union between intention and belief. When what you say aligns with what you feel, the universe rushes to obey. When they quarrel, even the greatest desire remains barren. The conscious mind is captain of the ship, setting the direction. The subconscious is the loyal crew, steering, adjusting, and laboring through unseen waters. If the captain speaks with doubt or confusion, the crew obeys confusion. If he speaks with conviction, the ship moves swiftly toward harbor. You have often issued conflicting orders. You declared, "I will succeed," yet feared failure. You said, "I am rich in potential," yet felt undeserving. The subconscious accepted both, but acted on the stronger emotion, fear. For the subconscious obeys not words, but the vibration behind them. It hears through feeling. If you would align the two minds, you must saturate thought with emotion until belief and desire become one. Feeling is the bridge between intention and manifestation. You may speak 1,000 affirmations without result if the heart remains cold. One sentence felt with faith outweighs all mere repetition. Faith is emotion directed. Doubt is emotion scattered. The difference lies not in strength, but in focus. Channel your feeling as sunlight through a lens, and it becomes power. Let it wander, and it warms nothing. I remember Dr. Frank Gonzalez telling me how he obtained his $1,000,000 dream. He did not beg for it. He aligned for it. For years, he preached sermons on faith, yet secretly doubted that such wealth could be his. One night, weary of contradiction, he declared aloud, "I will get that $1,000,000 within a week." He felt it, not as hope, but as fact. His subconscious accepted the decree and drew to him the exact opportunity, a businessman who financed his vision. When thought and belief became one, the result followed in perfect order. So too with Henry Ford, who refused to accept impossibility. When engineers declared the 8-cylinder motor could not be built, he answered, "Build it anyway." His conscious mind decreed. His subconscious, through the minds of his men, found the means. The universe is the extended body of belief. Every time you give an order to the subconscious, ask yourself, does my feeling agree? If not, do not repeat the order. Sit in silence. Breathe. Recall past victories, moments of gratitude, memories of strength, until your emotion matches your intention. Then speak. The subconscious will hear the harmony and begin its work. The mind responds to rhythm. Therefore, create a nightly ritual of agreement. Before sleep, affirm softly, "My conscious commands, my subconscious completes. They are one in faith, one in purpose, one in success. Feel unity as a gentle warmth spreading through you. If a thought of doubt arises, do not fight it. Fighting only strengthens division. Instead, acknowledge it and answer calmly." That was the old pattern. The new law governs now. The subconscious learns through calm repetition, not argument. Belief grows through evidence, and evidence comes from repetition. Each small success strengthens the alliance between the two minds. When you act decisively and results follow, faith expands. Therefore, begin with small decrees you can believe fully. Fulfill them. Then enlarge the vision. Emotion must be trained as carefully as thought. Many fail because their hearts are undisciplined. They swing from enthusiasm to fear, from confidence to despair. The subconscious, confused by these changing vibrations, produces mixed results. Cultivate calm enthusiasm, steady, expectant, unwavering. The great secret of alignment lies in feeling the result as present. Do not think, "I will be rich." Think, "I am rich in cause, therefore rich in effect." Speak in present tense, for the subconscious lives in the eternal now. The words "I will" postpone. The words "I am" command. Imagine your wealth as a fact, not a wish. See yourself already enjoying its fruits, not in excess, but in peace, usefulness, and service. The mind cannot distinguish between imagined reality and physical experience. Repeated vividly, the image becomes instruction, and the subconscious builds accordingly. If logic rebels, remind yourself that reason governs the known, while faith governs creation. Reason deals with what has been. Faith deals with what shall be. You cannot build the new by obeying the old. Each morning, review your purpose. Each night, reaffirm it in peace. Between the two, act as if it were certain. Every consistent thought and emotion is a thread. Weave them daily into one garment. Soon the subconscious will wear it naturally, and wealth will fit you as if tailored to your soul. There is no mystery in this. You have already proven it in lesser things. When you fear illness, the body responds with fatigue. When you expect joy, the face brightens. The subconscious controls every cell and circumstance according to your dominant vibration. Align that vibration with faith, and life becomes orderly. I once visited a businessman who had lost nearly everything in a market collapse. He smiled calmly and said, "My fortune is not lost. It is only rearranging itself." That was mental alignment. Within a year, new ventures replaced the old, stronger than before. His subconscious obeyed his unbroken faith. When thought and belief unite, they emit a magnetic force that draws opportunity. Men call it luck. It is simply the law of harmony. Birds of a feather flock together. Thoughts of a nature attract their kind. Faith attracts helpers while doubt repels them. If you struggle to believe, practice gratitude. Gratitude is belief expressed. It transforms desire into acknowledgement. When you thank life for riches not yet visible, you declare that you know they exist in unseen form. The subconscious recognizes gratitude as proof of faith and begins immediate action. The subconscious is a mirror, not a critic. It reflects what you show it. If you present confusion, it multiplies confusion. If you show it clear purpose and steady emotion, it multiplies order. Show it the image of success until no trace of contradiction remains. The night is your truest ally in this work. While the world sleeps, your mind listens. The conscious captain is at rest, and the crew awaits command. Speak your orders then. The subconscious accepts them without resistance. Whatever is repeated in that quiet hour becomes decree. Do not contaminate this sacred time with anxiety or complaint. These are counter orders. Instead, close the day with certainty. Say, the law works perfectly through me. My desires are clear, my belief complete. What I have conceived is now taking form. Let the words sink like stones into deep water. You will not see them, but you will feel their ripples. Tomorrow, new thoughts, new ideas, new encounters will rise as natural consequence. You will soon recognize the signs of harmony, decisions made with ease, timing that seems perfect, a quiet sense that life cooperates. These are not miracles. They are the normal results of inner agreement. Do not speak of your aims to those who doubt. Their words may sow contradiction in your mind. Keep your purpose sacred until it is strong enough to stand alone. Carnegie often said, "Great plans require secrecy until they are matured." He was guarding mental harmony. When you catch yourself speaking negatively about money, health, or opportunity, pause. Replace the words instantly. Say, "That is not my truth." The tongue is the pen of the subconscious. Every sentence writes a command. Speak only of abundance, order, and certainty. Remember, this alignment must be practiced daily. The world is filled with opposing vibrations, fear, doubt, criticism that seek entrance. Shield your inner agreement with silence and repetition. A moment of daily alignment is worth hours of scattered effort. Each time you affirm unity of thought and belief, you strengthen the bridge between the two minds. Eventually, they function as one instrument, thought as melody, emotion as harmony. Then creation becomes effortless. You will no longer strive for wealth. You will think it, feel it, and it will appear. Say these words as you drift into rest. My conscious commands, my subconscious completes. They are one in purpose, one in power, one in peace. All I imagine in faith, I experience in form. Repeat until serenity envelops you. This is the truest prayer, not words thrown upward, but conviction directed inward. When you awaken, carry the feeling of completion with you. Let no sight or circumstance shake it. The conscious mind may notice lack, but the subconscious continues to build plenty. Trust the unseen builder. Soon, others will sense in you a rare assurance. They will say, "He always seems certain. He never doubts." They will call you fortunate, but fortune is simply faith made visible. From this point onward, let no word escape your lips that contradicts your purpose. Speak only what you wish multiplied. Think only what you desire fulfilled. Feel only what you would experience when your dream is complete. For when conscious and subconscious agree, even mountains move. Faith ceases to be effort. It becomes nature. You are no longer two minds in conflict, but one power in command. The law has heard your decree, and it will obey with the exactness of mathematics and the tenderness of mercy. Sleep now as the captain of a loyal crew. The orders are given, the direction certain, the voyage begun. The wind of faith fills your sails, and the unseen currents of destiny carry you forward. The night itself is your servant. You have made peace between the minds, and peace is the beginning of power. Thought without emotion is shadow. Emotion without control is storm. Action without purpose is drift. Only when all three move in harmony does man become master. The world admires men of decisive calm because their minds, hearts, and hands act as one. They do not divide themselves. They think clearly, feel deeply, and act immediately. That is the golden relationship of success. Every thought you hold is seed. Every feeling is sunlight. Every action is cultivation. When you think wealth but feel fear, the seed lies in darkness. When you feel faith but fail to act, the sprout withers for lack of soil. But when thought, emotion, and action work together, The harvest cannot fail. The greatest mistake of dreamers is to think without feeling. They repeat words mechanically, hoping that logic alone will move the world. But the subconscious responds not to reason, but to vibration. It hears the melody of feeling, not the grammar of thought. Faith is not a sentence. It is a song. There are those who act feverishly without thought or purpose. They call it ambition, yet it is motion without direction. They exhaust themselves and call it effort. They resemble a man who rows in circles. No progress, only fatigue. Success demands ordered movement. Emotion must serve thought, and thought must command action. When you observe a man who seems lucky in all he does, you are witnessing harmony among these three powers. His thought gives form, his feeling gives force, and his action gives life. Each obeys the other without argument. He has discovered rhythm. I learned this law from experience. For years, I filled my mind with great ideas but failed to move my hands. I excused myself with study, planning, and perfection. But the law rewards not intention alone. It rewards movement born of faith. The moment I acted upon my belief, success began to answer, timidly at first, then with thunder. Action clarifies thought. You need not see the entire path to begin. Faith reveals the next step, and emotion supplies courage to take it. The subconscious demands evidence of belief, and action is that evidence. When you act upon your desire, you tell the deeper mind, "This is my truth." It believes you and supplies all else. Emotion is electricity to the machinery of thought. Without it, ideas remain inert. Controlled emotion, directed toward purpose, turns dreams into power. But uncontrolled passion burns its own circuit. You must harness feeling as one harnesses fire, to warm, to create, to move, not to destroy. Lincoln's greatness lay not in absence of emotion, but in mastery of it. Sorrow, doubt, and pressure would have crushed a lesser man. Yet he turned each emotion into fuel for patience and decision. Edison, too, transformed frustration into curiosity. Each failure, instead of discouragement, became energy for the next trial. These men did not suppress emotion, they converted it. You may do the same. When anger arises, transmute it into determination. When fear appears, channel it into preparation. When sadness visits, let it deepen your faith. Every emotion is raw power. Discipline alone determines its direction. Faith in action is the bridge from idea to reality. The man who believes but never acts is like the farmer who studies seeds but never plants them. Yet action without inner conviction is wasted labor. The secret is to act as if. That phrase holds great magic. Act as if the goal were already secure, and you summon the corresponding strength. When Ford envisioned his automobile for the multitude, he did not wait for perfect knowledge. He began. His first models failed. Ridicule surrounded him. Yet each act was guided by the inner certainty of success. That emotion made persistence possible. Emotion gives action endurance. Train yourself each morning to feel your desire as fulfilled. Sit quietly, see it accomplished, and let gratitude rise as if it were already yours. Then act in harmony with that feeling. This is not pretense, it is alignment. The subconscious will recognize your actions as proof of belief and rearrange events to match. There is a rhythm in all creation, conception, emotion, execution. Every inventor, every artist, every leader obeys this order. The idea conceived in silence becomes charged with feeling, then expressed in action. To reverse the sequence is to invite confusion. Therefore, think first, feel next, act last, and repeat until mastery becomes habit. When emotion and action are governed by thought, you walk in peace. Others will marvel at your composure. They will sense that you move from inner order, not outer pressure. They will call you confident, but it is congruence, the alignment of the inner and outer man. There is a power in calm enthusiasm. It is not loud, yet it conquers noise. It does not tremble, yet it shakes mountains. When your thought, feeling, and action vibrate together, the world bends toward you. People feel safer in your presence. Opportunities approach. Obstacles yield. Nature itself recognizes harmony and obeys it. Do not fear moments of weakness. Even the greatest engines need rest. When confusion or discouragement visits, return to stillness. Reconnect thought with emotion. Ask, what am I feeling? Does it serve my purpose? If not, replace it gently. A single minute of realignment is worth hours of blind effort. Many complain, I act, but nothing changes. Their action is infected with doubt. They work from fear, not faith. The emotion behind effort determines its yield. A day's labor done joyfully accomplishes more than a week's toil in anxiety. You must learn the sacred art of emotional charge. Choose one thought each night and feel it as if burning into your soul. Let it glow behind your eyes until sleep overtakes you. The subconscious will use that charged idea as material for creation. Action seals belief. When you act, you fix thought in matter. A single small deed performed in faith, writing the plan, making the call, beginning the work, tells the subconscious the command is serious. It mobilizes unseen forces to complete it. Your outer world mirrors the ratio between your thought, emotion, and action. If your results are small, examine which of the three is misaligned. Too much thought and too little feeling produces hesitation. Too much emotion and no direction produces chaos. Too much action and no vision produces exhaustion. Balance restores progress. Imagine your mind as a workshop, your heart as the furnace, and your hands as the craftsman. The idea is the design, the emotion is the heat, and the action is the shaping tool. Without the furnace, the metal remains cold. Without the design, the craftsman wastes effort. But united, they produce art. You must therefore train feeling as deliberately as thought. Begin each day with a chosen emotional state. Gratitude, confidence, or calm faith. Hold it as one holds posture. Speak, move, and work from that vibration. Emotion is contagious. The world will reflect it. You will notice how people respond differently. They will offer assistance, share ideas, and follow your lead. They are responding to the silent broadcast of your balanced mind. You no longer beg the world. You command it through harmony. Let every action, no matter how small, carry the signature of excellence. Do it as though the universe itself were watching, for indeed it is. The spirit of perfect attention transforms labor into art. The subconscious learns from your standard. If you perform even simple tasks with precision, it infers that wealth, too, must come in ordered abundance. Emotion must be renewed daily. Enthusiasm fades when neglected. Feed it with purpose and gratitude. Think of your aim not as distant, but as already unfolding. Feel its certainty, and the subconscious will supply new energy. Fatigue is often not of the body, but of misaligned purpose. To keep harmony among the three forces, review them each night. Have I thought clearly today? Have I felt nobly? Have I acted faithfully? Wherever disharmony appears, plan its correction before rest. Then sleep with the image of balance restored. The subconscious will adjust overnight, like a craftsman finishing the unseen details. I have witnessed men rise from obscurity by mastering this triad. A salesman once told me he was transformed when he learned to feel sincere joy in serving clients instead of fear of rejection. His sales doubled in weeks. Emotion had changed the nature of action, Edison's genius was not in superior intellect, but in persistent emotional curiosity. He loved failure because it taught him something. That emotion turned defeat into discovery. He aligned thinking, feeling, and doing into a single current of creative power. Do not wait for perfect mood to act. Mood follows motion. Begin the task, and enthusiasm will ignite. Emotion, like a fire, kindles through friction. The act of beginning attracts inspiration. In every era, the masters of destiny have moved with measured enthusiasm, calm yet fervent, confident yet humble, certain yet adaptable. They understand that emotion is servant, not tyrant. When they speak, their words carry weight. When they act, events arrange themselves in obedience. Say to yourself before rest, my thoughts are clear, my feelings certain, my actions decisive. The three are one law of power. I think with purpose, feel with faith, and act with conviction. Repeat until serenity fills you. Feel as though your mind, heart, and body hum in the same rhythm. This harmony is the true wealth. From it flows every outer fortune. As you continue this practice, you will notice a strange ease entering your life. Tasks that once seemed heavy will become light. Ideas will come at perfect moments. Coincidences will multiply. This is not chance. It is the universe answering harmony with harmony. Others will sense this rhythm. They will say, he does not hurry, yet he never fails. They will feel in your presence the peace of order, the magnetism of alignment. For when a man's thought, emotion, and action move together, the very air around him becomes charged with purpose. Sleep now, certain that tomorrow your thoughts will be strong, your feelings steadfast, your actions swift. The golden relationship is established. You have learned to direct the trinity of creation. You will awaken as a man whose inner orchestra plays the symphony of success. Expectation is the quiet sculptor of reality. What you continually expect, you create. It is the unseen hand-guiding circumstance, shaping opportunity, and summoning events to match the rhythm of your belief. The man who expects defeat prepares unconsciously for it. The man who expects wealth clears the path for its arrival. Most men pray for success while secretly expecting failure. Their lips speak faith, but their hearts whisper fear. The subconscious obeys the heart, not the tongue. It hears vibration, not vocabulary. Therefore, you must train yourself to expect abundance as naturally as you breathe, until wealth becomes your native atmosphere. Expectation is faith matured. Desire is the spark. Faith is the flame. Expectation is the steady fire that warms the whole house of life. The man who expects knows. He no longer hopes, nor pleads, nor wonders. He lives in assurance. He does not question whether wealth will come. He decides that it must. I have watched this law perform miracles. I recall one man, a machinist of ordinary means, who attended my lectures with fiery eyes. He declared that he would become an industrial leader within 10 years. He did not boast. He expected. He walked, spoke, and planned as one already successful. The world merely conformed to his inner certainty. Expectation alters the tone of your mind. It changes posture, voice, and expression. People respond to it instinctively, as ships respond to a magnetic current. It is not arrogance, but harmony with law. The man who expects success stands straighter, listens better, and acts quicker. Life entrusts its treasures to him because he appears ready to receive. Expectation is the bridge between faith and manifestation. Faith believes unseen. Expectation lives as if the unseen were already seen. Faith prays. Expectation rejoices. Faith asks. Expectation thanks. The subconscious treats gratitude as proof of possession and hastens to make it fact. Many speak of faith yet continue to plan for disappointment. They say, I know I shall succeed, while quietly arranging a place to fall. Such contradiction divides the mind. The subconscious, receiving mixed instructions, stands idle. It cannot move when the captain gives both forward and reverse orders. The secret is to assume completion. Speak, act, and think from the end, not toward it. Imagine the goal already achieved and conduct your affairs accordingly. The subconscious cannot distinguish imagination from experience. It accepts whatever is felt as real. By living as if the dream were done, you impress it into law. Henry Ford exemplified this principle. Long before his first automobile was perfected, he spoke of factories, distribution systems, and millions of customers. He expected it all as surely as sunrise. The world called him mad until the world itself adjusted to his expectation. His conviction employed more men than any mere wish could have summoned. Andrew Carnegie expected loyalty, and men gave it. He expected opportunity, and it revealed itself daily. Expectation draws from others the qualities you anticipate. If you expect deceit, you awaken it. If you expect faithfulness, you inspire it. The world is a mirror reflecting the vibration you carry. To cultivate expectation, begin each day with a mental rehearsal of success. See yourself moving through the day with calm assurance. Visualize your tasks accomplished easily, your words received warmly, your plans advancing. Feel the satisfaction of completion. The subconscious will then guide behavior to fulfill the picture. Guard your language, for words are the outer garments of expectation. Eliminate phrases of doubt. I hope, I wish, I'll try. Replace them with declarations. I know, I will, it is done. These words impress certainty upon the mind. The subconscious, ever literal, obeys command, not conjecture. Expectation is not to be confused with impatience. Impatience is mistrust of timing. The wise man expects calmly, knowing the law never hurries, yet never fails. The seed expects sunlight and rain. It does not dig itself up to check progress. So must you. When worry attempts to intrude, remember, worry is faith in the negative. It is belief in the power of misfortune. Replace it instantly. Say, nothing can be withheld from me that is mine by right. All is unfolding in perfect order. Feel relief as proof that expectation has returned. Your surroundings will soon begin to echo your inner state. New faces, new invitations, and new openings will appear. This is not coincidence. It is the echo of your vibration. You have become magnet to your own belief. Some fear that expecting too much invites disappointment, that fear itself creates the very result it dreads. The universe measures not the size of your desire, but the strength of your belief. To expect small is to limit infinite supply. To expect greatly is to honor it. Others confuse expectation with pride. True expectation is humble, for it trusts law, not self. Pride demands personal credit. Faith gives thanks for divine order. The expectant man bows before principle and says, "The law works through me, not because of me." Practice quiet expectation before sleep. Picture your future not as hope, but as memory. See yourself already enjoying the fruits of your labor. Feel the ease, the gratitude, the peace. Let that feeling sink into the subconscious as command. Each morning, act as if success were certain. Speak to others from confidence, not concealment. The world respects assurance and lends itself to it. When you meet difficulty, smile inwardly and say, "This too serves my increase." Obstacles are but shadows cast by growing light. Expectation refines character. It teaches patience, courage, and joy. The expectant man carries a serenity that no adversity can shake. Others sense it and draw near, for they find peace in his confidence. The uncertain man repels help by his vibration of fear. The expectant attracts it naturally. You must expect before you see, for sight follows belief. No sculptor waits for marble to carve itself. He expects beauty and shapes it. No musician waits for harmony to arise by chance. He expects melody and commands it. So too must you expect your fortune into form. When discouragement visits, recall your previous victories. Each success, however small, is evidence of law. Review them until faith rekindles. Expectation feeds on remembrance. To dwell on failure is to water weeds. To dwell on success is to nourish harvest. The habit of expectation grows stronger through repetition. Each day you reaffirm, I expect the best, and the best comes to me. Eventually, it becomes reflex. You no longer hope, you know. And knowledge, once felt deeply, becomes law in action. In my own career, there were times when material evidence was scant, yet expectation never wavered. I spoke of my philosophy reaching millions while addressing dozens. I believe the invisible audience was already listening. That expectation turned imagination into worldwide movement. As you live in expectation, others will notice a difference. They will say, something about him has changed. He seems to know what will happen before it does. You will smile, for you understand that the future merely obeys its master. To strengthen this habit, practice these affirmations nightly. I expect success as naturally as I breathe. Every event moves me toward my desire. The law works unfailingly for my good. Speak them slowly, with warmth. Feel their truth rather than force it. Let your heart rest in certainty. The subconscious accepts ease as evidence of reality. Do not measure results prematurely. A child does not doubt growth because he cannot see it daily. Expectation works in the unseen until time reveals it. Hold faith quietly, and when results appear, they will seem sudden. But they are not. They are the sum of countless unseen agreements between your thought and the law. Every day that you expect, you build momentum. Every day that you doubt, you scatter it. The mind is a magnet, but it must point steadily in one direction. Decide your course and hold to it. The wind of circumstance may blow contrary, but your compass will remain fixed. The expectant man is never anxious. He does not ask if, he asks how soon. He walks through difficulty as through temporary fog, certain that the path continues beyond sight. Expectation gives him courage when others tremble, patience when others despair. This habit will change not only fortune, but identity. The poor man asks life for permission. The rich man expects cooperation. Both speak to the same law. Only one is obeyed. Expectation gives authority to command. Say to yourself before rest, every event serves my increase. My tomorrow is richer than today. I expect wealth in all its forms, of mind, of spirit, of circumstance, and life fulfills my command. Let the words echo through you as you drift into sleep. The subconscious will take them as blueprint and work through the night to make them true. You will awaken lighter, calmer, stronger. People will sense in your voice a new assurance. They will trust you, for expectation breeds reliability. Opportunities will find you because your vibration has announced readiness. From this night forward, make expectation your constant companion. Let it walk beside you in thought, rest upon you in sleep, and go before you in action. Where you expect, creation follows. Do not wonder whether you deserve abundance. Expectation itself is the proof of worthiness. The law gives not to the needy, but to the expectant. Need declares lack. Expectation declares possession. Choose possession. Soon even your subconscious will forget that you ever doubted. It will act only upon the rhythm of faith. Then wealth will come so naturally that you will scarcely remember a time without it. That is the power of the master habit. Sleep now as one already rich. You have moved beyond wishing into knowing. The habit of expectation has taken root, and nothing can uproot it. The universe itself must obey, for it always mirrors the mind that commands with calm certainty. Money is not the master of life. It is the servant of purpose. It follows the man who serves. It flees from the man who demands without giving. To understand this law is to place yourself among those few who will never want. The universe pays in exact proportion to the value rendered and the spirit in which it is given. Every coin you receive is a certificate of service rendered. Behind every dollar stands an act of usefulness. The poor man curses money because he misunderstands it. He sees it as a tyrant, not a tool, a master, not a messenger, but wealth is obedient to the same law that governs breath. You must give to receive and receive to give. To hoard is to suffocate. The truly rich understand that money is circulation. They do not chase it. They attract it by value. They do not beg for it. They command it by law. They do not worship it. They respect it as a reflection of inner order. Service is the magnet. Faith is the current. Money is the metal drawn by that current. Andrew Carnegie built libraries across nations because he believed that wealth is responsibility, not privilege. He knew that riches are loaned, not owned, and that the borrower must prove worthy of the loan. His generosity was not sentiment. It was obedience to law. He gave more than he received, and life multiplied his giving tenfold. Henry Ford created employment for thousands because he saw money not as treasure but as testimony. Each paycheck was proof that his service reached men's needs. He said to me once, "If my wealth does not move, it dies." That statement holds the essence of prosperity. Rockefeller tithed when his income was small, proving that the spirit of giving precedes the habit of abundance. He expected to serve and therefore expected to be served. Every act of contribution enlarges the channel through which wealth flows. Every act of selfishness narrows it. The man who fears loss becomes a miser, and the miser lives in loss. He clings to what he has and blocks the inflow of more. The generous man opens his hands and keeps the current alive. What leaves him in service returns multiplied in form. You must change your inner relationship with money. Do not see it as something scarce or mystical. See it as loyal servant, ready to obey your thought. It moves where you direct, carries the tone you give, and mirrors your emotion. If you think of it with resentment, it withdraws. If you think of it with gratitude, it multiplies. Before sleep, speak kindly to money as to a faithful worker. You serve me well because I serve well. You flow freely to me and through me, doing good in every direction. The subconscious will take this as command and remove the fear that once repelled prosperity. Money has no conscience. It obeys the conscience of its holder. In the hands of the selfish, it destroys. In the hands of the wise, it builds. Therefore, the first duty of the prosperous man is to purify motive. Ask, "How may I serve more perfectly?" And fortune will answer, "Then I shall serve you." Service is the only secure foundation of riches. The man who seeks to get without giving may prosper for a season, but his fortune will crumble like a house without foundation. The law does not punish, it balances. You cannot take what you have not earned in some form of value. The quality of your service determines the permanence of your wealth. A merchant may sell cheaply and often, but if his spirit is small, his fortune will fade. Another may charge well for great worth and rise endlessly. The difference is not price, but vibration. Money flows to enthusiasm, honesty, and competence. Your subconscious must see service as pleasure, not burden. If you resent labor, you choke the stream of reward. Approach each task with gratitude for the chance to express ability. Say, "I am fortunate to serve, for service is the path of increase." The subconscious will make this attitude permanent and will draw clients, partners, and helpers who mirror it. Every morning, affirm this truth. I serve more, therefore I receive more. I circulate wealth with gladness. This statement, felt sincerely, releases invisible partners to act on your behalf. You will find new inspiration, new contacts, new paths for your abilities. These are the unseen rewards of the servant spirit. There is a spiritual arithmetic in this law. If you give 10 units of value, life returns 12. If you give grudgingly, life returns in kind. Measure not by time, but by contribution. 1 hour of inspired effort is worth a week of dull labor. Enthusiasm multiplies efficiency. Service cleanses greed from ambition. It transforms desire from hunger into harmony. When you think first of usefulness, you think in the same rhythm as infinite intelligence. That rhythm has never known failure. I have met men who worked only for pay and wondered why they remained poor. Their service ended with the clock, and so did their reward. But those who went the extra mile, who improved systems, who gave thought beyond the wage, those men rose. The world is always seeking the man who renders more than paid for. Gratitude is the twin of service. Together they form the gate of wealth. Be grateful for the chance to work, for every act of service trains you in mastery. Even the smallest task can be temple work if performed with devotion. The subconscious, observing your reverence, will shape greater tasks to match your spirit. When you give of your mind, time, or substance, imagine it expanding as it leaves you. Picture your service as seed carried by wind to fertile fields. Do not look for immediate return. Trust that the harvest grows unseen. Every good act sets in motion forces that cannot fail to reach you in due season. There is no poverty in service. The universe abhors vacuum. When you give freely, you create a void that must be filled. The more you give in value, the larger the return. This is not sentiment. It is mathematics of the mind. Many fear that others will take advantage of generosity. That fear belongs to those who give without faith. The man who serves from abundance cannot be cheated, for his supply flows from the infinite, not from men. If one channel closes, 10 open. The law protects those who obey it. Money responds to the feeling you hold while using it. Spend grudgingly, and it leaves in sorrow. Spend joyfully, and it returns singing. Bless every coin that passes through your hand. Say, go and return with your kind. This attitude keeps the current pure. When you receive, receive gratefully. To despise wealth while possessing it is to insult the giver. Accept with humility and purpose, and the flow increases. Every gift carries the responsibility of wise use. Waste is not generosity. It is ignorance of law. Service purifies ambition, but it does not forbid greatness. You are meant to prosper abundantly so that your example uplifts others. Your success proves that faith and law work. The man who hides his talent denies others the light of his demonstration. If your labor seems small or unnoticed, remember that no effort is lost. The subconscious records every impulse of sincerity. Life will repay in ways you cannot predict. A smile, a kind word, an extra thought in your work. These are deposits in the unseen bank of abundance. Before rest each night, review your service. Ask, did I give my best today? If not, imagine how you will tomorrow. See yourself rendering with joy, receiving with gratitude. This nightly rehearsal reprograms the subconscious to love service, and love attracts all that serves it. Say to yourself as you drift toward sleep, I serve more, therefore I receive more. Money is my servant, not my master. It obeys my faith and magnifies my usefulness. I circulate wealth with gladness, and it returns to me multiplied. Let these words sink like roots. Feel the calm of certainty replacing fear. The mind that loves service cannot know lack, for it works in rhythm with the source of all supply. Others will soon notice your transformation. They will feel drawn to you, trust your word, seek your counsel. They will say, "He is fortunate in all he does." But fortune is simply faith in service made visible. Remember always that money is not substance, it is symbol. It represents faith exchanged between men. Strengthen that faith by honesty, efficiency, and goodwill, and the symbol will multiply. Do not hoard the symbol. Keep it moving. Pay cheerfully, invest wisely, give generously. The current you maintain determines the health of your fortune. Stagnant money breeds fear. Circulating money breeds peace. When you bless your income, it grows. When you curse expenses, they grow. Bless both. Say, "Every payment I make enriches another, and therefore enriches me." This is the language of masters. The subconscious, hearing such speech, keeps your supply continuous. In this unseen partnership of life, you and money are allies, not enemies. It waits only for your direction. Serve faithfully, command confidently, and it will move with precision. The miser commands by fear and is disobeyed. The wise command by faith and is served gladly. Soon you will see wealth as movement, not possession, as service, not struggle. You will handle it calmly, distribute it wisely, and increase it naturally. You will know that riches are merely the echo of usefulness multiplied. Sleep tonight as a steward of divine abundance. The law of unseen partnership now works for you. Your service is recorded, your gratitude heard, your supply assured. You have ceased chasing money. Money now follows you, eager to serve. There comes a point in every great transformation when practice becomes nature, when what once required effort becomes effortless, and when faith no longer strives but simply is. That point is mastery. Wealth, once a pursuit, becomes identity. The rhythm of success, repeated long enough, becomes the heartbeat of your being. All growth follows rhythm. The stars move in rhythm. The tides rise and fall in rhythm. The seasons change in rhythm. The law of rhythm is the signature of creation. Every habit, good or bad, is rhythm crystallized into character. You are what you repeatedly think, feel, and do. No more, no less. Therefore, the final secret of all achievement is to control repetition until it controls you. Cosmic habit force, as I have called it, is the invisible governor of your destiny. It rewards precision, punishes confusion, and magnifies whatever it is given. It is utterly just. It will as faithfully perpetuate poverty as it will prosperity. It does not choose. It reflects. You and you alone determine the pattern it must multiply. At first, the discipline of thought seems like a burden. You must guard each idea, correct each mood, replace each doubt. But persistence makes it instinct. In time, you no longer monitor your thoughts. They obey automatically. Faith, once planted, becomes reflex. Decision becomes nature. Gratitude becomes your default song. Observe how the body learns by repetition. The blacksmith lifts the hammer daily until strength and rhythm merge. The pianist repeats scales until fingers move as if by magic. So too does the mind learn faith through repetition until belief becomes reflex. When that moment comes, fortune itself becomes habitual. Do not despise the slow pace of growth. Every lasting success is built one repeated act at a time. Sudden wealth, like sudden growth, lacks roots and soon collapses. The law demands rhythm for permanence. Build each thought upon yesterday's faith. Build each action upon yesterday's decision. The compounding of right repetition is the secret of unbreakable destiny. You must now make your wealth thinking permanent. Poverty is no longer your adversary. It is only a forgotten language. To think poor again would feel unnatural, as breathing underwater. This new rhythm of gratitude, service, expectation, and faith must govern your days as steadily as your pulse. Each morning begin with the same ritual. Sit quietly, feel calm certainty, and affirm, I am wealth in thought, faith in action, abundance in being. Let the words become rhythm. The subconscious, trained by constancy, will answer with harmony. The undisciplined man lives in bursts, one day inspired, the next defeated. The master lives by rhythm. His victories are not accidents. They are inevitable byproducts of consistent mental order. You will recognize this rhythm by its peace. Excitement is temporary, peace is permanent. When wealth thinking settles into peace, it has taken root. Rhythm is the shield against adversity. When outer conditions shake, inner rhythm holds. You will not collapse in sudden loss, for your habits will automatically rebuild. Faith, trained by repetition, cannot forget its pattern. Like a river diverted, it will find a new path to the sea. The truly successful man does not rely on mood. He relies on law. He knows that every act of gratitude, every decision of faith, every repetition of abundance fortifies habit. He may grow weary, but he never grows doubtful, for doubt has no place left to live in a mind organized by rhythm. Consider Edison. 10,000 experiments failed to yield his electric lamp, yet he repeated the rhythm of faith and discovery daily. When the final success appeared, it was not luck. It was the mathematical result of repetition. Habit had made failure impossible. Lincoln failed in business, lost elections, and suffered ridicule. Yet his rhythm of patience and moral steadiness could not be broken. Each defeat strengthened his rhythm. When triumph finally came, it came permanently, for his character had earned it. Carnegie's rhythm was generosity. Ford's rhythm was decision. Rockefeller's rhythm was order. Each found his pattern and repeated it until it became identity. You must do the same. Find your dominant rhythm, service, faith, imagination, or gratitude, and make it your unbroken habit. Your repetition of thought is like the swing of a pendulum. Each return strengthens the motion until it moves of its own accord. The time will come when success no longer feels like striving, but like breathing. That is the mark of permanence. The danger now is complacency. When habit becomes automatic, vigilance may fade. Guard against drift. Review your purpose daily. Rhythm is maintained only by conscious renewal. The violin must still be tuned, even after years of play. Establish morning and evening anchors to preserve rhythm. Begin each day with affirmation. End each night with gratitude. These are the pillars between which success flows. Miss one, and the current weakens. Keep both, and the current becomes unstoppable. The subconscious learns from consistency, not intensity. One act repeated calmly each day outweighs bursts of excitement followed by neglect. The universe rewards faith sustained, not faith displayed. Calm repetition engraves law into character. When adversity visits, remember that rhythm will carry you through. Habit will do what willpower once did. You will find yourself responding automatically with faith where once you trembled. You will speak calmly where once you complained. This is proof that wealth thinking has become nature. Every cell of your being learns from repetition. When you think abundance daily, the body relaxes, the voice steadies, the gaze clears. People feel your certainty before you speak. They call it charisma, but it is only rhythm of thought made visible. Gratitude is the metronome of abundance. It keeps rhythm steady when emotion falters. When uncertainty rises, Give thanks for what is already secure. Health, mind, opportunity, and the rhythm will return. Gratitude is repetition of faith in its gentlest form. Understand that cosmic habit force never sleeps. It repeats in every corner of creation. If you fail to control it, it controls you. Drift is merely negative rhythm, the repetition of inattention. By thinking daily without purpose, you have served poverty. Now by thinking daily with definiteness, you serve wealth. The subconscious no longer questions your command. It has accepted wealth as your natural state. To think otherwise would violate its rhythm. Poverty cannot return because it no longer has a pattern to inhabit. The mind, once disciplined, becomes loyal beyond measure. Others will notice your constancy. They will marvel that nothing shakes your faith. They will say, "He was born lucky." You will smile, knowing luck is only long rhythm meeting long patience. Let the law work in peace. Do not strain for results. Strain interrupts rhythm. Confidence sustains it. When the farmer has planted in fertile ground, he does not dig each morning to check the seed. He trusts the rhythm of nature. So must you. Your repetition of thought must now extend to repetition of character. Speak kindly always. Work precisely always. Think gratefully always. Each act fortifies identity. Wealth is not an event. It is a continual expression of ordered mind. Before sleep, affirm quietly, "The rhythm of success beats in every thought I hold. I am wealth in thought, faith in action, abundance in being. What I repeat, I become. What I am, I create." Repeat it until you feel the pulse of law in your chest. This rhythm is not metaphor. It is power moving through you. Infinite intelligence expresses itself through the man who keeps step with its harmony. In time, your surroundings will synchronize with your inner order. People of similar rhythm will appear. Circumstances will match your pattern. You will notice that life runs smoother, that coincidences favor you, that obstacles yield. It is not chance. It is rhythm aligning outer with inner. When doubt attempts return, it will feel foreign, like a forgotten dialect. You will smile at it as one might smile at an old ghost. The new identity holds too firm a rhythm to be shaken. You have sealed wealth into being. From this point, you no longer try to succeed. You express success. You no longer reach for abundance. You release it. The law has become part of your heartbeat. Faith breathes you now. Others will look to you for guidance, drawn by your calm certainty. Teach them not by argument, but by example. Let them witness rhythm in your conduct, grace in your speech, peace in your decisions. In you, they will see the evidence that the law of success is not theory, but rhythm incarnate. And so the circle closes. Desire became faith. Faith became repetition. Repetition became rhythm. Rhythm became destiny. You have fulfilled the formula that governs all creation. Rest now as master of your fate. The law no longer needs reminding. It has taken residence in your being. The rhythm of permanence hums quietly within you, carrying your every thought toward fulfillment. Sleep with these words upon your mind. I am wealth in thought, faith in action, abundance in being. The rhythm of success moves through me as life itself. What I have built in thought, I now live in peace. Let the words dissolve into stillness. The subconscious has received its final command. It will repeat this rhythm unceasingly, even in dreams. Wealth is no longer something you seek. It is what you are. The world tomorrow will not have changed, but you will. And because you have changed, the world must follow. You have sealed success into identity. You have become rhythm itself. Stop everything you are doing and listen with the intensity of a man who has decided to attract so much money he will never struggle, or spend it all in this lifetime. You say you want money. You say you want freedom. But I say you do not yet want it badly enough, because if you did, you would have it. The man who truly demands riches from life, with definiteness, with burning desire, with unrelenting persistence, cannot be denied. So let me be plain. If you are broke, it is not because life is unfair. It is because your mind is still cheap. You have allowed fear to reason with you. You have allowed doubt to sit at your table. You have waited for a better moment, a better mood, a better economy. But I tell you now, there is no better moment than now. There is no future for the man who delays. There is only decay. Decay of belief, decay of purpose, decay of wealth. Do you think riches are a gift? They are not. They are claimed. Do you think wealth is earned through luck or lineage? It is not. It is constructed brick by brick by the thoughts you permit and the actions you repeat. And I will prove it to you, not with fantasy, not with empty praise, but with law. The law of definiteness, the law of faith, the law of organized action, the law of cosmic habit force. So listen closely, because you have never truly been poor. You have only been undisciplined. You have never been locked out. You have only failed to knock with authority. And you have never been denied money. You have simply not yet become the type of man it obeys. But if you listen to this speech with decision, if you silence every excuse and demand mastery, if you repeat the affirmations with absolute belief, then I promise you, your name will soon be written among the rich. Now take a breath. Write down your definite aim and listen to every word of what comes next, as if your life depends on it, because it does. And if you obey, money will come. So much you won't even know where to put it. You were not born to be poor. No man is issued into life with the decree of poverty stamped on his soul. You were born rich in thought, rich in power, rich in the spiritual essence of dominion. But you were taught, conditioned, hypnotized, trained to expect limitation. You were raised to believe that wealth is for the few, that riches are a reward only for the clever or the lucky. That is a lie. The poverty you've known was learned, and what was learned can be unlearned. I speak now to that part of you which never agreed to be poor, the part that still dreams at night of more, still imagines freedom, still feels anger in the presence of bills and chains. That part of you is correct. You are meant for more. But thought alone is not enough. Vague hope is not a plan. Yearning is not a command. Money is not an emotion nor a myth. It is a tool. It responds not to desperation, but to definiteness. It bends its will not to those who wait, but to those who decide. It is a loyal servant to the man who has mastered himself. And it vanishes in the presence of the man who cannot control his thoughts, his emotions, or his purpose. Let me say this plainly. Riches do not enter the drifting mind. They pass it by. They do not dwell in the undecided, the uncertain, the unclear. The riches of life, the abundance of money, of influence, of time, of peace, belong to the man who declares ownership with unwavering intent and commands his world with ordered thought. There is a gate. It is invisible, and it separates the man who wishes from the man who wills. It is not out there in the world. It is within your own mind. The gatekeeper is your subconscious, and the passcode is definiteness. If your desire is weak, if your plan is vague, if your actions are inconsistent, the gate remains locked. But if you issue the right command, if your desire burns, if your voice rings with certainty, if your purpose is made clear and constant, then the gate swings wide, and the treasures you seek begin their motion toward you. This is not mysticism. It is not luck. It is not the mercy of fortune. It is law. Riches obey law. And that law is this: desire plus faith plus decision plus persistence equals wealth. This is the formula. It is not optional. Remove one part and the structure collapses. Combine them and life must give you what you ask, no matter how large, no matter how far. Desire is the fuel. It must be burning, white-hot, persistent, unshakable. A passing wish will not do. A soft yearning is not enough. You must want it like a starving man wants bread, like a drowning man wants air, like a mother wants to save her child. Without that fire, no force will respond to your request. But desire alone is not enough. You must possess faith, not the faith of religious recitation, but faith as a state of mind, an internal conviction that your riches are already yours, though your hands have not yet touched them. Faith must be cultivated, built, repeated, reinforced. It is planted by repetition and watered by belief. Next is decision, swift, final, unchangeable. The man who hesitates is lost. Life does not favor the one who considers endlessly, who weighs every possibility, who fears error more than failure. You must choose what you want. Choose it fully. Choose it now. Choose it boldly, and let no opinion alter it. Then comes persistence, the bridge between thought and result. Most men begin, few men continue. The man who persists is rare. He is the one who keeps moving when others rest, who believes when others doubt, who acts when others retreat. And he is the one to whom money ultimately surrenders. These four forces, desire, faith, decision, persistence, are the magnetic combination. Together they form the current that moves money. They are not emotional. They are not hopeful. They are mechanical. They are spiritual. They are law. If you master them, you will draw riches to yourself in measures far beyond your current comprehension. The gate to wealth is not locked by society. It is not guarded by banks or governments or systems. It is locked by your own lack of discipline. And it is unlocked only by the definiteness of your thought, enforced by the power of your will. The key is in your possession now, but the question remains, will you use it? This speech will show you how. Not with empty phrases, not with theories, but with law-bound instruction. Each part will reveal a new key, a deeper step, a stricter command. This is not a speech for the casual listener. It is for the one who has decided, I will be rich. I will have freedom. I will never bow to limitation again. Repeat this after me and repeat it daily. I now demand of life unlimited wealth, and I offer in return unwavering purpose, relentless action, and service that exceeds the ordinary. Say it aloud. Say it again, not with doubt, not with passivity. Say it with force. Say it with fire. Say it as a man who no longer asks but commands. And the subconscious, the gatekeeper, will begin to listen. And once it listens, it must obey. For the subconscious accepts all commands impressed with emotion and certainty. If you repeat that sentence with belief, every day, every morning, and every night, then life itself will begin to shift. Ideas will come. Opportunities will rise. Allies will appear. Energy will increase. And the man you once were will begin to dissolve, replaced by the one who rules, the one who directs, the one who builds his fortune from thought alone. So understand this now. Money is obedient. It is not spiritual in nature, but it is spiritual in obedience. It flows where order is present. It flees the presence of chaos. If your mind is unorganized, if your speech is careless, if your actions are hesitant, you repel money. But if your mind is definite, your thought is bold, your words are clear, then riches are magnetized to you. Your life thus far has been the result of what you have permitted. Your future will be the result of what you now command. And what you command must be born of a burning desire, a relentless faith, a definite decision, and persistent execution. That is the price. That is the passage. And when you pay it, life will pay you. You are poor only to the degree that you are indefinite. Do not argue with this truth. I have studied thousands of men across every walk of life, from penniless clerks to industrial titans, and without exception, the wealthiest were also the most definite. They knew what they wanted. down to the inch, the dollar, and the hour. The world yields to the man who knows where he is going. All others are ignored. The vague are punished. The undecided are forgotten. But the definite man, he is remembered, he is sought after, and he is paid. Not because he is better than others, but because he does what others will not. He chooses with precision, and he never looks back. Riches respond only to definite aims, not hopes, not general intentions, not scattered desires, but a definite chief aim, written clearly, spoken aloud daily, impressed upon the subconscious with emotion and fire. This aim becomes your North Star. It becomes your identity. It becomes the magnet that draws all required elements to you. Write down your financial goal, exactly. The number, the timeline, the form. Do not say, I want to be rich. That is not a command. That is a whisper. And the subconscious does not obey whispers. It obeys thunder. It obeys certainty. It obeys the voice of a man who will not accept denial. Set your number. I will earn $1 million. Set your time. By the end of this year, set your plan. Through my business, through my skill, through value rendered above all expectation. And then read this aim aloud every morning as you rise and every night before you sleep. Your definite chief aim must be the first voice you hear and the last thought you recall. Let me tell you about Edwin C. Barnes. He had no money, no connections, no prestige, but he had a definite chief aim, to become business partners with Thomas Edison. He did not wish for it. He decided it. He declared it. He announced it to his own mind and then to Edison's front desk. They laughed. They sent him away. He stayed. He waited. He served. He proved himself indispensable. And one day, the opportunity came. A product needed selling. No one else could sell it. Barnes did. He did not earn riches by luck. He earned them by definiteness. His riches began the moment he decided. This is the law. Life begins to respond the moment you do. The subconscious does not require proof. It requires instruction. And the instruction it follows is autosuggestion, the repeated emotional declaration of your goal. Each time you speak your aim with belief, you deepen the groove in the subconscious. And what is impressed there, life must express outward. Autosuggestion is no idle chant. It is spiritual repetition enforced with intensity. If you say something long enough and with enough emotional weight, your subconscious will accept it as reality. And your body, your mind, your habits, your decisions will all begin to obey it without resistance. So I command you, speak your aim, not just once, not when you feel good, not when you are inspired, but twice a day, every day, without fail, morning and night. Say it as a man who believes it. Say it as a man who is building it. Say it as a man who would rather die than live without it. Say this now. I am the type of person who knows exactly how much I desire, and I move toward it daily with absolute purpose. Say it again. Make it your oath. Let no mood rob you of your declaration. Let no delay silence your direction. Let no criticism shake your voice. Say it until it becomes the foundation of who you are. Understand, the act of decision is the moment riches begin to stir in motion. You may not see them yet. You may not feel them. But below the surface, forces are gathering. Ideas are forming. People are being prepared. Doors are beginning to unlock. Why? Because you have decided. And most men never do. They drift. They change their goals weekly. They get excited and then stop. They listen to opinions. They trust the news more than their own vision. They ask the world for permission, and so the world ignores them. But when a man makes a decision, speaks it, and acts on it daily, the universe itself adjusts around him. You do not need to know how. You do not need to know when. You only need to know what. What do you want? What amount? What date? What value will you give in return? Write it, say it, obey it. That is your job. The rest will follow. But if you delay the writing, if you skip the speaking, if you betray your aim with inaction, then do not wonder why money avoids you. Let your aim be bold. Do not fear asking for much. Life does not punish the large dreamer. It punishes the timid one. Ask big. Declare large. Say, I demand riches of life in great abundance, not for greed, but because I am ready to give great service, produce great value, and obey great discipline. And when you fail, and you will fail at times, return to your aim. When you doubt, and you will doubt, read your aim aloud. When you are tired, when you are discouraged, when you see no evidence of progress, read your aim, because the man who continues to declare his purpose in the absence of proof becomes unbeatable. This is why the definite chief aim is the first lesson in every system of success. It is the root, the seed, the hinge upon which all else turns. Without it, nothing works. With it, all things begin to move. No riches will come to the man who is undecided, and no failure can remain with the man who is definite. So let the world doubt. Let the critics speak. Let time delay. Let others quit. But you will speak your aim. You will read it. You will write it. You will walk it, live it, breathe it, and enforce it until it becomes visible. For nothing else is required, and nothing else will do. Now pick up your pen, write your aim, say it aloud, repeat it again, and understand. This is the vault key, and once turned, it can never be reversed. All riches begin in the unseen world of thought. They are not first measured in coins, nor in ledgers, nor in bank accounts. They are first formed in the workshop of the mind, crafted from belief, shaped by desire, and brought to life through faith. Before money touches your hands, it must be possessed in thought. Let me speak plainly. Faith is the only currency that can be spent before riches arrive. It is the invisible builder, the silent architect, the power that binds cause to effect. Without faith, your desires collapse into daydreams, your plans become hesitation, your energy weakens, but with faith, true faith, you become unstoppable. Faith is not belief. It is not hope. It is not the fragile optimism of a man waiting for better days. Faith is a mental state, an inner certainty so strong that doubt cannot enter. Faith is built, like muscle, through repetition. It is created, like fire, by friction, and it must be protected like a treasure, for the world will seek to steal it from you. Let me remind you of a man named Andrew Carnegie. He had no wealth in his youth, but he had an unshakable belief in the law of success. He believed that thought, organized with definiteness, could be transmuted into anything, even a steel empire. And it was this belief that caused him to entrust me with the mission of gathering and teaching these principles. He did not ask me to report facts. He asked me to uncover law. And he paid me not with dollars, but with faith. Faith that this system would change the world. Faith that every man who applied it could rise regardless of background, race, or education. That faith carried me through 25 years of study, and it now carries you through this moment. So I ask you, what do you truly believe? Do you believe that money is coming to you? Or do you secretly fear that it never will? Do you declare your desire aloud each day with conviction? Or do you whisper it quietly, afraid that the world might mock you? Because listen to me carefully. Your results will match your faith. Not your want, not your need, your faith. And faith is built. It is not given. You do not wait for it, you create it. How? Through autosuggestion, through daily repetition, through emotional reinforcement, by speaking your definite chief aim aloud with power and consistency, until your subconscious accepts it as a fact. You may not believe it yet. That is acceptable. Belief is not required to begin. But if you speak your aim daily, with emotion, with structure, with persistence, faith will awaken within you. It will rise like a fire, first small, then blazing, and soon nothing will shake it. This is not theory. It is the experience of every man who has transformed his life. Let me issue a warning. Faith must be guarded, for it is easily stolen by voices of failure, by memories of defeat, by the laughter of doubters. One seed of doubt, if allowed to grow, can poison the entire harvest. You must defend your belief as a warrior defends his fortress, fiercely, daily, with no apology. Recall Henry Ford. He was mocked, resisted, and told repeatedly that his vision was impossible. But he held to his plan with faith so complete that no engineer, no critic, no banker could sway him. And in time, his faith became fact. The motor car, the assembly line, the millions in riches, all began in thought and were powered by belief. You may say, I've failed before. So did Ford. So did Edison. So did Carnegie. But they did not stay failed. They transmuted defeat into fuel. And you must do the same. You must take every disappointment and hammer it into conviction. For the man of faith uses failure to prove himself, not to disprove his vision. Every morning, before you check the world's noise, speak your definite chief aim aloud. And every night, before sleep, speak it again. Let the sound of your own voice plant certainty in your subconscious. Do not recite it passively. Say it with emotion. Say it with conviction. Say it as if the outcome is already known, because it is. Say this with me. I have faith in myself. I have faith in my plan. I have faith in the law that thought becomes reality. Do not merely speak this. Memorize it. Repeat it until it becomes part of your inner voice. Let it replace every fear that once spoke against your dream. Let it drown out every memory of lack. Let it become the dominant thought in your mind. Why is this so powerful? Because the subconscious does not know the difference between what is real and what is vividly imagined. It accepts what is repeated. It obeys what is emotional. It acts upon whatever is impressed upon it consistently. And so, by the law of repetition, faith becomes fixed, and riches must follow. This is how the sixth sense is awakened, the invisible link between you and infinite intelligence. You do not force it. You do not summon it with ritual. You build it with faith. And once faith is established, guidance flows. Intuition sharpens. Ideas flash. Doors open. And life begins to obey you because you are no longer divided. Say again. I believe that all riches I seek are already mine in substance. I believe my actions are drawing them into form. I believe no force can stop what is backed by decision, desire, and faith. If you do not yet believe this fully, that is all the more reason to repeat it. Speak it until your inner voice echoes with power, until your eyes reflect certainty, until your very posture changes. This is how the rich think. This is how they move. This is how they attract wealth, not through labor, but through law. You have the ability now to do what few men ever do, to take possession of your own mind and instruct it to build your fortune. It does not require more education. It does not require approval. It only requires that you declare the right idea, repeat it with belief, and persist until all doubt is burned away. You are not merely trying to get money, you are training yourself to become the man money obeys. And that begins with thought. That begins with faith. That begins now. Faith without a plan is spiritual chaos. It is like a horse without reins, a ship without a rudder, a seed thrown on stone. You may possess desire, you may burn with faith, but until you take that flame and forge it into a plan, you will drift, you will delay, and money will remain a stranger. Riches respond not to raw energy, but to energy organized. You would not build a house without a blueprint. You would not construct a bridge without structure. Yet men attempt to build fortunes with nothing but excitement and hope. That is why they fail. That is why they quit. They begin without a system. They start without order. They move without knowing where. Understand this now. Organized planning is the machinery of wealth. It is how the invisible becomes visible. It is how thought takes form. It is how ideas become income. Your plan does not need to be perfect. It does not need to be complete, but it must exist, and you must begin moving on it today. Take your definite chief aim. Now ask, what steps must I take to bring this into form? What value must I produce? What alliances must I form? What knowledge must I acquire? What hours must I devote? Write it all down. Break it into months, then weeks, then days. This is how a man prepares the soil for his harvest. Let me offer you a warning. Procrastination is the tool of the devil. It does not come with a horn or a tail. It comes dressed as logic. It says, wait. It says, not yet. It says, let's think about it more. And if you listen, your fortune dies unborn. If you permit it, your plans are buried before they breathe. I say to you, begin immediately, not when you feel like it, not when the weather is right, but now. Begin poorly if necessary. Begin clumsily. Begin without full knowledge, but begin. Action is the soul of faith. Movement creates momentum, and momentum makes miracles seem inevitable. And understand this, no great fortune was ever built alone. Every empire, every enterprise, every enduring success was born through the coordination of many minds moving in harmony. This is the mastermind principle, and without it, your plan lacks power. You must surround yourself with one or more individuals who share your belief, support your aim, and expand your insight. I think now of Charles M. Schwab, who took a dying company and made it a billion-dollar success, not by working harder than everyone, but by aligning with minds greater than his own. He understood how to inspire others, how to coordinate talent, how to delegate, how to organize energy. This was not luck, it was planning. Form your own mastermind. It need not be large. One or two is enough if they are definite. Share your plan, ask for counsel, meet regularly, sharpen each other. When two minds move with one purpose, a third mind is born, one of greater power than either alone. That power attracts riches. That power awakens infinite intelligence. Now return to your plan. If it feels too large, break it smaller. If it feels unclear, write more. Do not leave it floating in your mind. Get it on paper. See it with your eyes. Carry it in your coat. Review it each day. This is how you discipline your desire. This is how you command your thought. This is how you build wealth like a craftsman builds with wood and stone. Say this now. My plan is clear. My action is constant. I attract riches because I obey the law of definite movement. Repeat it daily. Let it be the rhythm of your discipline. When you rise, speak it. Before you sleep, affirm it. Action becomes habit. Habit becomes identity. And the man who identifies as one who always acts will soon find that money acts in his favor. You must become a planner. You must become a strategist. You must become a commander of your own destiny, not a waiter, not a wisher, not a wanderer. If a step fails, revise. If a route closes, reroute. But never lose the plan. Never sit idle. Never let a day pass without some motion toward your aim. And do not say, but I don't know how. That excuse is the language of poverty. You may not know how, but you can find out. You may not have done it before, but you can begin now. All great men began in ignorance. They rose through effort, repetition, feedback, correction, and determination. So will you. You are not required to have the full picture. You are required to move on what you do see. As you move, new light will come, new paths will appear, new knowledge will be given. But that knowledge will not arrive until you prove you are serious by taking action. This is why organized planning is the test. The world does not trust the man who speaks. It trusts the man who builds. Your plan, executed with persistence, is your proof. It is your certificate of seriousness. It is your letter to life that says, I am ready, I am willing, I am acting. Let me give you this truth. Riches do not visit the idle thinker. They do not belong to the philosopher without discipline. They do not reward the creative man who will not move. They are reserved for the builder, the planner, the executor, the one who organizes desire into a structure of execution. So begin today. Open your notebook. Write your next steps. Choose a time and place for daily review. Build a system for daily progress. Create a calendar for execution. If you fail to plan your time, you surrender your life to chaos. But if you command your days, you begin to master your fate. And remember, each plan is temporary. It will be adjusted. It will be corrected. That is not failure. That is wisdom. Failure only occurs when a man abandons the act of planning altogether, when he says, "This is too hard," when he returns to comfort. And that, my friend, you must never do. So I leave you with this. Faith gives you vision. Planning gives it legs. If you want riches, do not only imagine them, build the staircase. If you want money, do not only feel it, pursue it with structure. Repeat again. My plan is clear. My action is constant. I attract riches because I obey the law of definite movement. Now return to your desk. Look at your aim. Write your plan and prepare for motion. Because when planning becomes law in your life, riches begin to arrive on schedule. The man who wins is not the one who starts strongest. It is not the one who knows the most. It is not the one who makes the loudest declarations. It is the one who refuses to stop. Persistence is the golden key that turns desire into results. Without it, all plans rot. All faith withers. All riches hide themselves from view. Life will not hand you riches at the first request. That is not cruelty, it is law. All who ask for great things must be tested, not because life seeks to punish you, but because life demands proof. It will ask, do you truly want what you say? And it will not believe your words, it will only measure your actions. When defeat comes, and it will, it is not failure. It is an inquiry. It asks, will you continue? Most men do not. Most men quit when results delay. Most men curse when nothing moves. Most men stop when they feel tired, when they feel doubt, when they feel resistance. But the man who persists, he becomes king. Persistence is decision maintained through resistance. It is not a feeling. It is not a spark. It is a discipline. It is a law. It is a declaration repeated by action, day after day, long after the emotion is gone. The world steps aside for the man who knows where he is going and will not stop until he arrives. I remind you now of Thomas Edison, a man who failed more than 10,000 times while trying to create the electric light. He was ridiculed, scorned, ignored, dismissed, but he kept working, not because he was sure of the outcome, but because he was sure of himself. He refused to stop. That alone made him victorious. Understand, you are not judged by how you feel. You are judged by how you persist. The man who continues without emotion will outlast the one who burns brightly and burns out quickly. Persistence is what separates those who speak from those who conquer. It is the filter of success. It removes the weak and rewards the committed. Temporary defeat is not failure unless you accept it. The greatest fortunes were built upon setbacks. Rockefeller lost everything in panic. Ford was laughed at by every financier. Lincoln lost election after election, yet all persisted. And because they persisted, they broke through. The same law will serve you if you obey it. You must create structure for persistence. You must not rely on mood. Build daily rituals, morning declarations, evening reflections, scheduled execution, written review. Persistent action is not spontaneous. It is manufactured. It is installed like steel rails so that even when storms come, your train keeps moving. Read your definite chief aim aloud, daily. Read it especially when you don't feel like it. Speak it through doubt. Speak it through fatigue. Speak it until it becomes louder than all opposition. Every time you speak it, you reinforce your path. Every day you act, you deepen your identity. And that identity, built on persistence, becomes unshakable. This is how the law of cosmic habit force begins to serve you. Cosmic habit force is the invisible momentum of repetition. It is the law by which repeated thoughts become belief, repeated actions become habit, and repeated effort becomes destiny. It is indifferent. It will support failure or success. You must choose the pattern. The law is this: what you repeat becomes permanent. If you repeat delay, you install hesitation. If you repeat excuses, you build weakness. But if you repeat motion, you build inevitability. If you repeat belief, you build results. And if you persist day by day, even the most stubborn resistance will collapse. Each day you persist, you are installing the gears of wealth. You may not see them turning yet, but beneath the surface, in the invisible realm where cause precedes effect, your persistence is building bridges, aligning events, creating force. You are storing up pressure, and one day it will break loose as results, as riches, as reality. Let me give you this. Persistence does not make things easy. It makes you stronger than what is hard. That is the secret. It does not change the mountain. It changes the climber. And once you are changed, nothing outside you can defeat you. Once persistence becomes your identity, wealth becomes a matter of time. Say this with me: I persist until I succeed. I am unmoved by defeat. I will have the wealth I demand, or I will die in pursuit of it. Repeat that daily. Let it become your war cry. Let it become the voice that answers every delay, every distraction, every discouragement. The man who speaks this and lives it cannot remain poor. Persistence will offend your comfort. It will strip you of laziness. It will demand your full effort, your full presence, your full discipline. But it will also reward you with the kind of life most men never taste: a life of command, a life of riches, a life earned by law. Most men are slaves to emotion. They act only when inspired. They fall apart when tired. They stop when things do not go their way. But the man who acts anyway, who moves when uninspired, who speaks faith when nothing has appeared, that man becomes rich in mind first, then in money. So build the habit. Show up daily. Work your plan. Say your affirmations. Move forward without needing applause. And soon persistence will no longer be something you do. It will be something you are. And once you are a persistent man, riches cannot leave you alone. Now rise, review your aim, and act. Do not wait. Do not wish. Do not delay. Move, even if slowly. Speak, even if doubted. Build, even when tired. And you will possess what others only dream about. You may have desire. You may have faith. You may have decision and persistence, but if you attempt to build great riches with your mind alone, you will soon meet your limit. One man can only see so far. One mind can only produce so much. But when two or more minds unite in harmony toward a definite purpose, they create a third greater power. This is the mastermind. The mastermind is not just a meeting. It is not merely a friendship. It is a spiritual partnership. A joining of mental forces so complete, so synchronized, that a new and superior mind is formed, an invisible intelligence greater than the sum of its parts. This mind thinks, guides, and creates beyond what any single man could achieve alone. Align yourself with one or more individuals who believe in your aim, support your growth, and act with integrity. Do not share your plans with the weak-minded, the jealous, or the drifting. Associate only with those who are definite, who move, who speak life into your vision, who hold you accountable to your greatness. It was Andrew Carnegie, the Steel King, who first revealed this principle to me. He did not build his empire alone. He surrounded himself with specialists, with thinkers, with executors, men whose talents differed from his, but whose aim aligned with his own. Through this mastermind, he channeled power that no one man could possess. The same principle was used by Henry Ford, whose genius was not in machinery alone, but in organization. He brought together minds that could build, calculate, design, and manage. Together, they built what no man could build alone. Wealth flowed not just from effort, but from mental harmony organized toward production. But the mastermind is only one source of power. There is another, one rarely spoken of, yet known by every great achiever, whether they could name it or not. That power is sex transmutation. The most potent form of human energy, when controlled and redirected, becomes the fuel for all enduring success. Understand this. The same energy that drives physical union is also the source of creative genius, ambition, and magnetic personality. The world has trained you to waste it through indulgence, through distraction, through undisciplined emotion. But the successful man redirects it, transforming desire into drive and drive into wealth. You must learn to harness this power, not deny it, but elevate it. When the mind is inflamed with emotional desire, do not waste it. Channel it, direct it. Use that fire to work longer, think clearer, speak with authority, build your plan, and move with conviction. That is transmutation. The greatest minds in history understood this. Napoleon, whose conquests were fueled by passion and vision. Edison, who worked through the night with focused intensity. Lincoln, who turned emotional pain into moral power. None of them were cold men. They were controlled men. Control does not mean suppression. It means direction. Take the most powerful emotional current within you and point it toward your chief aim. Let it move your body to action. Let it energize your voice. Let it elevate your standards. Let it remind you that you are capable of extraordinary work when you do not leak your power through distraction. Say this now. I transmute my strongest emotions into definite action. My desire serves my purpose. Repeat this until it becomes the law of your life. When emotion arises, do not waste it. Use it. When you feel intensity, do not indulge it. Direct it. The man who masters this law becomes magnetic, creative, powerful, and enduring. Your voice will carry more authority. Your presence will draw attention. Your words will command belief. This is not manipulation. It is alignment. The man who walks in this transmuted power is not chasing riches. Riches chase him. Let us now join these two forces. The mastermind provides you with expanded thought, multiplied faith, and constant accountability. Sex transmutation provides you with explosive energy, emotional power, and creative clarity. Together, they make you a force no opposition can stop. So, build your circle. Choose your allies wisely. Meet regularly. Share your goals. Speak your faith aloud. Build one another. Eliminate weakness. Eliminate excuses. And watch as life begins to bend around your united thought. And daily, discipline your emotions. Guard your energy. Refuse to waste the sacred fire within you on that which produces nothing. Convert it into labor, into speech, into writing, into production, into wealth. This is how you rise beyond ordinary men. This is how you build beyond your own strength. This is how you become a magnet for money, influence, and power, not because you begged for it, but because you became the man who attracts it. Say it again. I transmute my strongest emotions into definite action. My desire serves my purpose. Now rise and walk with the fire of two great laws, the power of aligned minds and the fire of elevated desire. The world cannot stop a man who has both. Whatever you plant in the subconscious mind, whether it be wealth or worry, purpose or fear, definiteness or doubt, will grow. The subconscious does not judge. It does not resist. It accepts. And once it accepts a thought, it begins to shape your world in the image of that thought. That is why you must master it, or be mastered by it. Understand, the subconscious is always working. It never sleeps. It never ceases. It is the silent engine that directs your beliefs, your instincts, your habits, and your results. And if you do not direct it by conscious decision, it will be directed by environment, suggestion, and emotional impulse, most of which are destructive. This mind cannot reject. It only accepts. It obeys the strongest influence it receives over time. If that influence is doubt, it obeys doubt. If it is fear, it obeys fear. If it is faith, it obeys faith. And if it is wealth, spoken with authority, repeated with belief, and felt with emotion, it will bring wealth into your life by law. Let me give you an image. The subconscious is soil. It cannot choose what seeds you plant, but once planted, it will grow whatever you give it. Give it the seed of poverty, and it will yield lack. Give it the seed of riches, and it will yield abundance. But the law demands that you plant, water, and tend it daily. Each time you repeat your definite chief aim, you are planting the seed. Each time you speak it with conviction, you are watering it. Each time you act on it despite difficulty, you are strengthening its roots. And in time, the harvest must come, not as chance, but as the lawful result of mental sowing. You must be vigilant. You must monitor every thought, every word, every reaction, not with fear, but with intention. Do not allow the weeds of fear to grow unnoticed. Uproot every belief that contradicts your desire. If a thought of poverty arises, replace it instantly with the image of wealth, spoken with faith and backed by decision. Say it now. I now command my subconscious mind to direct me toward wealth, and it obeys. Do not whisper this. Speak it aloud. Speak it as a general commands an army. Speak it as a master speaks to his servant. For your subconscious is not your ruler, it is your servant, but only if you treat it as such. The man who fails to command it will be ruled by it, often to his destruction. This is why I instruct you to read your aim aloud morning and night, not because it is ritual, but because it is lawful instruction to the subconscious. That voice repeated becomes identity, and identity, impressed upon the subconscious, becomes behavior, attraction, and outcome. You are not merely hoping to get rich. You are training your inner world to expect wealth. You are installing the thought of riches so deeply that the subconscious begins to alter every perception, every choice, every habit to align with the image of success you have burned into it. This is not done casually. This is not done occasionally. It is done with military discipline every day without fail. Why? Because repetition is the language of the subconscious. It does not respond to single commands. It responds to sustained instruction. That is how all identity is formed. You were once taught to think small. That was done through repetition. You were once taught to fear. That, too, came through repetition. Now we overwrite the old with the new. We overwrite fear with faith. We overwrite poverty with power. And we do so through the most powerful law in existence, autosuggestion. Repeat this affirmation now with full authority. I am a man of purpose. I think riches, speak riches, expect riches, and act in alignment with wealth. My subconscious mind is now saturated with belief, and it obeys my every command. Say it again. Not once, not twice. Say it until you believe it. Say it until no opposing voice remains in your mind. Say it until your very countenance changes, until you walk into a room and carry the identity of wealth before you ever speak a word. You do not rise by emotion. You rise by conditioning. Every thought is a brushstroke on the canvas of your identity. Every sentence you speak is another groove cut into your inner pattern. And if those strokes are definite, consistent, and empowered by belief, you will become what you speak. Let us be clear. Your outer world is nothing but a mirror. It reflects the inner structure of your mind. The poor man is poor in thinking long before he is poor in circumstance. And the rich man is rich in thought before ever touching gold. The subconscious mind makes no distinction. It obeys either man with equal devotion. But if you leave it to chance, it will accept the suggestions of failure, of weakness, of limitation. That is why you must never be passive. You must never drift. You must never permit others to plant ideas into your mind unchallenged. Guard the gate and plant only what you are willing to harvest. Repeat again. I now command my subconscious mind to direct me toward wealth, and it obeys. Make this the final word of your evening and the first command of your morning. Make it the law that governs your decisions, your speech, your conduct. And over time, you will notice a shift, not just in thought, but in reality. Ideas will appear. People will be drawn to you. Opportunities will open. Courage will increase. Clarity will rise. You will begin to expect riches, and riches will respond. Not because you worked harder than others, but because you aligned your inner world with the laws that rule success. This is not magic. It is not luck. It is law. What you impress upon the subconscious with emotion and repetition, you express outward with power and certainty. The mind is master. And when the subconscious is your ally, nothing you command will be denied. So continue your daily work. Speak your aim, affirm your identity, visualize your result, and let no suggestion contrary to your wealth remain unchallenged. For you are now not just a man, you are a mental force, and wealth must obey. Let us now bring all laws into harmony. Let us unite desire, faith, decision, persistence, planning, and thought into their final resting place, purpose and service. For no riches are ever complete, no fortune everlasting, unless they are founded on the supreme law of life. You receive in exact measure to what you give. Money is not your master, it is your servant. It obeys the definite man, the faithful man, the persistent man, but only when that man uses it to fulfill a greater purpose than his own comfort. If you chase riches without purpose, they will curse you. If you seek wealth without service, it will turn to ash in your hands. The man who commands money must first command value, and value means service, not servitude, not begging, not manipulation, but conscious, intentional rendering of more benefit than you are paid for. This is the forgotten law. The man who gives more than expected will soon be paid more than imagined. I speak now to your soul. You were not created to consume. You were not born to hoard. You are here to contribute, to expand the good, to multiply benefit, to create systems, goods, and services that elevate others. And when you align your riches with service to mankind, you invoke the highest law. Let us remember Elbert Hubbard, who declared, "Get rich, yes, but render more service than you are paid for." That is the secret. That is the source. That is the gateway to permanent wealth. When you give without limitation, so long as it is attached to a definite chief aim, life must return it multiplied. Ask yourself now, what is my purpose? What will I use my riches for? Who will benefit from my abundance? How will I use my time, my energy, my resources to advance not only my name, but the lives of others? Let this be the question that guides your strategy. Let this be the fire behind your action. You are not here to escape bills. You are here to build bridges. You are not here to impress men. You are here to inspire generations. You are not here to accumulate. You are here to multiply value through inspired effort. This is the final transformation. The poor man thinks of himself. The rich man of purpose thinks of the world. He does not calculate only what he earns, but what he contributes. He does not fear what he spends, but what he wastes by not using his wealth for good. Here is your final test. Can you say aloud with conviction, "I demand unlimited wealth because I have unlimited value to give"? Say it now. And if it stings, if it feels untrue, then you have not yet uncovered your deepest reservoir of power. You must expand your capacity to serve. You must think bigger, move faster, render more, dream broader, deliver more value than any man in your field, and do it without excuse. Say this also: I am the master of money. I am the servant of purpose. This keeps your riches aligned. This protects you from greed. This safeguards your character. It ensures that wealth does not harden you, but magnifies you. If you are weak, money will expose it. If you are selfish, it will increase it. But if you are definite, focused, and driven by a higher aim, money will become your greatest instrument. Your voice must now carry purpose. Your actions must radiate intention. Your reputation must become one of excellence, over-delivery, and certainty. And your entire identity must say to the world, I am here to build something greater than myself. This is how you complete the law. This is how you draw in riches so vast they cannot be measured. You obey the principles. You speak your desire. You persist through defeat. You organize your movement. You affirm your wealth. You control your emotion. And above all, you use it for service. Speak now your final affirmations. I live with definite aim, relentless faith, and constant action. Riches are drawn to me as surely as the river flows to the ocean. I demand unlimited wealth because I am prepared to give unlimited value. I no longer chase money. I attract it because I have become the man who commands it through purpose, discipline, and obedience to law. These are not poems. These are not hopes. These are mental blueprints. Repeat them until they become your law, until every thought, every step, every plan aligns with them. And when you do, you will no longer be trying to succeed. You will have become success itself. And now, your final command. If you know what you want, if you've written it down, if you speak it aloud with belief, if you persist when others quit, then let the world try to stop you. Let circumstance rise against you. Let time delay and critics mock. For the man who moves with definite purpose is a force that cannot be denied. And when you become that man, you will attract so much money. You will not even be able to spend it all. Now go and build. You are about to hear a sentence that could change everything, a sentence so simple you may doubt it. But I say, do not measure the size of the sentence. Measure the power it holds when repeated with belief. For what you speak before sleep becomes what you live when you rise. Now ask yourself, are you satisfied? Do you rise with joy or dread? Do you walk in control or just react to life? Do you have the freedom to give your family what they need, the time to enjoy your days, the wealth to buy what you desire, to move where you wish, to retire if you please? If not, this may be the most important instruction you ever hear, because the sentence I will give you is not motivation. It is not poetry. It is law. And if you repeat it before you sleep, not once, but daily, it will begin to transform you from the inside out. Let me speak plainly. You were not meant to struggle. You were not meant to suffer in silence. You were not meant to beg for time, for money, for energy, for relief. You were born with power, and that power is governed by the thoughts you choose and the thoughts you repeat when your conscious mind begins to sleep. For when you lie in bed at night, you are not resting. You are programming. And most men lie there repeating fear, worry, guilt, confusion. So they rise with more of the same. But the successful, the truly rich, their mind works while their body sleeps. And what they give it to think upon in that final hour becomes their new life. You say you want to leave your job? You say you want more time? You say you want to buy without guilt, give to your family, help others, and move like a man who owns his time? Then listen. Not once, not casually, not while distracted. Listen deeply. Listen repeatedly. Listen until the old you is removed and the new you is installed. Because I will say this once, if you do not master this hour before sleep, your family may suffer for your delay. They will not tell you, but they feel your tension. They see your uncertainty. They hear the words you don't speak. And if you continue to live without control, they will inherit your limitation. You must not allow that. You must become the man who commands his world, not the one who explains why it never changed. Because if you fail to control your mind before bed, your future will be controlled by every old program that runs wild in your sleep. And that means regret. That means years gone. That means dreams buried. But if you choose to stay with me, if you hear this message not once but often, you will begin to walk with clarity, with belief, with structure, with decision. You will begin to change your speech, your energy, your posture. You will look in the mirror and see the man you always knew you could be, but never became, until now. So let this be the hour everything changes. Silence the world, turn off distraction, and give your full attention to what follows. Repeat this message every night if you must, because the man who masters this one nightly sentence and repeats it with faith cannot remain poor, cannot remain fearful, cannot remain small. He becomes rich in mind first and rich in life soon after. Now listen closely and prepare to repeat this sentence, for it will become the foundation of your new life, and the world will respond to the man who dares to believe it. Let us begin. You may believe that wealth is earned during the hours of action, but I tell you now that is not when riches are made. Riches are made in the hour when all the world goes silent, when the noise of the day withdraws, when your conscious mind weakens and your subconscious awakens to do its real work. The hour before sleep is the workshop of wealth. It is during this sacred hour, when the body prepares to rest and the world grows still, that the subconscious becomes most accessible. The conscious guard stands down, the gates open, and what you place at the doorstep of your mind in that hour will walk freely into your soul. The last thought you feed it becomes the first brick in tomorrow's result. And yet most men go to sleep like beggars. They close their eyes with fear in their hearts, worry on their breath, confusion in their mind. They rehearse all that went wrong. They dwell on what they lack. They entertain every suggestion of defeat. And then they wonder why they wake with no fire, no clarity, no fortune. But the successful, the wise, the builders of empires, they do not close the day in confusion. They command the final hour. They give their subconscious no doubt to absorb, no fear to repeat, no failure to recreate. Instead, they offer it a definite aim, spoken aloud with faith, reinforced by repetition. And the subconscious, like a loyal servant, obeys. Let me state it plainly. The mind obeys repeated suggestion, especially when the conscious gate is quiet. That is the moment when your words enter not only your ears, but your entire identity. You may speak many things in the daylight, but it is what you whisper before you sleep that becomes who you are. You were not taught this in school. You were taught to solve problems, to grind, to push, to hustle. But no one told you that riches are not only the reward of labor, they are the response to mental law. And that law does not operate on work alone. It operates on belief fixed into the subconscious by repetition and faith. Now understand this. The subconscious never rests. While your limbs sleep, while your tongue is still, while your eyes are shut, the subconscious mind is awake, sorting, reviewing, associating, constructing. It pulls upon infinite intelligence, and it uses whatever material you fed it last. Garbage in, regret out, purpose in, riches out. And the most powerful material you can offer it, the highest blueprint to hand it, is a clear, definite, faith-filled command spoken just before sleep. One sentence, one aim, one thought. If repeated nightly with belief, it becomes the code of your destiny. This is why I instruct every man to choose his definite chief aim, not merely as a desire, but as a command to self. And I tell him to read it aloud twice each day, once in the morning and once just before bed. But I say with emphasis, the second reading is more powerful than the first. Why? Because in the morning, the mind is preparing to engage the world. It is surrounded by noise, pressure, distraction. But in the night, the mind is alone. It is quiet. It is soft clay. And what you impress upon it then hardens into habit, thought, and belief. The wealth you earn is planted in that stillness. Let me now give you an affirmation to repeat. Every night I impress my definite aim into my subconscious, and it obeys. Say it again, slowly. Let the words settle. For they are not poetry. They are instruction to the very mechanism that creates your life. The man who speaks this nightly and follows with action by day cannot be denied riches. He is obeying the same law that built every fortune you admire. You may ask, is it really that simple? I answer, yes. But simple does not mean easy. For to do this nightly, without drifting, without forgetting, without replacing it with complaint, requires decision. The drifting man will not do it. The busy man will excuse it. But the definite man, he commands himself nightly. You do not wait until morning to decide what kind of man you will be. You decide it before bed. You do not wait until tomorrow to become rich. You declare it the night before. You do not rise with power if you sleep in fear. You sleep with power and rise in obedience to it. Let the world continue to doubt. Let others fill their last hour with entertainment, with confusion, with complaint. But you are now a man of intention. You are now a man who understands that mental discipline does not end at dusk. It begins there. Repeat your sentence before bed, the one you have chosen. Speak it slowly, speak it with fire. Speak it as if your mind is a vault, and these are the words that unlock it, because they are. And if tonight you forget, return. If tonight you are tired, speak anyway. If tonight you feel doubt, shout it even louder, because every night you persist, you are installing the gears of wealth within your soul. This is not entertainment. This is not theory. This is law. And if you obey it night after night without fail, you will not merely change your thinking, you will change your finances, your family, your future. Say it again. Every night I impress my definite aim into my subconscious, and it obeys. Now close your day with intention. Close your day with power. Close your day with command. For that is how riches begin, not in the morning hustle, but in the silent hour when you tell your mind what it must become. Your final thought before sleep is not a whisper. It is a command. You may think it harmless to drift off thinking of the day's trouble, of unpaid bills, of who wronged you or what you failed to do, but I tell you now that last thought is the seed from which your entire tomorrow grows, and most men plant weeds. They do not realize that the moment before sleep is the most powerful moment of mental suggestion. The conscious mind withdraws, the gates open, and the subconscious accepts without judgment whatever you feed it. It does not test. It does not argue. It simply accepts. And if what you give it is fear, confusion, or lack, you will harvest the same. The tired mind is more suggestible. In that final hour, you hold the golden key to condition the mind into power or poverty. That is why the successful treat this moment as sacred. They do not leave it to chance. They command it. They intend it. They speak a sentence that shapes their destiny, and they speak it until sleep takes them. Let me tell you something most will never understand. The body may be asleep, but the mind is always working. What you give it in those last waking moments becomes the assignment it carries out all night. Whether to arrange plans, attract solutions, stir emotion, or strengthen belief, the mind obeys the last definite thought it received. Henry Ford, after suffering criticism and public failure, would not go to bed with defeat on his lips. He would sit, even in silence, and affirm the certainty of his aim. He would speak calm declarations to himself, not because he needed to be convinced, but because he knew his mind needed to hear it again and again until it obeyed. Carnegie, too, held the practice of final hour intention. He did not speak of the present condition. He affirmed the vision of what would be. He understood that the subconscious cares not for the present. It only acts on what is declared as true, especially when declared with certainty and repetition. The unsuccessful go to bed with doubt. They review their failures. They dramatize their problems. They lie in the dark, repeating everything that could go wrong. Then they rise, tired, heavy, unsure, confused, and call it fate. But it is not fate. It is untrained thought repeated at the wrong hour. You must replace drifting thoughts with declared thought. You must speak your chosen sentence aloud, not in whisper, not in passing, with purpose, with the same authority you would use to lead an army. Why? Because the subconscious is listening, and when it hears a master, it moves mountains. Let me now give you the method. Do not rush this. Do not change it. Obey it nightly, and you will rise with new identity. 1. Write your sentence. It must be definite, it must be clear, it must express the exact financial result, aim, or character you wish to embody. 2. Sit in silence. Turn off every light, turn away from all noise, let the room become still, let your inner voice rise. 3. Speak it slowly, with emotion, not once, but as many times as necessary until it begins to feel like a memory, not a wish. 4th, let sleep come while repeating it. Do not stop speaking it inwardly, even as the body surrenders to rest. Let the sentence be the final impression before all thought fades. And I give you now an affirmation to support this. Each night I sleep, my mind works for me, arranging the riches I have demanded. This is not exaggeration. This is law. The subconscious is your silent partner. It works while you rest, but it only works on clear, repeated instructions. And those instructions must be given when the world is quiet, when all outside suggestion fades, and your voice is the only one that remains. You may think the day is the important part of success, but I say the night determines the day. For a mind that has been given a clear order while the world sleeps will move with more force when the sun rises. This is how the successful begin to walk differently, speak differently, act differently, before the riches even appear. If you forget one night, return the next. If your voice trembles, speak louder. If you doubt, declare with more certainty. For each night you do this, the sentence carves itself deeper into the clay of your mind, and soon it will be fired into iron. Let me remind you again, each night I sleep, my mind works for me, arranging the riches I have demanded. Say this until your heart believes it. Say it until your body feels it. Say it until no part of you remains uncertain. For this is not hope. It is a command issued in the court of your own soul. And once the subconscious receives the order, it begins building the result. Repeat this process every night for the next 30 days. Do not alter your sentence. Do not add to it. Do not subtract. One sentence, one voice, one aim. Repeat it until your outer world can no longer deny the inner instruction. You are not merely speaking words. You are rewriting identity. You are not simply repeating ideas. You are training the unseen laws of mind and matter to obey your definiteness. That is how the world is changed. That is how wealth is attracted. That is how men rise by night before they rise by day. You are the commander now. You have the formula. The only question that remains, will you obey it nightly, or will you fall asleep with the same thoughts that have held you back for years? Say your sentence, sleep with it, let it walk into your soul, and wake with the quiet power of a man who is now becoming. If you have listened thus far, then you now know the hour before sleep is not for rest, it is for command. But what shall you command? What sentence shall you speak? For the subconscious does not respond to vagueness. It does not act upon drifting wishes. It acts only upon definite orders spoken with belief. A single sentence, if crafted with precision and repeated with faith, can rebuild the entire structure of a man's identity. It is no exaggeration to say the man becomes what he commands his mind to become, provided he repeats it long enough and believes it deeply enough. But most men make the fatal error of choosing a sentence that lacks power. They say things like, I want to be rich, or I wish I could change my life. But the subconscious mind rejects weak instruction. It does not move for hopers. It moves only for those who speak as masters. It moves only for those who declare what shall be. Let me teach you how to shape your sentence. It must include 3 elements: your aim, your time frame, and your certainty. Let us break it down. Do not say, I want to be wealthy. Say instead, I earn $100,000 per month rendering valuable service to others, and I begin now. Do not say, I hope for peace. Say, I walk in peace, command my day, and act from purpose at all times. Your sentence must be so clear that if another man read it, he would know exactly what you are becoming. No uncertainty, no apology, No passive phrases. Speak it with finality, as if your life depended on it, because it does. Understand this. Repetition with faith becomes identity. You are not speaking a sentence to inform your mind. You are speaking it to install a new identity. And once that identity is in place, behavior changes. Confidence rises. Wealth responds, because the outer world cannot resist the man who is definite on the inside. Let me remind you of Edwin C. Barnes, a man with no money, no connections, no pedigree, but one mighty sentence. He declared, not casually but with fire, "I will go into business with Thomas Edison. Not, I'd like to work for him, not, I hope I meet him." He said, I will go into business with Edison, and repeated it nightly. For years he held to that declaration. For years he worked toward it. And eventually his sentence became his reality. Not by accident, not by luck, but because he had forged it into his very being through nightly repetition and unwavering decision. You must do the same. Your sentence is not decoration, it is construction. You are building the future brick by brick, word by word, night by night. And the material you use is not gold. It is language soaked in belief. Let me now give you the affirmation that reflects this law. The words I repeat before bed build my wealth, shape my identity, and direct my habits. Speak it now. Let your voice not tremble. Speak it as one who has decided. Let it enter your subconscious with force. Let it awaken the dormant power that has long been buried beneath doubt and delay. But hear this warning. You must not change your sentence weekly. Do not adjust it with the weather. Do not alter it with your moods. You must choose once and speak it until it becomes bone, blood, and breath. Definiteness of purpose is law. Every night you repeat the same clear aim, you drive it deeper into the command center of your being. And soon the sentence will no longer feel like a sentence. It will feel like you. And when you become that sentence, the world will respond to you in kind. You will act with more confidence. You will take bolder steps. You will notice resources and relationships that match the man you've declared yourself to be. This is not magic. This is mental law in motion. I now challenge you to write your sentence tonight. Do not wait. Do not revise endlessly. Speak what you desire as if it already exists. Attach a time. Speak with certainty. And repeat it as your final act before sleep, every night for the next 30 days. Here are examples to guide you. I am earning $10,000 per week through honest business that helps others grow. I am confident, bold, and calm. I move with decisiveness and purpose. I attract wealth, influence, and leadership because I speak and serve with power. Choose yours. And once chosen, guard it. Repeat it. Believe it. Let no thought oppose it. Let no day pass without it. For this sentence is not merely a wish. It is the blueprint from which your entire life will be redrawn. Say this again. The words I repeat before bed build my wealth, shape my identity, and direct my habits. Do not just hear these words. Live them. Because if you do, you will begin to rise differently, walk differently, act differently. And the world will no longer treat you as it once did. It will obey you because you have learned to obey yourself. You close your eyes and imagine rest. But the mind does not sleep. It is more alive in your rest than in your waking. The conscious mind retires, yes, but the subconscious, your inner builder, your silent worker, remains awake, alert, active. And the question is, what have you given it to build? Most men do not know this. They believe the day is for action and the night is for nothing. They labor for results in daylight and leave their nights to accident. But this is the fatal flaw. For while you sleep, your mind continues in the direction you assigned it. And if you have given it no assignment, it continues in the same direction it went the night before. That is why so many live on repeat. That is why the poor stay poor. They fall asleep with worry, and they rise with tension. They go to bed with regret, and they wake with guilt. They lie down rehearsing failure, and then live another day attracting it. Not because of fate, but because of repetition. Let me say this again. Your outer world is the reflection of your inner repetition. You do not get what you wish. You get what you repeatedly impress upon the subconscious when it is most open, when the body is still and the thinking mind has grown quiet. That moment comes each night, and most waste it. The lazy sleep with complaint. The wealthy sleep with command. The unsuccessful drift into slumber by accident. The successful enter it by design. They do not review defeat. They speak instruction. They do not recall insult. They declare identity. They do not collapse into exhaustion. They step into mental construction. You must train this discipline. No longer can you let your final thoughts be chosen by emotion, entertainment, or fatigue. No longer can you fall asleep without planting the seeds of riches in your inner world. If you do, you will harvest weeds. And if you harvest weeds long enough, your soul forgets how to grow anything else. Mental discipline before bed means one thing. You silence the world and you feed your mind only truth. You speak your aim. You read your sentence. You command your subconscious with absolute certainty, and you repeat it until the suggestion is stronger than every doubt that has ever lived in you. This is not superstition. This is law. You need not believe it. You must only test it. Do this for 30 nights, and you will never doubt again, because your results will rise to meet your command. And when they do, you will remember this night as the moment your life turned. Even great men have used this in silence. Abraham Lincoln, long before he gave speeches that shaped history, rehearsed them in thought at night. He wrote nothing down. He trained his subconscious. He built mental conviction in the dark so that when the time came to speak, his voice carried weight the world could not ignore. You must now do the same. You must give your mind its instructions. Let your final thought be no accident. Let it be purpose. Let it be power. Let it be the same every night until your inner world becomes stronger than your surroundings, until your thinking becomes stronger than your circumstances, until your voice replaces fear with command. Say this now. I now train my mind to expect greatness, and every night I deepen my command. Speak it again, not as a man hoping, but as a man deciding. Let the words burn through all passivity. Let them become the rule of your new identity. For this is the truth. The man who commands his final thought is the man who commands his day, his income, his destiny. But I must offer a warning. Every careless thought before bed becomes a rooted belief if left uncorrected. If you say to yourself, I'll never be rich, or I can't do this, or it's too late, and you repeat that in fatigue, in silence, in stillness, then that becomes the command your subconscious accepts, and it begins building a life to match it. You must guard the gate. You must take responsibility for every word you allow in the last hour of the day. For these are not just thoughts, they are instructions, and your subconscious is not passive. It is a builder that never sleeps. So tonight you have a choice: drift or direct, complain or command, collapse or construct. And if you choose to construct, you will soon find that your mornings change, your days sharpen, your ideas strengthen, your belief deepens. Not by force, but by law. Let me give you one more time the sentence that must shape your night. I now train my mind to expect greatness, and every night I deepen my command. Say it before bed. Say it until the old doubts retreat. Say it until the voice inside you becomes louder than the world around you. Say it until your dreams obey you. Say it until your very body walks with the certainty of a man who is building greatness from the inside out. You do not become rich while awake alone. You become rich when your inner world no longer permits poverty. That is not accomplished in effort, but in identity. And identity is built while the world sleeps. Repeat the command, plant the sentence, guard the gate, for you are becoming, and your mind has already begun the work. You have now been given the hour, the command, and the sentence, but none of it will matter without one final ingredient: repetition. The subconscious mind, powerful as it is, does not respond to a single spark. It responds to the flame that refuses to go out. It obeys what is repeated with faith and persistence. Let this sink deep into your spirit. You do not become what you say once. You become what you say repeatedly. The mind forms habits, and habits form destiny. And repetition is the tool, the hammer, that shapes the habit until it becomes identity. There is no secret more powerful, more ignored, and more destructive to the masses than this. Failure is repeated, poverty is repeated, excuses are repeated, doubt is repeated, not by choice, but by carelessness. And what is repeated nightly becomes law to the subconscious, even if it is ruin. Therefore, if you are to break the chains, if you are to command riches, if you are to form new identity, you must choose your sentence and repeat it every single night, without fail, without drift, without delay. This is what I call cosmic habit force, the great law that governs all habit, mental and spiritual. It makes no distinction between what serves you and what destroys you. It only obeys what is given consistently. That is why success, like failure, is automatic, once you have trained the habit behind it. Consider Thomas Edison. Did he invent the electric light with talent alone? Number. He repeated belief. Belief in an idea, belief in himself, belief in the law, 10,000 times. When others quit, he persisted. And when he spoke his faith to himself before sleep, it was not hope. It was reinforcement. He knew the law. Edison failed repeatedly, but never in spirit. Each night, he repeated his aim. Each morning, he resumed his pursuit. And eventually, the world bowed to his command, because he did not change his mind. He did not alter his aim. He repeated his decision until the world had no choice but to obey. So must you. The sentence you speak before bed must not be uttered casually. It must be spoken with emotion, with authority, with the same certainty as one commands a servant, and you must say it again and again and again until it becomes you. There is greater power in one sentence repeated 1,000 times than in 1,000 affirmations spoken once, for the mind, like metal, must be bent through pressure, and repetition is that pressure. It reshapes thought, molds attitude, and installs identity. Let me now give you the sentence to affirm the law itself. I repeat my aim nightly until my mind and actions move without hesitation. This is not poetry. This is the governing principle of your transformation. The man who repeats with faith will act with courage. The man who repeats his identity nightly will walk into each day already victorious, because the battle was won in the silence of repetition. But let me give you structure. Structure is the soul of all mental discipline. Without it, the law fades. Here is how you obey the law of repetition. First, same time, choose a set hour, not after television, not when exhausted, but a chosen hour where you sit with your sentence and speak it aloud with clear voice. Second, same words. Do not change your sentence every week. Hold the same aim, the same phrasing, until it is as natural as your name. Third, same emotion. Do not recite dryly. Infuse the sentence with desire, with imagination, with purpose. Let the subconscious feel its fire. Fourth, same duration, at least 90 days. Repetition must not be occasional. It must be done without missing. For 90 consecutive nights, then and only then will your identity begin to change. This is the cost of change, not luck, not waiting, not more information, but repeating the truth until the lie no longer exists inside you. Let me issue a warning. Neglect this, and you will return to the drift. You will fall back into the mental pattern of the masses. You will say, I tried that, and life will answer. You did not try long enough. Because law is not impressed by a few nights of effort. It is moved by unrelenting discipline. You must now speak as a master. You must look into the night and declare your sentence with command. You must become the man who says what he means and repeats what he means until the world responds. Say this with me now. I repeat my aim nightly until my mind and actions move without hesitation. Feel it, decide it, repeat it again. For every night you do, the old you weakens and the new you rises, not by magic, not by chance, but by law. When you walk into a room, the world must feel that you are not the same man who walked there last year. And the reason will not be your clothing, your title, or your possessions. The reason will be this: you are now the man who speaks identity into himself and repeats it until it becomes unbreakable. That power is not far off. It is not hidden in books or mentors. It is in your mouth. It is in your voice. It is in the sentence you choose, and whether or not you obey the law of repetition behind it. Decide now, speak tonight, repeat without fail, and soon you will not recognize the man who once doubted. He will be gone, replaced by the one you repeated into existence. You now understand the law of repetition. You know that what you repeat, you become. But I must now take you deeper, because repetition without emotion is like a man hammering on cold iron. The subconscious does not simply hear what you say, it absorbs what you feel. Emotion is the flame that makes the imprint permanent. Let me say it plainly. Emotion is the language of the subconscious mind. You cannot deceive it with lifeless words. You cannot impress it with casual phrases. You must speak your sentence with intensity, with conviction, with certainty. Without this emotional fuel, your sentence is reduced to mere noise. And yet, how do most men enter the final hour of their day? They lie in silence, but not in peace. They relive their failures, revisit arguments, rehearse pain. They do not realize that each emotional replay of regret is an instruction to their subconscious to produce more of the same. They feed their future with the emotion of the past. You cannot rise rich if you sleep in bitterness. You cannot become strong if you sleep with guilt. You cannot attract confidence if you fall asleep with emotional confusion. The emotions you bring to bed become the mood of your next day and the mold of your subconscious programming. That is why you must command your emotion before sleep. You must not allow worry to speak louder than your desire. You must not allow fatigue to speak louder than your sentence. You must take full responsibility for your inner state, not just your outer actions. Because the law responds to state, not just repetition. Understand this: emotion is suggestion magnified. A phrase whispered in boredom passes like smoke, but a phrase spoken with fire enters the subconscious like a branding iron. It carves itself into identity. It becomes fixed, permanent, living. That is the kind of sentence you must deliver before you sleep. Now I warn you, you cannot command emotion by accident. You must prepare yourself. You must create a nightly ritual. You must enter the final hour of each day as a man steps into sacred territory, with control, with intention, and with reverence for the forces he is about to influence. Here is how to command your emotional state before sleep. 1. Breathe deeply. Let the body release the residue of the day. Sit or lie with dignity, not collapse. 2. Reflect only on what builds you. Think not of failure, but of progress. Not of fear, but of vision. Let your attention rest only on what is becoming, not what was. 3. Recite your sentence aloud, with feeling. Do not whisper it like a man uncertain. Say it like a ruler. Say it like a prophet. Say it like a man who speaks law. 4. Repeat it inwardly as you drift into sleep. Let no thought interrupt it. Let no emotion rival it. Fall asleep soaked in the conviction of your future. John D. Rockefeller, one of the wealthiest men who ever lived, understood this principle. But he did not use poetry, and he did not use theory. He used evening reflection, not as tradition, but as direction. He did not allow the day to close without reviewing his mental and emotional state and replacing confusion with command. Rockefeller once said that he gave thanks before bed, not merely to be grateful, but to focus his emotional power on certainty. He thanked the riches he expected. He affirmed the stability he had created. He gave his mind a tone of peaceful dominance, and the next day he rose to meet results that matched that tone. You must do the same. You must become the ruler of your emotional atmosphere before you sleep. Do not allow imagination to play the fool. Direct it. Let it serve you. Let your final thoughts be felt as deeply as they are spoken. Only then do they pass into the subconscious as fixed commands. I now give you the affirmation that governs this law. I do not sleep in fear. I sleep in power. My thoughts tonight are my life tomorrow. Repeat that now, slowly, with gravity. This is not a mantra. It is a verdict. It is a mental court order that no fear shall pass beyond this hour, that only purpose shall enter the gates of your soul during the sacred hours of rest. And let me say this: emotion must serve you, not sabotage you. If you do not control your feeling will control your future. And there are many men whose lives are wrecked not because of failure in action, but because of failure to govern emotion in the silence of night. The hour before sleep is not for reflection. It is for redirection. You are not there to review the day's mistakes. You are there to declare the direction of your mind. If you have sinned, repent quickly and move forward. If you have failed, learn quickly and affirm strength. But never, never fall asleep with an open wound. Why? Because the subconscious will nourish the wound in the dark. It will feed it, enlarge it, turn it into identity. And then, even if you act differently by day, you will find yourself drawn back to the same emotions, the same thoughts, the same self-image, not by fate, but by your own repeated nightly submission. You must begin tonight. No delay, no drift, no compromise. Enter your bedchamber like a man entering the temple of mind. Speak your sentence, speak it with emotion, and declare this with full authority. I do not sleep in fear, I sleep in power. My thoughts tonight are my life tomorrow. Do not forget this. Emotion is the magnifier of all suggestion. You can say the right thing with the wrong tone, and your mind will reject it. But say it with belief, with vision, with fire, and your subconscious will accept it as truth. The world responds not to the man who wishes, but to the man who believes. And belief is trained, not in crowds, not in books, not in daylight, but in the dark, before sleep, through emotion and repetition. Control that hour, and you control your future. You may have thought that success comes from action, and yes, action plays its part. But hear me now, action is the servant of identity. A man cannot act contrary to who he believes he is, not for long, and who he believes he is built, not in public, not by applause, but in silence, in solitude, and most powerfully while he sleeps. Let me tell you the truth that has been kept from you. Your identity is not fixed at birth. It is not determined by your past. It is not cemented by your mistakes. It is shaped, molded, written into your soul by the thoughts you repeat when the world is quiet. You are not born a failure or a success. You become one in the night. Each man becomes what he believes about himself. But those beliefs are not decided once. They are installed through repetition. And the moment of greatest installation is in the final hour before sleep. For then the walls of resistance are lowered, the subconscious is open, and your voice becomes the architect of the man you shall be. You do not become wealthy by working alone. You become wealthy by believing you are the kind of man who creates wealth. And that belief is not installed by reading books. It is not created by motivation. It is constructed every night, brick by brick, sentence by sentence, identity command by identity command. Let me say it again. You are not programming outcomes. You are programming identity. For once you believe you are the type of man who builds wealth, delivers value, walks with certainty, speaks with power, then every action, every habit, every instinct begins to follow that script, not by force, but by law. But if you go to bed in doubt, you will rise in hesitation. If you lie down with self-rejection, you will rise with confusion. If you fall asleep with the belief that you are still who you were yesterday, you will live the same day over and over until you die a man unchanged. You must intervene. You must take hold of this hour and use it not just to feel better, but to become different. This is not about relaxation. It is about reconstruction. You are not drifting into slumber. You are building an identity stronger than all the weakness of your former self. The voice you speak in the final minutes of your day will soon become the voice you hear when you wake. It will shape the decisions you make without thought. It will guide your posture, your energy, your attitude. It will determine whether you rise with fire or crawl through another morning of mediocrity. Let me give you an identity affirmation now. I am the man who creates wealth because I think, speak, and act with purpose. Repeat that slowly, again, until your body begins to accept it, until it no longer feels like a hope, but like a memory from the future. That is how identity is formed, not in a single night, but through faithful, emotional, repeated suggestion until the lie you lived in dies. And let me tell you a story. Woodrow Wilson, long before he became president, practiced a discipline few knew about. He would rehearse his inner convictions mentally at night. He would build the voice that one day would lead a nation, not in public, but in private. Not with others, but alone. Not by luck, but by deliberate nightly repetition of identity. And when he finally stood before crowds, he spoke not as a man trying to be great, but as one who had already become great in thought. His actions flowed from his belief. His belief was no accident. It was built in silence. So I say again, the hour before bed is not your closing hour. It is your construction hour. Use it. Use it with intent. Do not fall asleep like the man you were. Speak the man you are becoming, and let your mind etch that man into your soul with every passing night. Here's your full identity statement to use tonight. I am a man of thought, action, faith, and riches. Let it guide your breathing. Let it replace all self-doubt. Let it be the sentence that survives the day and rises with you tomorrow. Because the man who falls asleep with identity wakes with purpose. Repeat it now with fire. I am a man of thought, action, faith, and riches. And now I tell you, if you speak this sentence every night for the next 30 nights, with emotion, with vision, with decision, you will no longer merely desire to become rich. You will begin to feel as if you already are. And once that feeling lives inside you, it will create the world around you. You will say no to distractions not by discipline, but by identity. You will walk into rooms and be respected, not by force, but because identity precedes expression. You will expect opportunity, command value, and move with certainty, not because of what you know, but because of who you have become. But this will not happen by chance. Identity is not inherited. It is not granted. It is repeated night after night until there is no longer a gap between who you were and who you decided to be. So begin tonight. Say the sentence. Feel the truth. Repeat it until it lives in you. And soon the world will meet not the man you were, but the man you forged in silence when no one else was watching. Now that you have heard the law, now that you have received the hour, the sentence, the repetition, the emotion, and the identity, I bring you to the final command. This is the moment of decision, for knowledge without obedience is drift, and drift is the quiet destroyer of every man who once had a dream. Let us not speak of theory. Let us not speak of more information. Let us speak of law. The law is this: success is not earned at dawn, it is decided the night before. The man who leaves his thoughts to chance before sleep leaves his future to chaos. But the man who issues command before rest shapes his entire destiny while the world sleeps. This is not new. This is ancient. This is eternal. The last thought before sleep is your clearest prayer, not to the world, not to chance, but to your own mind, your own being, and the infinite intelligence that works through you. Do you believe the successful leave this to mood? Do you think the wealthy go to bed in confusion? Number, they issue command. They do not drift into dreams. They declare what the dream shall be, and their mind obeys. Andrew Carnegie himself instructed the young men under his influence to write and repeat their definite chief aim before bed, to speak it aloud with faith, to impress it upon the subconscious, to use the night not for rest alone, but for spiritual construction. He understood riches are not an accident. They are the product of repeated, definite thought, spoken with faith, backed by emotion, and enforced by action. The final hour is not a quiet fade. It is a fiery forge. It is where men command their future, and where the untrained surrender to fate. You must no longer treat this as optional. You must treat it as law, because that is what it is. Nightly autosuggestion is not a ritual of the rich. It is the price of admission to abundance. This is your hour. This is your ritual. This is the discipline that must now rule your life. Not once a week, not when you feel good, but every single night, without exception, without apology, without drift. Let me give you now the 3 final affirmations that complete this journey. Speak them aloud. Speak them now. I repeat only what I desire to become. You are no longer allowed to rehearse defeat. You are no longer permitted to entertain fear. You are now a man of selection. You choose your thoughts. You repeat only what builds. You repeat only what shapes. You repeat only what matches the destiny you have claimed. I am now the man I once hoped to be. Hope is over. Wishing is over. You have stepped into command. You do not wait to become. You speak yourself into identity. And each night, with each repetition, you become more of him. Each night I command my mind, and each day my mind commands my life. This is the circle of creation. The mind obeys the voice, the body obeys the mind, and the world obeys the body that acts with certainty. You are now inside the loop of transformation. Do not break it. Obey it. Now here is the final exercise. This is not optional. This is your contract. 1, choose one sentence. Let it contain your aim, your time frame, and your certainty. 2, write it on paper, not in your mind, on paper with your hand. It must be seen. 3, recite it aloud before bed every night. Same time, same tone, same fire, until your voice becomes your fate. Do it for 30 days without fail, not 28, not when you feel like it, 30, because law requires consistency, not feeling. Do this, and I make you a promise, not of magic, not of luck, but of law. Your identity will shift. Your confidence will rise. Your actions will change. Your decisions will sharpen, and wealth will begin to move toward you, not because of what you chase, but because of who you have become. This speech is not for inspiration. It is not for entertainment. It is for command. If you drift from it, you return to the man you were. But if you obey it, you will never be that man again. Now say this as your oath. I command my mind before sleep. I speak only what I choose to become. And each day I rise in obedience to the man I have declared. Say it again. And when this speech ends, do not return to the old routine. Return to the sentence. Return to the mirror. Return to the truth. You are what you repeat. And you are now the man who repeats only what builds, what commands, what becomes. Let others sleep in fear. Let others hope. You command, you build, you rise. Now begin. Choose the sentence. Repeat it tonight. Repeat it every night. And let your whole life obey it. You have now received the final command. Do not break it. Do not forget it. Do not drift. You are the master now. The mind is yours. The voice is yours. And soon the wealth will be too. Listen to me now, and listen with every ounce of your being. Do not drift. Do not let another distraction steal from your destiny. I am about to reveal a law that governs your life, whether you know it or not. It is the law of attraction. And the way you are using it right now may be building your defeat or shaping your fortune. You must listen. I did not say hear, I said listen, because hearing passes through the ears. But listening, true listening, imprints upon the subconscious and commands your belief. And belief shapes your world. This law is not new. It is eternal. It is the reason some men rise from nothing and command empires, while others, with the same tools, rot in mediocrity. Listen now, and you will understand how Andrew Carnegie attracted steel, how Thomas Edison attracted invention, how Henry Ford attracted power, and how every great man who has ever lived pulled success into his life by the magnet of thought, backed by faith, decision, and action. Listen, and you will understand why your own results have been what they are. But if you do not listen, if you skip, if you wander, if you promise yourself you'll come back later, understand this. You have already heard this law before, not in words perhaps, but in experience. Every time you feared and your fears came true, every time you hesitated and the opportunity vanished, every time you said, "That always happens to me," that was the law working, and you did not know it. You have already attracted the life you live. You are already magnetizing people, events, conditions, and results every day. The only question is, are you doing it on purpose? Are you doing it with power? Are you doing it by decision or by default? Listen to me now, and I will give you the structure. Ignore me, and you will continue to live by accident. This law responds to your dominant thought. It obeys emotion. It answers repetition. It cannot be bribed. It cannot be tricked. And it cannot be silenced. And if you listen to this entire instruction, if you give me your full mind, I will teach you how to use it deliberately, how to aim it like a rifle, and how to gain everything you truly want. You may never hear this truth again, not with this clarity, not with this force, not with this conviction, and one day you will remember this moment, and you will either say, "That was the hour I began to live," or "That was the hour I walked away from everything I could have had." And the difference will be whether you listened or not. So listen. Listen as if your freedom depends on it, because it does. Listen as if your fortune depends on it, because it does. Listen as if your time is running out, because it is. Listen with urgency, with stillness, with full obedience, and I promise you, this law, once understood and applied, will bring into your life everything you truly desire. Whatever you hold in your mind consistently and with emotion, you will attract into your life. This is not theory, this is law. Thought, held long enough and felt deeply enough, will move the forces of the unseen to shape your reality. It will attract the people, circumstances, conditions, and results that match its tone. What you think about, you move toward. Thought is the seed of all achievement, not merely a passing notion, but thought backed by faith, obsession, and repetition. The man who rules his thought rules his life. The man who drifts in thought drifts in life. Thoughts are not illusions. Thoughts are things. They are spiritual forces wrapped in vibration, and they carry the same power that builds empires or ruins them. If you wish to control your results, you must first command your thinking. You must not think casually. You must not entertain thoughts of defeat and expect success. You must not think fear and expect courage. Whatever you dwell upon internally, you will see externally. The world you live in is the mirror of your inner dialogue. Every material success began with thought. Every invention, every fortune, every movement, every towering life achievement first existed in the invisible form of an idea, magnified by belief and confirmed by decisive action. The thought came first, and it did not pass quickly. It was held, repeated, obsessed over, until it materialized. But I warn you now, idle thoughts produce idle lives. Vague desires attract nothing. Scattered attention is like scattering seed in a storm. It will never take root. If your mind is undisciplined, your results will reflect it. If you think on lack, poverty, limitation, and fear, you are attracting their presence with every repetition. Controlled attention is the key. This is the hidden discipline of the successful. the ability to hold one thought, one desire, one image with absolute focus, to refuse all contrary impressions, to speak of it, think of it, write of it, until it becomes fixed in the subconscious. Then, and only then, does the world begin to respond. Let us not mistake this for fantasy. The law of attraction is not a whim. It is not daydreaming. It is not idle wishing. It is definite thought backed by definite purpose. It is mental obedience, emotional focus, thought that burns, desire that does not leave, and belief that walks forward even when the path is invisible. Thomas Edison did not hope for the electric light. He saw it in his mind. He thought of it day and night. He visualized it. He believed it was possible even when the world called him foolish. He held that thought like a man holding fire. And after 10,000 attempts, he drew the result into his hands. That is the power of held thought. Thought alone is not enough, but thought is the beginning. It is the spark, the foundation, the architect's plan, the blueprint of destiny. Without it, nothing begins. And so I ask you now, what are you holding in your mind? What picture dominates your thought? Is it vague or definite? Fearful or empowered? Passive or fiery with purpose? You must choose your dominant thought. You must write it. You must speak it. You must see it in your imagination each morning and each night. It must become so familiar to you that it is as real as the chair you sit on. And once it is that real in your mind, it begins to take shape in your world. Do not allow contrary thoughts to enter. The mind, once planted, must be guarded like a garden. Remove weeds quickly, reject doubt, starve fear. When they appear, and they will, you must answer them aloud. This thought is not of my aim. I do not accept it. I think only on what I have chosen. You may say, that is difficult. But I say no, it is discipline. It is what every great man must do. No empire was built by weak thought. No success was drawn into the life of the scattered. You are not weak. You are not here to drift. You are here to think on purpose and to attract by law what you have chosen by thought. Let me give you your first instruction. Today, write your dominant thought. Write it clearly. Speak it aloud 5 times this morning and 5 times before you sleep. And tomorrow, do the same, and the day after. And when doubt comes, return to your thought. Repeat it, declare it, until it becomes who you are. This is the first principle of the law of attraction as I teach it. It is not magic, it is law. And law does not care for your feelings. It obeys your repetition. It moves in the direction of your focus. And it begins with thought. Not once, not twice, but daily, hourly, relentlessly. I will ask you now, what are you attracting? Not what you say you want, but what you think about most. The answer is in your life already. Look at your results. They reflect your inner conversation. If you desire change, begin where all power begins, with thought, and not casual thought, but controlled attention backed by burning desire. Repeat after me. I am the master of my thoughts. I choose what I attract. I think only what supports my aim. I hold my desire with discipline. I do not drift. I do not fear. I think on purpose, and I attract what I have chosen. Say it aloud now, again, until it takes root. You must speak it into your subconscious. The mind is not changed through listening. It is changed through repetition, through command, through instruction. And you are the only one who can give it. Thought is the seed. Guard the seed. Water it daily. Shield it from doubt. Repeat it aloud. Act upon it. And watch what begins to grow. It is not enough to think. You must feel what you think. You must repeat what you feel. For it is not thought alone that attracts. It is emotion-charged, repeated thought that becomes magnetic. The law of attraction does not respond to cold intellect. It responds to burning faith, to emotion, to belief that is spoken, lived, and held with intensity. The subconscious mind does not speak the language of logic. It does not reason. It accepts what is repeated and what is felt. This is why men say, I always fail, and find it to be true. Not because the world has conspired against them, but because they repeated the feeling of failure until their own mind believed it and summoned it. You must understand, fear, doubt, worry, these are not harmless thoughts. They are commands. They are seeds. They are repeated prayers in reverse, and they carry weight when you dwell on them with emotion. Just as desire attracts success, fear attracts defeat. You cannot hold both and expect greatness. So what must you do? You must use autosuggestion. You must speak aloud what you intend to believe. You must say it clearly, with conviction, again and again, until your mind accepts it as reality. You do not wait to believe, you repeat to believe. That is the method of all transformation. Do not say, I hope to succeed. Say, I am a man of success. I attract strength. I attract opportunity. I attract belief. I am becoming everything I have decided to become. Speak it with energy. Speak it when you rise and before you sleep. Speak it when you feel fear. Speak it when you feel weak. That is when it matters most. Repeat this now. I attract success by thinking success. I become wealth by thinking wealth. I draw strength by thinking strength. My thoughts, felt with emotion, shape my reality. This is not mere inspiration. This is scientific law. The subconscious mind responds to the tone of your repetition. That tone is emotion. You must not only speak, it must matter to you. Your declaration must stir your soul. It must sound like a man who believes, not a man who hopes. Let me show you this law in action. Henry Ford, when told his vision for the V8 engine was impossible, did not accept defeat. He held the belief. He repeated the command. He felt the truth of it in advance. His engineers said it could not be done. He said, do it anyway. And they did. That is the law at work. Why did it work? Because Ford's repetition was felt. He did not say, maybe. He said, I will. He believed with emotion. And that belief shaped the thinking of his men, which shaped their action, which shaped their result. That is the chain of command in the invisible world. Thought, feeling, belief, attraction, action, result. Now consider your own words. What do you repeat daily? Are your words drenched in belief or soaked in fear? Do you repeat what you want or what you dread? Do you say, it's possible or it's hopeless? Every phrase is planting. Every repetition is construction. And you are the builder. This is why you must watch your speech. You must remove from your language every phrase that undermines your belief. Do not say, it never works out for me. Do not say, I always fail. Do not say, this is too hard. You are cursing your own field with those words. And the law of attraction does not judge. It obeys. Replace such speech with declarations of power. Everything is working for me. I attract the people and ideas I need. I move forward every day. My belief grows with repetition. The mind, when trained in this way, becomes your ally. It begins to bring to your attention the right opportunities, the right actions, the right solutions. You will say, things are lining up. But they are not lining up by chance. They are obeying the magnetic force you are generating through repetition and emotion. If you want your belief to be strong, you must rehearse it daily. Think of it like a muscle. The man who lifts daily becomes strong. The man who repeats belief aloud daily becomes unshakable. This is not arrogance. It is conditioning. You are not boasting. You are commanding your subconscious. Here is your exercise. Every morning, repeat your definite chief aim aloud, not softly, not passively, but with strength. See the image, feel the success. Let your words carry the emotion of certainty. Speak as if it is already yours. That feeling, that inner conviction, is what begins to attract it to you. Throughout the day, when negative feelings rise, stop and repeat your affirmation. Out loud, not in your head. The spoken word, felt deeply, is the builder of belief. It pierces the old conditioning and begins to rewire your attraction. Speak with fire, speak with truth. Speak with the voice of the man you are becoming. Most men drift because they let emotion control them. But you will control your emotion with decision, and then use that emotion to fuel belief. You will no longer feed your mind with fear. You will no longer use repetition to attract confusion. You will discipline your focus and master your inner state. Understand this clearly. The law of attraction is activated by repetition, but it is amplified by emotion. Say the right words. Feel them deeply. Say them often. That is the path. That is the formula. And that is why most fail. They do not repeat, or they repeat the wrong thing. Now I ask you, what words are you willing to rehearse for the next 90 days? What emotion are you willing to call forth daily until it burns in you like fire? Are you willing to discipline your thought, to guard your speech, to choose your vibration? If not, you will remain a servant of circumstance. But if yes, you become a commander of destiny. Say this again. I do not drift. I do not fear. I think and feel on purpose. I repeat belief daily. I attract exactly what I decide to become. This is the force that shapes nations. This is the law that builds fortunes. This is the discipline that separates the dreamer from the doer. Most will not do this. Most will listen once and forget. But you will rehearse until you believe. You will believe until you act. You will act until you become. That is the cycle. And you now know how to run it. Without a definite aim, the law of attraction has no clear target. It is like fire without direction, dangerous, unfocused, and ineffective. But with a definite purpose, a burning desire, and a clearly written aim, your mind becomes a magnet for opportunity, power, people, and events. What you want must be clear, fixed, and demanded of life, not vaguely wished for. You must write your desire in the form of a definite chief aim. It must be so specific that your subconscious can see it, hold it, and begin working on it immediately. If you cannot state in one clear sentence what you want to become, what you want to earn, and what you are willing to give, then you are still drifting, and drifting attracts only more of itself. The law of attraction is not random. It is precise. It reflects the frequency of your belief. The more definite your aim, the more power you possess. The vaguer your aim, the weaker your attraction. Think of it. No architect ever built a structure from an unclear sketch. No general ever won a war without a clear target. No man ever built wealth by vague desire. Your mind is a broadcasting station. It sends out vibrations constantly, and what you send, you attract. When you hold one clear thought with emotion and persistence, the entire universe begins arranging itself to match your message. This is not fantasy. This is law. The clearer your message, the more accurate your results. Let us look at a man who used this law with precision, Andrew Carnegie. Before he earned his first great fortune, he decided upon his purpose. He wrote that his mission was to distribute wealth for the benefit of mankind. That decision attracted to him the opportunities, resources, and people necessary to amass the fortune first. He did not wait to be wealthy to choose his purpose. He chose first, then attracted what he needed. Your chief aim must dominate your mind. It must be the first thought in the morning and the last thought at night. You must write it, repeat it, speak it aloud until it is written in your subconscious with fire. It must become who you are, not what you hope for, but what you claim. Here is your instruction. Take out paper. Write your chief aim. It must state exactly what you desire, when you desire it by, and what you will give in return. This is your covenant. This is your law. Speak it aloud morning and night. Post it on your wall. Carry it in your pocket. Think of it until the very cells of your being vibrate with it. Say this with me now. I know exactly what I want. I have a definite chief aim. I speak it. I act upon it. I attract it through faith and repetition. This aim is not a decoration. It is not a poem. It is your command to the universe. It is your declaration of identity. When you write it, speak it, and believe it, you begin the process of attraction. When you ignore it, doubt it, or postpone it, you halt the law, and your life reflects disorder. I have studied thousands of successful men, and I tell you plainly, not one of them lacked a definite purpose. Not one drifted into greatness. Not one became wealthy by accident. They all began with a mental blueprint, written, spoken, affirmed, and burned into their minds. You must do the same. You may say, but I have many desires. Then I say to you, choose one. The mind cannot magnetize multiple aims with the same force. You must focus. You must discipline your attention. Choose one burning desire, one definite outcome, and you will attract what is necessary to bring it into form. A confused mind attracts confusion. A distracted mind attracts delays. But a definite mind, focused, believing, and committed, becomes an irresistible force. That is the secret. That is what every great man understood. And that is what you must now obey. Let your definite chief aim become your obsession. Let it replace doubt. Let it silence fear. Let it command your hours. Let it inform your reading, your speaking, your associations. When others speak of problems, you will speak only of your aim. When others drift, you will walk with direction. Repeat this. Without a definite aim, I am nothing. With one, I am powerful. I claim my aim. I focus on it daily. I attract every means to fulfill it. This is the magnet. This is the tool. This is the anchor of all attraction. Do not proceed with anything else in this instruction until your chief aim is written, visible, and repeated with feeling. This is not a step you complete. This is a principle you live. Do not let a day pass without reading it aloud. Do not end a day without measuring your actions against it. Every time you speak your aim with belief, you are aligning your thought, feeling, and action. That alignment, repeated, becomes power, and power attracts results. If you skip this, you will fall into mental wandering, and wandering attracts nothing but distraction and exhaustion. Your energy must be fixed. Your goal must be known. Your mind must be pointed. And when it is, watch how fast life begins to rearrange itself around you. Now let me ask you, what is your aim? Is it written? Is it definite? Do you see it daily? Do you speak it aloud? Do you feel it with emotion? If not, go back. Do not move forward until it is done. This is the foundation. Without it, the rest of the instruction has no root. Do not say, I'll do it later. That is the voice of the drifter. That is the whisper of failure. Say instead, I claim my purpose now. I write it now. I repeat it now. I become it now. That is how the law is activated. That is how belief is born. That is how attraction begins. Nothing is attracted to doubt. No success, no fortune, no opportunity, no power is drawn to a man who hesitates. All success is attracted to faith, to the man who believes without visible proof, who acts in the face of uncertainty, who walks forward before the path appears. Faith is not a feeling. Faith is a decision. Faith is mental discipline backed by repetition. Let us be clear. Faith is not inherited. Faith is not found. Faith is built. It is created. It is manufactured through a deliberate system of thought, word, and action. You will not wake up one day and find faith lying in your pocket. You will develop it the same way you develop muscle, through repetition and demand. Faith is the only antidote to fear. And where there is no faith, there is fear. Where there is fear, attraction is reversed. You may desire wealth, but if you fear loss more than you believe in gain, you are attracting poverty. The law does not judge your intentions. It obeys your dominant belief. And faith, true, burning faith, is your only tool to override that fear. Let me give you the method. It is not a secret. I gave it in Think and Grow Rich. It is the self-confidence formula. Repeat this daily. I know that I have the ability to achieve the object of my definite chief aim in life. Therefore, I demand of myself persistent, aggressive, continuous action toward its attainment, and I here and now promise to render such action. Speak that aloud until you believe it, not once, not twice, but daily. With feeling, with commitment, with energy, your subconscious must hear your voice filled with belief. That is how it learns. That is how it obeys. That is how it builds faith. Faith is the medium of all attraction. It is the bridge between the invisible and the visible. It is what turns desire into demand. It is what gives substance to your image. You must not merely see what you want. You must believe in it so deeply that you act as though it were already real. Let me give you an example. A man I have spoken of many times, Abraham Lincoln. He faced years of defeat, humiliation, mockery, and setback. But deep within, he held a belief, a knowing that he was destined to serve a great mission. That belief did not come from his environment. It came from his own inner command. That faith became his armor. You too must wear that armor. You too must walk into your life with belief that transcends sight. If your environment does not yet match your desire, you must not let it sway your faith. The law does not respond to your current reality. It responds to your internal command. Your subconscious does not know the difference between real and imagined. Give it the picture you choose and back it with faith. But beware. Fear is also magnetic. If you dwell on what you fear, you draw it to you. If you obsess over what might go wrong, you are magnetizing those very conditions. You must starve fear. You must drown it with words of belief. You must burn it out with repetition of truth. So here is your daily practice. Read your definite chief aim aloud, twice a day. Feel it. Visualize it. Speak it with confidence. Follow it with affirmations like, "Through faith and decision, I attract all that I need. My belief is stronger than my environment. I do not fear delay. I do not fear failure. I only see my outcome, and it is already mine." Every time you do this, you are feeding your subconscious the food of faith. You are watering the seed of desire. You are strengthening the magnet of attraction. And every time you skip it, you are weakening the structure. This is not optional. This is the system. This is the discipline of attraction. You must decide now, will you believe? Will you act in spite of fear? Will you speak faith, even when your world has not yet changed? The man who waits for evidence before he believes is a slave to circumstances. But the man who commands belief creates the circumstances he desires. Faith is not a mystery. It is a habit. It is the result of speaking what you want, feeling it as real, and walking in alignment with it again and again and again, until your mind cannot help but accept it. And once accepted, it becomes law in your subconscious. That is when attraction begins to move swiftly. Do not let others' disbelief infect you. Their fears are not your responsibility. Your faith must be sacred. Guard it. Speak it. Build it. Live it. And understand this. The moment you begin to walk in faith, the world will test you. That is not punishment. That is preparation. That is the law asking, do you truly believe, or are you playing with words? So I ask you again, what do you believe? Do you believe in your aim? Do you believe in your worth? Do you believe in the law? If yes, show it, speak it, declare it, walk in it, think in it. Let no fear enter your mind without being expelled by repetition of truth. Repeat this with me now. My belief is stronger than my environment. My faith is built daily. I attract what I believe. I magnetize success. I command power. I walk in the unseen until it becomes the seen. Say it again and again until it becomes part of you. You are not drifting anymore. You are building a magnetic field of belief, and that field, once saturated, will pull to you everything you require. No amount of thought will attract success unless it is backed by organized, persistent planning. You may possess the clearest desire, the strongest faith, the most powerful affirmations, but unless you transform these into definite plans of action, you will draw nothing but frustration. Attraction does not reward thought alone. It rewards thought that moves. The law of attraction obeys precision. It magnifies clarity. A vague plan attracts vague results. An idle dream attracts idle circumstances. But a definite aim, backed by an organized, intelligent plan, becomes unstoppable. The plan is what turns belief into blueprint and blueprint into building. This is how thought becomes reality. Let us state it plainly. Attraction without action is fantasy, but attraction with organized, directed action is inevitable success. This law does not respond to lazy faith. It responds to committed execution. It answers the man who rises early, who writes his day's purpose, who orders his mind and movements around his aim. Your mind must not only hold the image of what you want, it must hold the structure, the steps, the sequence, the system. When you impress your subconscious with a clear plan, it goes to work. It begins to see opportunities where none appeared. It begins to alert you to people, conversations, and events that match your structure. Consider Charles M. Schwab. He did not attract millions by guessing. He created plans, he reviewed them, he adapted them, he measured his progress, he acted daily, he worked in harmony with the plan and in obedience to his aim. That is why Carnegie trusted him. That is why results followed him. Attraction followed order. So I give you now the formula. Every night review your chief aim. Then plan the following day in direct service of that aim. List the actions, prioritize them, write them with pen and paper. When you rise, review the list again. Let your day be lived in execution, not reaction. Let your hours serve your plan, not your habits. Understand this. Each small plan, executed daily, compounds into a life of definiteness. Each hour planned and fulfilled becomes a brick in your temple of success. Attraction multiplies when you multiply your obedience to structure. The man who lives by written plan attracts results with increasing speed. Here is your command. Never again end a day without planning the next. Never again rise without reviewing your purpose. If your day is unplanned, your life is uncommanded. If your hours are wasted, your thoughts are wasted. And if your thoughts are wasted, attraction cannot respond. Repeat after me. I plan my day in service of my purpose. I act with precision. I do not drift. I attract order because I live by order. My plan is my path. Most men will never do this. They will dream. They will wish. They will affirm, but they will not plan. And so their power fades. But you will rise above them by doing what they neglect. You will make written planning a ritual. And that ritual will unlock forces most men never touch. Let me give you a warning. Chaos in the mind attracts chaos in life. If your goals are scattered, your time is uncontrolled, your thoughts undirected, then what comes to you will reflect that condition. Life will not reward disorder. The law of attraction will not bless confusion. It demands a clear signal. And that signal is structure. Now you may ask, but what if my plan fails? Then revise it. The plan is not your master, it is your servant, but you must have one. You must begin with structure and adapt with experience. The man who fails forward is still far ahead of the man who waits for perfect certainty. You may start with a simple plan. 1 page, 5 actions, 3 priorities. That is enough, but it must be written. It must be visible. It must be reviewed. It must be obeyed. This is the rhythm that builds belief, and belief attracts power. If you act only when inspired, you will fail. If you act only when you feel ready, you will delay forever. But if you act because it is written, you create movement. And movement breeds belief. Belief feeds attraction. That is the cycle. That is the machinery of success. Repeat this again. I write my plans. I live by structure. I obey my purpose. I attract success by organizing my thought into action. Let this become your law. Let your schedule reflect your desire. Let your calendar reveal your identity. Do not let another day be wasted in indecision. Do not let another hour slip away in vague activity. Life belongs to the man who orders it. So now ask yourself, have I written today's plan? Does it serve my chief aim? Did I execute yesterday's? If not, return. Begin again. This discipline is not optional. It is the foundation of attraction. It is the wheel by which thought moves forward. One final truth. No man can attract what he refuses to plan for, and no man can hold what he did not prepare for. The man who prepares, who organizes, who directs his effort, he attracts not only the outcome, but the power to sustain it. Your environment is either reinforcing your attraction or interrupting it. You may believe, you may speak your chief aim, you may plan and act. But if the voices around you are filled with fear, doubt, complaint, gossip, or sarcasm, then your belief is under attack. And if belief is under attack, attraction becomes unstable. The subconscious is always listening, always. It listens to the words you speak. It listens to the tone of your company. It listens to the music, the gossip, the talk around the table, and the books on your shelf. And what it hears repeatedly, with emotion, it begins to accept. Your mind becomes what it is surrounded by. Therefore, your inner circle is not casual. It is not neutral. It is not a coincidence. It is the field of influence that feeds or poisons your mental magnet. If you are surrounded by the aimless, you will think aimlessly. If you associate with the mediocre, you will begin to feel that mediocrity is acceptable. If your ears hear doubt, they begin to echo it. The man who attracts greatness does not tolerate the company of the weak-minded. He does not subject himself to conversations that contradict his purpose. He does not seek comfort from those who pity, excuse, or soften his pursuit. He surrounds himself with the definite, men and women who believe, decide, and act with intensity. This is the mastermind principle. It is not mere friendship. It is the deliberate alliance of focused minds, harmonized in purpose, held together by confidence and clarity. It is the welding of faith and decision in multiple minds, amplifying belief and accelerating attraction. Let us take example from Edison, Ford, and Firestone. These men did not meet to complain. They did not gather to waste time. They met to think, to speak of vision, to strengthen one another's belief. Their minds, unified by purpose, created a field of power that attracted fortune, ideas, and execution. Now ask yourself, who do I meet with? Who do I speak with daily? Do their words build me or blur me? Do they sharpen my belief or weaken it? Every voice in your ear is planting a seed, and your subconscious does not know the difference between what is said in jest and what is said in truth. If the seed is repeated, it begins to grow. You must now decide, whose words do I allow into my garden? Whose beliefs do I borrow? Whose vibration do I carry? The answer to these questions will predict your results, for the law of attraction works best in harmony, and it shuts down when surrounded by noise, contradiction, and internal conflict. Here is your command. Cut ties with doubt. That does not mean you hate others. That does not mean you judge, but it means you are loyal to your purpose first. It means you choose your input with the same discipline as you choose your food. You would not eat poison. Why allow it into your thoughts? You must now limit all intake that weakens belief. Whether it comes from a friend, a family member, a book, a letter, or a voice in your own mind, it must be silenced. You are building a magnetic force, and that field must be pure. It must be fueled by faith, repetition, planning, and decision, not by chatter and confusion. Now replace your surroundings. Surround yourself with definite voices, with writings that reinforce purpose, with speech that uplifts, commands, affirms, with music that energizes, with faces that challenge you to rise higher. That is the new soil in which attraction grows. Repeat after me. I choose only influences that increase my power. I surround myself with minds of purpose. I attract only what is aligned with my aim. I am loyal to my vision. I reject all voices that weaken it. Let that be your oath. Say it every morning, every time you feel the pull of old company, of draining conversation, of trivial speech. Repeat that oath. Guard your subconscious. You are the gatekeeper. You are the watchman. What enters must be permitted by your decision. Understand this. You may walk alone for a season, and that is noble. Better to walk alone with purpose than in company without it. The man who walks with the mob attracts the results of the mob. The man who walks alone in direction attracts the path prepared for him by his vision. But do not stay alone. Build your mastermind. Seek one or two or three minds who believe. Share your aim. Unite in harmony. Affirm one another. Plan together. Speak as if success were already won. That vibration, when held in unity, attracts with a power no single mind can equal. This is not a suggestion. It is a law. The mind is shaped by the minds around it. If you want to attract new results, surround yourself with new voices. Create an environment that is holy ground for belief. Let no weeds grow there. Let no enemy speak there. Let no doubt be entertained. Now look around. Who must be removed? What must be silenced? What voices must be answered with silence? Who must be honored but distanced? That is your work now. Remove the hidden thieves of belief. Cut the cords. Purify the circle. Strengthen the field. Then watch what happens. Your energy will rise. Your belief will harden. Your action will sharpen. Your results will appear faster. And you will begin to attract not only what you want, but who you must become to hold it. Nothing is attracted to inaction. Belief without movement is deception. Thought without action is hallucination. The law of attraction is activated through thought, yes, but it is sealed through action. It is your action that proves to your subconscious you are serious. It is your action that sets the spiritual machinery in motion. Every act you take, however small, is a declaration to the universe. I believe. Every time you move forward, even without evidence, you are confirming to infinite intelligence that you trust the law. And that trust is what multiplies momentum. The man who acts in spite of fear attracts courage. The man who waits to feel ready attracts delay. Hesitation is the signal of doubt, and doubt reverses the current of attraction. If you think with belief, speak with conviction, plan with precision, but hesitate to act, then all your mental magnetism is lost. Attraction obeys decisiveness. It responds to obedience. It does not wait for you to be perfect. It waits for you to begin. Action generates momentum, and momentum generates faith. When you act, you confirm your desire to yourself. When you act, you silence the voices of fear. When you act, you build the confidence that no affirmation can fully provide. Action proves belief, and that proof becomes a command to your subconscious. John D. Rockefeller began as a humble clerk. He did not wait for wealth to find him. He studied. He saved. He calculated. He took risks. He acted. Each decision reinforced his belief. Each movement confirmed his aim. And through decades of relentless action, he built a fortune. Not by magic, but by motion. Your mind is waiting for confirmation. You have declared your chief aim. You have spoken your affirmations. You have visualized your future. But until you move your feet, the mind does not fully accept the command. The moment you act, the belief sinks deeper. The attraction becomes stronger. The results become visible. Here is your daily practice. Every day, take one action in service of your aim, large or small. Make the call, write the letter, study the page, make the sale. Refuse the distraction. The size of the act is not what matters. It is the consistency that builds power. That rhythm becomes identity, and identity magnetizes destiny. Repeat after me. I act boldly, I move in faith, I attract by doing, my results multiply because I move daily toward my purpose. You must silence the desire for perfection. The man who waits to act perfectly will never act. The path becomes clear only after you begin walking. The universe reveals its steps only to the man in motion. Start now. Start small. Start clumsy, but start. For the law blesses the obedient, not the hesitant. Do not wait for signs. You are the sign. You are the one who decides. You are the one who initiates. You are the one who tells your mind, your body, and the world, this is who I am, this is what I demand, and this is what I am building, step by step, day by day, hour by hour. Action also sharpens your plan. It reveals what works. It exposes what doesn't. It brings feedback. It forces growth. And it keeps you too occupied to entertain the voices of doubt. A man in motion is immune to drifting, and drifting is the destroyer of attraction. Now take inventory. What have you done today to move closer to your aim? Not what you thought, not what you wished, but what you did. If the answer is nothing, then begin now. Do not wait. You know what must be done. You know what the next step is. Take it, no matter how small. Take it now. The man who acts builds identity. Each act adds another layer, and identity becomes destiny. If you act like a leader, you become one. If you act like a disciplined man, you become one. If you act in alignment with your aim, you draw it faster into your life. That is the path. That is the method. Repeat this. I do not hesitate. I do not wait. I act now. I act daily. I act in faith. My action is my proof. My movement is my magnet. Let this affirmation be written on your wall. Say it aloud each morning before your work begins. Do not think first. Move first. Action clears the fog. It breaks the fear. It builds the foundation. And it trains your subconscious that you are serious. That is when the law obeys. Now understand this final truth. The law of attraction does not reward the man who listens. It rewards the man who listens and applies. It rewards the man who obeys his plan, who writes his actions, who executes daily, who takes the invisible and makes it visible through labor, through motion, through obedience to purpose. You must never forget, this law is always working. It never stops. It never sleeps. It never waits for your permission. You are either using it deliberately or allowing it to operate by accident. The law of attraction responds to your dominant thought, your dominant belief, your dominant emotion, whether those were chosen by you or by your environment. This is the great danger of drifting. The drifter does not attract what he desires. He attracts what is loudest in his surroundings. He attracts what others believe. He attracts what he fears. His results are not his own. They are inherited from his conditions. And so his life becomes a mirror of everything he did not choose. You must never drift again. Now that you know the law, you can no longer pretend not to. Now that you understand the process, every hesitation becomes sabotage. Every lazy hour becomes a crack in the structure. Every day without belief, without repetition, without action is a day that weakens your magnet. Let me ask you, have you taken notes? Have you written your chief aim? Have you read it aloud today? Have you spoken your affirmations with emotion? Have you visualized your goal clearly? Have you moved your feet, taken action, refused distraction? If the answer is no to any of these, go back, listen again, begin again. Do not waste this knowledge. The man who listens once and moves on is a fool. The man who listens daily, who repeats, who affirms, who studies, he becomes dangerous. He installs belief like brick into the subconscious, and those bricks become the structure of attraction. You must repeat, you must drill, you must program your mind for power. I do not say this for inspiration. I say it for instruction. The mind must be conditioned. Just as the body becomes strong through physical training, the mind becomes magnetic through mental training. You must listen to power daily. You must read your purpose daily. You must speak your vision daily. Not once, not when you feel like it, but daily, every single day. What you repeat with belief, you become. What you repeat with emotion, you attract. What you repeat with action, you manifest. Repetition is the gateway. Repetition is the bridge. Repetition is the means by which belief is transferred from the conscious mind to the subconscious. And the subconscious, once convinced, begins to rearrange the universe around you. This is not poetry, this is law. It is what built Carnegie's empire. It is what carried Edison through 10,000 failures. It is what gave Ford the courage to attempt the impossible. They repeated belief until belief became identity. Identity became action. Action became habit. Habit became circumstance. And that is how they rose. I give you now your final daily instruction. Write your definite chief aim. Post it where your eyes must see it. Read it aloud in the morning and again before sleep. Visualize the outcome with detail and emotion. Say your affirmations as if they were commands. Move your feet. Track your time. Control your input. Guard your environment. Do this not once, not for a week, but until it is who you are, until it is second nature, until it requires no effort, until your very presence radiates power, until your results reflect everything you have written, spoken, and built internally. Say this now. I attract what I think. I magnetize what I believe. I act on what I decide. I repeat what I want. I command what I become. Let it burn into you. Let it echo throughout your hours. Let it silence every doubt. Let it answer every excuse. Let it carry you when your mood fades, when your energy dips, when your fear speaks. Let your repetition be stronger than your circumstances. And now a final question. Will you live this once, or will you live this daily? If you live it once, you may be inspired. If you live it daily, you will be transformed. Choose now. Choose every morning. Choose every night. Choose when you rise and when you rest. The repetition is the transformation. Many will hear these words and forget them, but not you. You will remember. You will rehearse. You will review. You will re-listen, not for entertainment, but for identity, for belief, for power, for dominion over your thought and command over your results. This is why I say, return to this message daily. Return to your notes. Return to your plan. Do not listen once. Listen until it lives in you. Let it replace your weakness. Let it rebuild your thoughts. Let it form your new pattern of living. That is the path. That is the secret. That is the law. You now know the truth. And the truth, once known, removes all excuses. You can no longer say, I don't understand. You can no longer say, I didn't know how. The method has been given. The blueprint has been laid. The law has been revealed. It is now your responsibility. It is now your command. It is now your life. The law is working. The only question is, what are you commanding it to bring you? They told you that sleep is for rest. They lied. Sleep is for programming. It is the hour when the conscious guard falls silent and the subconscious begins to take orders. And every night, most men issue the same commands. I am tired. I am broke. I am behind. I'll try again tomorrow. Then they close their eyes and their minds carry those orders out. You wake up poor not because money has left you, but because your thoughts have. You wake up defeated because the words you fell asleep repeating became the blueprint your subconscious built while you slept. But there is another way, another dimension of sleep, where you do not escape life, but recreate it. The wealthy, the powerful, the definite have always known it. They never go to bed merely to rest. They go to bed to instruct. When Edison closed his eyes, his inventions kept building themselves in his mind. When Carnegie slept, his plans expanded through the night. When Ford dreamed, his factories multiplied before a single brick was laid. They did not drift. They directed their subconscious to continue their work while the body slept. Every night you cross the threshold of worlds. The question is, who gives the orders? If you enter sleep as a drifter, you will awaken as one. But if you enter it as a commander, with faith, desire, and definiteness, you will awaken in another life, one your own mind constructed while you dreamed. What you are about to hear is not fantasy. It is instruction. It is how to plant wealth, success, and peace into your subconscious mind until they grow automatically. You will not need to chase riches in the daylight. They will already be seeking you by morning. Tonight, before you close your eyes, I will teach you how to step into that secret chamber, the wealth dimension, where your mind and infinite intelligence meet in silence. There you will issue new commands of abundance, of mastery, of victory. Fall asleep with these thoughts, and your life will begin to obey them. Drift carelessly, and the old world will reclaim you by dawn. So tonight, do not merely go to bed, go to creation, because if you listen well, you will not awaken to the same life you left. Night is not an intermission between days. It is the unseen half of creation. While the body sleeps, the mind continues to labor. The conscious guard retires, but the subconscious worker never closes his eyes. He obeys the last command you give him before sleep. You are programming your destiny every night, whether you know it or not. The question is, are you giving orders or are you drifting? Most men waste the night as they waste the day. They drag their bodies to bed filled with complaints, anxieties, and unfinished regrets. They rehearse the failures of the day in silence, calling them thoughts. They repeat the language of defeat until their subconscious accepts it as law. Then as they sleep, that law is carried out. They wake poorer not because opportunity has left them, but because their own minds have obeyed poverty's orders. But the man of purpose does not drift into sleep. He directs himself into it. He knows that the mind is not idle at night. It is building, repairing, arranging, and recording. It is the silent architect of tomorrow's circumstance. Therefore, he retires to bed as a general retires to headquarters, with intent, with direction, with command. He closes his eyes not in surrender, but in strategy. The subconscious mind is a worker without fatigue. It never sleeps, never rests, never argues. It takes the raw material of thought, molds it through imagination, and turns it into condition. Every idea impressed upon it with feeling becomes a blueprint for future reality. Every emotion you nurture before sleep is a seed cast into the soil of tomorrow. The subconscious will produce exactly what is planted, nothing more, nothing less. Understand this great law. The last dominant idea impressed upon your mind before sleep becomes the vibration that governs your next day's results. If you retire with gratitude, you awaken renewed. If you retire with resentment, you awaken exhausted. The quality of your nights determines the quality of your mornings, and the quality of your mornings decides the fate of your years. You are never off duty. The mind is always in service, to faith or to fear. When Thomas Edison faced problems that resisted reason, he did not force solutions. He withdrew into sleep, holding the question clearly in mind. He trusted his subconscious to finish the work while his conscious brain rested. More than once, he awoke with complete blueprints, answers that appeared as if from another world. That other world is not imagination, it is order, the same mental law that serves every man who knows how to direct it. This practice is not mysticism, it is organized thought. The subconscious operates under the same principle that moves industry, invention, and empire. Every fortune has been built first in silence, when a definite idea was planted and left to grow without interference. The man who directs his subconscious with purpose multiplies his working hours. He does by night what most men fail to accomplish by day. Each night before you close your eyes, you stand before the council of infinite intelligence. You are presenting the record of your thoughts. You are issuing new instructions to the unseen forces that govern your success. Enter this chamber with reverence, but also with authority. You are not begging, you are commanding. You are aligning your desire with law. You are writing the blueprint for your own tomorrow. Affirm this truth aloud before you sleep. While I sleep, my mind continues to build. Infinite intelligence works through me in perfect order. Let the words sink deeply into your being. Repeat them until they feel alive, until they hum with quiet assurance. For repetition is the key by which the conscious opens the gate to the subconscious. The mind believes that which it hears often enough and feels strongly enough. Do not drift into sleep as one escaping the day. Approach it as one continuing it in higher form. Close your eyes as the builder closes his shop at dusk. Tools laid in order, plans reviewed, tomorrow's work prepared. Speak your purpose to yourself. Feel its certainty. Imagine its completion. Then let go and let infinite intelligence do its work. The conscious mind builds the plan. The subconscious executes it. There are only two kinds of sleep, creative and destructive. The drifter enters sleep with confusion, and confusion continues its rule. The master enters sleep with direction, and direction multiplies itself. The one awakens as servant to circumstance. The other awakens as commander of opportunity. The difference between them is not luck, but law, the law of mental control. You cannot escape it, but you can use it. I have known men who advanced more in 1 year after learning this secret than in 20 years of struggle before. They ceased worrying at night and began instructing. They replaced complaint with command, fear with faith, doubt with direction, and life obeyed them as surely as it had once opposed them. For the subconscious mind does not choose sides. It serves whatever master you appoint through thought and feeling. You may call this autosuggestion, or you may call it prayer. The name is unimportant. The principle is eternal. What you impress upon the mind before sleep becomes your world. If you end the day in irritation, you multiply it. If you end the day in gratitude, you magnetize success. The subconscious cannot refuse the emotion that possesses you at the moment of slumber. I say to you, cease drifting into the night. Enter it as a sanctuary, not an escape. Enter it as a king entering his chamber, giving orders for the next day's work. Speak to your mind with assurance. Command it to build upon your definite purpose. See it already done. Then surrender, knowing that infinite intelligence takes your words and molds them into condition. Remember, the mind works in silence but never in idleness. While you sleep, your thoughts are busy building or destroying, healing or harming, advancing or retreating. You are never idle. You are either creating by command or destroying by neglect. Choose, therefore, what orders you will give tonight. For the universe obeys, even in dreams, the voice of the man who knows his own authority. The subconscious mind is the silent engine of creation, the invisible servant that never grows weary, the builder that takes instruction from the conscious architect. It does not question, reason, or debate. It does not decide whether the command is wise or foolish, good or destructive. It receives orders and obeys. You are the commander, your thought is the decree, your life is the evidence of your rulership. Whether you live in poverty or plenty, confusion or clarity, misery or peace, it is the precise result of what your subconscious has been told to build. Few men understand this, and that is why they spend their years wishing, worrying, and wandering in circles. They try to change results while leaving causes untouched. They chase better fortunes but go to bed with the same thoughts of failure. They speak of new beginnings while rehearsing old defeats in the silence of their minds. They cry that fate is unkind when fate is only the reflection of their own repeated suggestion. The subconscious mind is both servant and ruler. It is servant, for it executes without question whatever belief you hand to it. It is ruler, for once it accepts a belief, it dominates your actions, habits, and decisions until reality conforms to that belief. This dual power makes it the greatest of all forces entrusted to man. You may enslave it by ignorance or ennoble it by wisdom, but you cannot escape its rule. Repetition, faith, and emotion are the only doors through which ideas pass from the conscious to the subconscious. The mind is a fortress, and these three are its keys. A single thought repeated with feeling will pierce deeper than 1,000 idle wishes. A single affirmation spoken in faith will outlast years of doubt. The subconscious is moved not by logic, but by conviction. It accepts what the conscious mind believes to be true, and belief is only repeated thought colored with emotion. Think of the soil. It does not question the seed. It does not ask whether it should grow roses or thorns. It simply multiplies what it is given. The subconscious is the same. Plant fear, and fear grows. Plant courage, and courage bears fruit. Plant poverty through worry, and you will harvest limitation. Plant prosperity through definite purpose, and riches will appear in due season. The soil has no preference. The gardener decides. So too does your consciousness plant the future of your life. Henry Ford proved this law. When every engineer declared the 8-cylinder motor impossible, Ford refused to accept their conclusion. He told them, build it anyway. They said the laws of mechanics forbade it. He said the laws of faith demanded it. For months they failed, yet Ford's mind never wavered. His subconscious had already accepted the vision as truth. He slept and awakened with the image alive before him. Eventually, his engineers delivered exactly what his belief had commanded. The impossible was built because Ford's subconscious had accepted no alternative. Now understand the danger. Nightly worry, self-pity, or resentment are just as powerful commands, but aimed in the opposite direction. The subconscious cannot distinguish between positive and negative. It only obeys. When you go to bed thinking, I am unlucky, you are giving your subconscious an order to find evidence of misfortune. When you say, I always fail, you are commanding your unseen servant to make failure appear. The law does not punish, it performs. It cannot resist the voice of repetition. Affirm this instead. My mind accepts only those thoughts that serve my definite aim. I give no orders of fear. Let this declaration become your nightly safeguard. You will begin to notice your thoughts with the same vigilance a king shows over his treasury. You will no longer allow the currency of imagination to be stolen by doubt. You will begin to think as masters think, deliberately. Every man uses autosuggestion, but only the wise use it consciously. Autosuggestion means self-instruction, speaking directly to the subconscious until it believes. You are performing it every hour of your life. When you sigh and say, I can't, that is autosuggestion. When you repeat, this will work for me, that too is autosuggestion. The law is impartial. It will amplify whatever you feed it. But before sleep, this law becomes magnified tenfold. The conscious mind, the gatekeeper of reason, grows drowsy. Its resistance softens. The subconscious stands open and unguarded. In this sacred hour, a single thought impressed with emotion can outweigh hundreds spoken during the day. That is why your final thoughts before sleep are holy. They shape the blueprint for your tomorrow. Andrew Carnegie practiced this law as a nightly ritual. Each evening, he reviewed his definite aims, gave thanks for their progress, and impressed gratitude and purpose upon his mind. He called it his silent partnership with infinite intelligence. While his body slept, his subconscious continued to organize ideas, people, and opportunities that later appeared as if by chance. Yet there was no chance. There was order. Carnegie's habit made his mind a magnet to wealth because it moved in harmony with the law of obedience. You may perform the same ritual. Write your chief aim upon a card. Read it slowly before bed, aloud if possible, and with feeling. See it in your imagination as already fulfilled. Speak words of gratitude as though thanking a friend for what has already been delivered. Then sleep, not as one hoping, but as one commanding. Your subconscious will begin immediately to mold conditions, attract people, and reveal steps toward your aim. This practice will save you decades of wandering. Most men drift through years searching for opportunity, while their own minds lie fallow. But when you impress a definite desire upon the subconscious nightly, your unseen faculties awaken. Intuition sharpens. Coincidences multiply. Doors open. The right words, ideas, and meetings appear as though planned by invisible hands. You have not altered the world. You have altered your vibration, and the world responds. Do not mistake this for magic. It is the highest form of organized thought. Your subconscious connects to the infinite intelligence that surrounds all life. Every mind is a station sending and receiving thought. When your message is definite and emotional, you broadcast powerfully. The universe answers in kind. That which you hold with faith returns to you multiplied, but most men send mixed signals. They pray for success, but sleep in doubt. They repeat affirmations by day and undo them with fear at night. They demand light, but keep their windows shuttered. The subconscious cannot obey two masters. You must choose a single dominant idea and feed it faithfully until it is accepted as truth. Once accepted, it begins to express itself automatically through action, habit, and condition. You are not to beg the subconscious. You are to instruct it. You are not to plead. You are to proclaim. Your faith must speak in tones of authority, as a ruler addressing his council. You must learn to believe your own word. Every emotion you feel while speaking a truth engraves that truth upon your inner world. The subconscious acts upon feeling, not argument. A trembling voice will never command power. Speak as though infinite intelligence itself were listening, and it is. Remember that sleep is the sacred hour of creation. It is the nightly conference between your conscious intention and the infinite that executes it. When you close your eyes, you are placing yourself in the hands of law. Speak to that law with definiteness. Hand it one blueprint, not 1,000 sketches. Then withdraw your conscious interference. The builder knows what to do. If you doubt this law, test it. Choose a small purpose, something simple but desirable. Impress it upon your mind before sleep with faith and gratitude. Forget it until morning. Repeat for 7 nights. You will soon notice hints, ideas, and circumstances forming around it. That is proof enough. When small demonstrations appear, increase your demand. Faith grows by demonstration. Ford, Carnegie, Edison, each knew this truth. None waited for inspiration. They instructed it. Their nightly thoughts were disciplined, their imaginations deliberate. They entered sleep not as beggars, but as commanders of mind. And because they ruled their subconscious, they ruled their world. The law that served them waits now to serve you. So tonight, before you surrender to rest, remember this. Your subconscious is not sleeping. It is waiting for orders. Do not hand it the debris of complaint. Do not poison it with fear. Give it clear, definite, emotional instruction. Tell it what to build. Tell it whom to contact, what opportunities to unfold, what habits to strengthen. Then release it in confidence. Affirm once more, my mind accepts only those thoughts that serve my definite aim. I give no orders of fear. Say it until your heart believes it. You will begin to feel a quiet strength forming within you, the assurance that the unseen powers of creation have accepted your plan. You will go to sleep no longer as a drifter, but as a designer. For as you fall asleep tonight, feeling your desire is already real, know this. Your subconscious begins building the invisible structure of your future. It gathers every necessary resource, summons every suitable person, arranges every condition, and presents it all in perfect order. It does not rest, it does not reason, it does not forget. It obeys. And when you awaken, the world will have shifted slightly in your favor, not by miracle, but by law. You will have moved one step closer to the life you commanded. So I tell you, speak with purpose before sleep. Direct your mind as the master directs his servants, for the subconscious is faithful beyond measure. It does not fail its creator. It has only waited for you to give it something worthy to build. As you close your eyes tonight, feel the certainty of this truth. Your tomorrow is being built this very moment. And by the power of your own thought, you may awaken in another life. Every fortune begins in the same place, not in the market, not in the factory, not in the bank, but in the secret chamber of desire. Desire is the starting point of all wealth. It is the seed of every achievement, the spark of every invention, the hidden fire that turns mere wish into will. The poverty of most men is not in their purse, but in their purpose. They wish faintly and inconsistently, then wonder why life gives them nothing definite in return. The world cannot obey a vague command. Infinite intelligence cannot organize confusion. You must know what you want, clearly, precisely, burning with such intensity that the subconscious mind recognizes it as law. Mere wishing dies, but definite desire lives until fulfilled. A wish is a passing breeze, a burning desire is a storm. A wish drifts through the mind, a burning desire seizes it. A wish may say, "It would be pleasant," but desire cries, "It must be." All great men have been possessed by this consuming fire. The weak man speaks of circumstances. The strong man shapes them through the furnace of definite desire. You may say that you want wealth, success, or happiness, but unless you define them with precision, they will remain phantoms. The subconscious mind cannot construct what it cannot picture. Give it a form, a color, a texture, a sound. Describe your aim in such detail that you could walk through it in imagination. The clearer the image, the faster the result. The subconscious is a silent architect. It builds from plans exact, not guesses vague. Andrew Carnegie began with nothing but desire. He saw steel while others saw only iron. He saw bridges, towers, railroads, and industry where others saw black dust and molten metal. He declared that he would master steel, that he would organize an empire, that he would raise men through work, and his subconscious accepted this as command. Every opportunity that followed was drawn to him because his desire had become magnetic. The moment he made it definite, the law of attraction took hold, and the universe obeyed. Desire must be felt, not merely stated. The subconscious responds to emotion, not logic. A cold thought cannot move it, but a burning feeling compels it. You must feel the reality of your dream, as though it were already achieved. You must saturate it with faith until it becomes a living presence. Desire that is lukewarm dies of indifference. Desire that burns becomes faith, and faith turns into plan. Every man of achievement has known this progression: desire, faith, plan, action, triumph. The drifter sleeps on wishes. The master sleeps on purpose. The drifter says, "I hope," and his subconscious hears weakness. The master says, "I will," and his subconscious hears command. One awakens to repetition of defeat. The other awakens to renewal of direction. There is no accident in their difference. It is the law of definite desire at work. Your subconscious cannot obey two masters. You must fix one chief aim and give it your whole attention. The scattered mind achieves nothing, for it sends conflicting orders. The subconscious becomes paralyzed by contradiction. Choose your purpose as a general chooses his campaign, boldly, decisively, and with absolute faith. Once you have chosen, never question it again. You may change your method, but not your aim. Doubt is poison to creation. Before sleep, picture your definite desire as a completed fact. Do not dream it as something distant. Feel it as now. Walk through its fulfillment in imagination. Touch the symbols of it. Smell the fragrance of it. Hear the sounds of it. See yourself living the life it represents. The subconscious knows no difference between real and imagined feeling. It builds from emotion, not evidence. You must impress it deeply enough that it cannot forget. Affirm this truth nightly. My desire is definite, burning, and obeyed. It is the pattern infinite intelligence follows through my mind. Say it slowly. Feel it as law. You are giving the infinite a mold through which your wealth will flow. For abundance is not a gift. It is a form of energy directed by thought. You shape it with conviction. Henry Ford was once ridiculed for imagining a horseless carriage that everyone could afford. The world laughed, engineers protested, financiers refused him. But Ford's desire was definite. He said, "I will build a motor for the multitude." He repeated it daily until it became his second heartbeat. His subconscious took that belief and organized every detail of achievement around it. When the world mocked, his faith replied, "They do not see what I see." And what he saw in thought soon became visible in steel. The secret is intensity. Every great achievement is desire made definite and then intensified through repetition. Each night before you sleep, impress your mind with this single command. If other thoughts intrude, dismiss them. Protect the purity of your purpose as a mother guards her child. Feed it daily with faith, imagination, and gratitude. The subconscious grows what is nourished and starves what is neglected. Do not fear that your desire is too bold. The infinite knows no limitation. The size of your goal does not trouble it. Only your doubt does. If you can hold the image without fear, it will find a way to express itself. Edison desired to bring light to mankind through electricity. He did not know the method, but he knew the end. His burning desire opened the door to faith, and faith led to invention. Every experiment, every failure, every spark was a step toward the fulfillment of that original flame. Desire is not greed. It is divine impulse seeking expression. Without desire, there is no progress, no creation, no greatness. God expresses himself through man's desire to achieve, to expand, to serve, to create beauty, and to bring order from chaos. To suppress desire is to deny the divine urge within you. The man who condemns desire condemns the force that moves planets and builds civilizations. Yet desire must be directed. 1,000 wishes waste energy. One definite purpose gathers it. The laser cuts through steel because its light is focused. The sun warms, but the lens ignites. So it is with thought. Scatter it, and it warms the air. Concentrate it, and it transforms matter. Your definite desire is the lens through which the power of infinite intelligence is focused. Write your chief desire plainly. Keep it where you may see it. Repeat it aloud each morning and night. Let it become the center around which your day revolves. Measure every decision by this question: does it serve my purpose? If it does, act. If it does not, dismiss it. This single discipline will save you 10, 20, even 30 years of wasted wandering. You will find that the clearer your desire becomes, the more life arranges itself to fulfill it. People will appear who share your aim. Circumstances will align that seem impossible to explain. This is not coincidence. It is the subconscious mind in harmony with infinite intelligence, guiding you along the path of least resistance toward your goal. You have entered the wealth dimension, the realm where thought commands form. Desire is the hand of God moving through imagination. When you desire rightly, you are cooperating with the divine plan of increase. The infinite does not punish ambition, it channels it. The only sin against this law is vagueness. Be definite, see it, feel it, claim it. Each night as you fall asleep, carry that picture into the chamber of dreams. Your subconscious will begin to build it in silence, brick by brick, opportunity by opportunity. And when you awaken, you will sense a new current beneath your thought, a feeling of direction. The aim will begin to pull you as the magnet pulls the needle. You will no longer chase success. You will be drawn toward it by invisible law. That is the mark of definite desire fulfilled through faith. So tonight, before your body rests, repeat these words with conviction. My desire is definite, burning, and obeyed. It is the pattern infinite intelligence follows through my mind. Let it echo as you drift into sleep. You are entering the wealth dimension, where thought is substance and imagination is the workshop of reality. Desire is not idle dreaming, it is command in motion. Plant it tonight in faith, and it will bear fruit in form. You will awaken one morning to discover that the invisible has become visible, that the imagined has become tangible, that your dream has become your life. This is the power given to you, if only you will use it with definiteness, faith, and feeling. You are not to beg the world for wealth. You are to instruct your mind to create it. For the riches you seek are already within, waiting only for the direction of burning desire. Faith is the eternal elixir that gives life, power, and action to every thought. It is the unseen bridge between the idea and its realization, the divine link between the visible and the invisible. Without faith, words are hollow, repetition mechanical, and desire a flame without fuel. Faith gives substance to thought. It transforms imagination into law. It takes the seed of desire and commands the soil of the subconscious to bring forth fruit. I tell you with certainty, faith is not a thing to be begged for. It is a thing to be built. It grows through understanding and obedience to the law of repetition. You cannot think faith into being in a single night. You must speak it, feel it, act upon it, and reaffirm it until it becomes as natural to your mind as breathing is to your body. Faith is habit of certainty. It is the condition of mind that expects what it imagines to manifest. The subconscious mind receives every suggestion you give it, but only faith gives that suggestion life. Words spoken without belief are empty echoes in a dead chamber. But words charged with faith strike the subconscious like lightning upon the earth. They burn the impression deep and bring forth instant activity. Faith is the fire that animates thought. Without it, you are like a general with an army that hears commands but never moves. Consider Thomas Edison. His inventions were not the result of mechanical genius alone, but of invincible faith in unseen law. When others said electricity could never light a city, Edison believed in the order of natural forces, though unseen. His faith kept him cheerful through ridicule, hopeful through failure, patient through years of fruitless experiments. He held the image of success so clearly that his subconscious accepted it as reality, and infinite intelligence provided the method. The man of faith always appears mad to the man of doubt, until he succeeds. You must understand, repetition without belief is dead, but faith without repetition is unfocused. Together they form creative command. When you repeat a truth nightly with emotion, you are teaching your subconscious to believe. When you believe deeply, your repetition gathers energy. Faith and repetition are the two wings of creation. Neither can fly alone. Affirm this law before you sleep. Faith goes before me and opens the way. I speak with authority because I believe. Speak it until you feel it move through your blood. For faith is not mere thinking, it is vibration. It must be felt. You must sense its certainty in your chest, its warmth in your breath. Faith does not wait to see results. It knows they already exist. Faith cannot be faked. The subconscious knows the difference between conviction and pretense. Pretending belief without emotion is self-deception, and the subconscious cannot be deceived. But faith can be built. Every time you act upon a desire, every time you follow intuition, every time you witness the smallest result of belief, your faith strengthens. Like muscle, it grows by use. Each night before sleep, review 3 victories of your day, however small. Give thanks for them aloud. Gratitude is the quickest builder of faith. It directs your attention from lack to possession, from doubt to evidence. The subconscious thrives on gratitude, for gratitude declares belief in abundance. The man who counts his blessings before sleep multiplies them by morning. John D. Rockefeller possessed faith of this order. When markets crashed and men leapt from windows in despair, he remained tranquil. His faith in law, in prudence, in the long rhythm of order, made him patient when others panicked. He said, "The way to make money is to make it slowly." His calmness drew fortune to him, while fear scattered it from others. Faith steadies vibration. Fear disturbs it. The steady vibration attracts opportunity. The disturbed one repels it. You must replace fear with faith consciously, for nature abhors a vacuum. Light does not fight darkness. It replaces it. To remove fear, fill the mind with faith until doubt can no longer enter. Say often, "Faith is my natural state. I expect good," and it appears these words, repeated nightly, carve new grooves into the subconscious. Faith, once established, acts automatically. Fear and doubt are not enemies to be wrestled. They are weaknesses to be starved. Every time you feed them by argument or anxiety, they grow stronger. But every time you ignore them, replacing their place with certainty, they wither. You cannot fight darkness by shouting at it. You must light a lamp. That lamp is faith, and it grows brighter with use. Faith is the vibration of life itself. It connects the individual mind to the universal. The man of faith walks as though accompanied by unseen allies, for indeed he is. Infinite intelligence bends circumstance in his favor because he moves in harmony with it. When you believe completely in your desire, the whole universe begins to act as if it too believes. This is no miracle. It is alignment with law. You may ask, how do I build faith when I see no proof? I answer, begin by acting as though proof exists. Act as though you already possess that which you seek. The subconscious accepts the image you present, not the evidence you lack. Every successful man has practiced this invisible rehearsal. Carnegie imagined himself surrounded by men of genius long before he could employ them. He acted in faith that such minds would come, and they did. Faith precedes evidence. It is the cause of it. Faith is cumulative. The more you see its results, the more it multiplies. Begin with small proofs. Expect guidance in minor matters, and when it comes, give thanks aloud. The mind records gratitude as confirmation. Soon your confidence will expand to greater things. Faith is the master habit from which all others grow. Each night, make your room a temple of faith. As you lie down, slow your breath, quiet your thoughts, and remember that infinite intelligence never sleeps. Speak gently, but with conviction. Infinite intelligence works through me while I sleep. I believe completely. My faith builds my future. The mind hears your tone as much as your words. Speak as a commander addressing loyal soldiers, not as a beggar pleading for alms. Faith turns silence into speech and speech into substance. When you fall asleep believing, your subconscious begins at once to work out the details of fulfillment. It gathers every thought, person, and circumstance necessary to build the image you have supplied. This is how the great inventors, financiers, and leaders advanced, by issuing commands of faith before rest, then awakening to the next step of the plan. Faith is a magnet to ideas. The faithful mind attracts flashes of inspiration because it is attuned to higher intelligence. The doubting mind receives nothing, for its vibration is static. The faithful mind listens, the doubtful one interrupts. Be still and believe. Your faith will do the listening while you sleep. Do not allow the unbelief of others to weaken you. Faith is individual. The world's cynicism is powerless against a single man of conviction. One man of faith can change the vibration of an entire room. One man of doubt cannot move a single leaf. Hold to your conviction until it becomes fact, then the world will call you wise. Until then, it will call you strange. Let it. Faith is not arrogance. It is obedience to law. To believe that infinite intelligence hears you is not pride, it is understanding. The law has never failed a single person who obeyed it. Men fail the law by abandoning belief too soon. Keep faith until results appear, and when they do, increase it. Faith is a living thing. Feed it daily, and it will serve you eternally. Every night as you fall asleep, remember, faith held before sleep is multiplied during rest. The subconscious labors upon the image you believe in. It draws materials, ideas, and chances together while the body lies still. Then it presents them to your waking mind as intuition, guidance, or coincidence. What others call luck is only faith fulfilled in secret. If you would save 10 or 20 years of wandering, make faith your nightly companion. Doubt wastes decades. Faith compresses them into seasons of growth. Doubt stumbles in darkness. Faith walks straight to the door. The man who believes firmly in his purpose never questions whether he will succeed. He merely asks how soon. That is the difference between living by chance and living by law. Faith is not belief in things seen. It is knowledge of the unseen. It is the calm certainty that what you imagine now already exists in the invisible, awaiting only the proper hour to appear. The impatient man digs up the seed each morning to see if it grows. The man of faith covers it once and waits, knowing the harvest is sure. End each night with this assurance, and faith is my constant companion. It lights my path in darkness. It multiplies my good while I rest. Speak it until you sleep. The subconscious will hear it and respond. It will weave your faith into the tapestry of tomorrow. So I say to you, keep the lamp of faith lit through every night. When darkness falls, do not curse it, command it. For faith is the eternal light that shines within you. Keep it burning, and your nights will work miracles. There exists a silent chamber within every man, a place where thought touches eternity, where the finite mind communes with infinite intelligence. Few enter it consciously, though all visit it nightly. Every man crosses that threshold when sleep overtakes him. For in sleep the conscious guard retires, and the subconscious, the bridge between man and the infinite, remains awake, alert, and obedient. It is through this bridge that revelation, genius, intuition, and guidance descend. To know this law and use it is to live as a creator. To ignore it is to drift through life half awake, never hearing the voice of your own divine potential. When the body sleeps, the soul awakes. This is no poetic fancy. It is a law of mind. The conscious intellect is limited to logic, habit, and memory, but the subconscious is limitless. It receives impressions from infinite intelligence itself. All great discoveries have passed through this invisible channel. When the conscious mind grows still, the unseen currents of inspiration begin to flow. The night, therefore, is not escape. It is communion. Thomas Edison understood this. He often sat in what he called his thinking chair, a small wooden seat where he would rest with a steel ball in each hand. As he drifted between wakefulness and sleep, his hands would relax, the balls would fall to the floor, and the noise would wake him. In those fleeting moments, half in this world, half in another, he received flashes of ideas that later changed civilization. That borderland between consciousness and sleep is the doorway to infinite intelligence. It is the silent moment when reason yields to revelation. You too may enter this state deliberately. You need not be inventor, artist, or mystic to use it. You need only the will to listen, the faith to believe, and the discipline to prepare your mind before sleep. Every night is an invitation to converse with the unseen power that has shaped all worlds. Infinite intelligence speaks not in words, but in impressions, symbols, and feelings. To receive it, you must first silence the noise of the day, quiet the body, slow your breath, lay aside the armor of thought. Gratitude is the surest key to the gate. Before you sleep, name aloud 3 blessings of the day. Give thanks, as though infinite intelligence itself had arranged them, because it has. Gratitude aligns you with the vibration of abundance, for it declares faith that all things work together for your good. No man can hold complaint and receive guidance in the same hour. Then speak your intention. Say clearly, infinite intelligence works through me while I sleep. I am one with the source of all riches. Reveal to me all I must know for the fulfillment of my definite purpose. Speak as if addressing a trusted counselor, for that is what infinite intelligence is. The supreme mind that governs all laws, guiding every atom, sustaining every heartbeat, whispering through intuition to those who listen. Now feel yourself surrender, not as one who collapses in fatigue, but as one who entrusts his plan to a greater architect. Your part is to design the desire. The infinite's part is to arrange the means. You need not dictate how or when. The law moves with precision. Your faith is the signal. Your calmness is the permission. The conscious mind instructs, the subconscious transmits, and infinite intelligence replies. Abraham Lincoln practiced this communion. During the years of war and division, when he stood alone under the weight of a nation's fate, he would write letters to God, not to plead for miracles, but to clarify his own understanding. "I have been driven many times upon my knees," he said, "by the overwhelming conviction that I had nowhere else to go." He slept not as a man exhausted by decisions, but as one who had surrendered them to a higher wisdom. When morning came, his path was clear. The infinite had answered. Every man can perform this same act of surrender. The infinite does not reserve itself for prophets or kings. It is as near to the peasant in his bed as to the philosopher in his study. It asks only that the mind be quiet, the heart open, and the request definite. And ask not, "Why must this happen?" but "What is its meaning? What must I learn? What must I do next?" The answer will come, not always in words, but in intuition, in sudden understanding, in the arrival of a person or opportunity. Infinite intelligence answers in form as well as in thought. To train this communion, set aside 10 minutes before sleep. Let the day fade. Feel yourself at peace with all men. Forgive all offenses, for resentment clouds the channel. The subconscious cannot transmit clearly through hatred. Forgiveness is not weakness, it is sanitation of the soul. When your mind is cleansed of discord, speak your desire once more. Visualize it, feel it, then listen. Let ideas drift up from the silence. If they come, write them upon paper by your bed. If they do not, be content. The infinite speaks in its own hour. Luther Burbank, the great horticulturist, once said that he spoke to his plants as to friends, asking them to grow strong and beautiful. He believed that a higher intelligence governed all life, and that the mind could cooperate with it. His results astonished the world. He created new species of fruits and flowers that had never existed before. Burbank communed daily with nature, which is but another name for infinite intelligence in visible form. Your subconscious mind, through sleep, connects not only with infinite intelligence, but with the subconscious of all other men. It is the invisible network that binds humanity. Through it, ideas pass from one mind to another. When you hold a definite desire with faith, others who can assist you are unconsciously guided toward you. The meeting you call coincidence is law fulfilling itself. Carnegie built his empire through this principle, attracting the right men as surely as a magnet draws steel. Do not think you are small or separate. When you lie in silence, you are in direct communion with the intelligence that created suns and governs atoms. Your breath is part of its rhythm. Your thought is part of its plan. It knows the shortest path from where you are to where you would be. When you instruct it with faith, it acts. When you doubt, it waits. The infinite is patient, but it does not serve indecision. If you would learn to hear it, practice the art of listening in stillness. Each night, after your affirmations, remain a few moments between wakefulness and sleep. In that twilight of consciousness, ideas from the infinite will drift to you. Do not chase them. Let them come. Keep a calm awareness. You will feel a quiet assurance, a sense that all is well. That feeling is guidance, the signature of infinite intelligence upon your heart. When inspiration comes, act upon it at once. The infinite rewards prompt obedience. The idea you ignore fades. The one you honor multiplies. The great men of history were not favored. They were faithful. They listened and acted. They did not delay until reason agreed. They trusted the invisible whisper of intuition. The voice of the infinite grows louder only in those who obey its first whisper. Remember that infinite intelligence cannot enter a mind filled with noise. The day is for doing. The night is for hearing. Silence is the altar of creation. When you still the surface of thought, you will feel the deep current of wisdom beneath it. This current is always moving, guiding, shaping, drawing you toward fulfillment. You are never alone in your effort. The entire universe conspires with the man who is definite and faithful. Affirm this before sleep. Infinite intelligence works through me while I sleep. I am one with the source of all riches. I receive wisdom, guidance, and strength. I rest in perfect order. Speak it not as poetry, but as law. The subconscious will carry this vibration into the depths of silence where infinite intelligence resides. From that depth, answers will rise like sunlight over the horizon of mind. You may not remember all that occurs in those unseen hours, but the evidence will appear in your waking life. You will awaken with ideas you did not have before, with peace that defies reason, with confidence where fear once ruled. This is not mystery. It is obedience to mental law. Infinite intelligence does not shout. It impresses. It whispers truth into receptive minds. The man who listens each night soon becomes a prophet of his own success. Edison, Ford, Carnegie, Lincoln, Burbank, all communed consciously with this intelligence. They did not speak of it often, for the world mocks what it cannot measure. But they built their fortunes, their inventions, and their destinies through it. They knew that the mind of man is a receiving station, and that silence is the channel through which the infinite transmits. Each night, therefore, is not an ending, but a return to the source, to the fountainhead, to the invisible workshop where thought and law meet. Make your bed a sacred place. Enter it not as an exhausted creature seeking escape, but as a conscious soul entering the temple of creation. Close your eyes with reverence, speak your command with faith, and surrender with confidence. Then, in the morning, rise quietly. Do not rush into noise. Sit a moment in gratitude. The ideas that surfaced in sleep may be faint. Hold them gently. Write them down before the world distracts you. Many a fortune has been lost between the bed and the breakfast table because a man dismissed the whisper of wisdom as a dream. Dreams are often the language of the infinite translated into symbol. Treasure them. So tonight, when darkness falls, know this truth. You are not alone in your labor. The same intelligence that holds the stars in place bends low to hear your command. It awaits your direction as faithfully as the soil awaits the seed. Give it your definite desire, clothed in faith, wrapped in gratitude, and it will return it to you multiplied, perfected, and timed in harmony with divine order. You will discover, as every man of power has discovered, that sleep is not rest alone. It is communication. It is the nightly meeting between man and his maker, between thought and law, between the seen and the unseen. He who enters it consciously will never again fear delay, doubt, or defeat. For he will know that while he rests, infinite intelligence works. Say it now, and let it echo in the silence of your chamber. Infinite intelligence works through me while I sleep. I am one with the source of all riches. I receive guidance, and I obey. Then close your eyes, not to end the day, but to begin creation. Every man commands his destiny by what he repeatedly tells himself, whether he knows it or not. Autosuggestion is the self-administered education of the mind, the process by which thought becomes belief, and belief becomes fact. It is the bridge between your conscious purpose and your subconscious power. It is the daily rehearsal of creation, the way in which you speak law into form. The mind is a fertile field, but it does not grow your wishes, it grows your instructions. Most men, through ignorance, plant seeds of fear and reap harvests of limitation. They rehearse their troubles, their grievances, and their failures until their subconscious accepts them as inevitable. They repeat weakness, not strength, complaint, not command. But the wise man uses repetition as the sculptor uses his chisel, deliberately, patiently, precisely, to carve the figure of his ideal. Autosuggestion is not a trick. It is law in action. Every thought impressed upon the subconscious through repetition, emotion, and faith begins to move toward physical expression. The subconscious does not reason, it obeys. If you tell it daily that you are poor, it organizes conditions to keep you poor. If you tell it daily that you are guided, strong, and prosperous, it begins to manifest the means of those qualities. It cannot resist a command that has been repeated with feeling. The moments before sleep are sacred for this reason. The conscious mind, which argues, doubts, and resists, grows quiet. The door to the subconscious stands open. Whatever thought you send through it, then is received without opposition. Therefore, what you think and say in those few minutes before sleep determines the entire vibration of your night and the pattern of your tomorrow. You may poison or purify your destiny in that single hour. There is a right way to perform this practice, and it is simple but powerful. First, write upon paper your definite chief aim, the one purpose for which you are now working. Make it brief, clear, and positive. Avoid all negative words. Instead of saying, "I am no longer poor," say, "I am rich in mind, health, and opportunity." The subconscious understands the picture you paint, not the words you deny. Read this statement aloud each night before sleep. Read it slowly, with reverence, as though delivering sacred law. Speak each word distinctly, and feel it as truth. Do not mumble or rush. Emotion is the chisel that engraves suggestion upon the subconscious. As you speak, imagine the feeling of your aim fulfilled. Picture it so clearly that you can sense it in your hands, your heart, your surroundings. See yourself living it as reality. After reading, repeat this affirmation: I possess the riches of thought, and thought attracts its kind. What I believe, I become. What I command, I create. Speak it 3 times. With each repetition, increase your faith. Let no trace of doubt enter. This is your nightly covenant with infinite intelligence. You are setting in motion a creative process that never fails when used with conviction. Now close your eyes and fall asleep holding the image of your fulfilled desire. See yourself in possession of the thing you seek, living as though already successful. Feel gratitude as if the infinite had already answered you, because it has. The moment your subconscious accepts the command as real, the machinery of law begins to work in silence. Charles M. Schwab practiced this exact habit. Each night he reviewed his objectives, visualized their completion, and drifted into sleep with gratitude. He later confessed that his finest ideas for organization and industry came in the early morning, the fruit of subconscious labor through the night. The mind, he said, is like a mill. It grinds whatever you feed it. Feed it faith, and it grinds success. Feed it fear, and it grinds failure. You will not always feel conviction at first. Habit takes time. The subconscious, long trained by years of worry and doubt, must be re-educated. Continue faithfully. The first week may feel mechanical, the second more natural, and by the third, you will begin to sense a quiet certainty. The law of repetition is patient, but sure. Each night you deepen the groove of faith. Each morning you awaken slightly stronger. This practice connects you not only with your own subconscious, but with the collective mind of mankind. The subconscious of one man communicates with the subconscious of others through the unseen medium of vibration. Your dominant thought, held with emotion, broadcasts itself into this network, drawing to you people, ideas, and circumstances in harmony with it. This is why men of strong conviction seem surrounded by coincidence. It is the law of autosuggestion in operation. But take care, the same law works for the careless. If you sleep on worry, you will wake to confusion. If you close your eyes repeating, "I never have enough," your subconscious will ensure you remain correct. The law is impersonal. It will not rescue you from your own words. You must discipline your tongue and your imagination as you would a spirited horse. Guide it firmly, and it will carry you swiftly toward destiny. Let me describe your nightly ritual in its full order. Quiet your mind. Sit upon your bed in silence. Breathe slowly. Release the day's noise. Read your definite purpose aloud. Feel each word as though it were already fact. Visualize, close your eyes, and picture your purpose complete. Walk through it in imagination. Feel gratitude for its reality. Affirm. Speak with conviction. I possess the riches of thought, and thought attracts its kind. Sleep in peace. Let the image carry you into the subconscious realm. Do not strain. Faith never strains. It trusts. Repeat this for 30 nights without interruption. You will notice a distinct change in your consciousness. Worry will lose its hold. Ideas will flow with greater ease. You will begin to meet the right people at the right time. What you called chance will reveal itself as law. When you awaken, do not leap from bed in haste. Remain still for a moment and listen. Often the first thoughts that rise upon waking are the answers your subconscious prepared during the night. Write them down. Act upon them promptly. The infinite rewards quick obedience. A single neglected idea can cost you years. Edison once said that many of his solutions came to him upon waking, as though whispered by invisible assistants. That was no dream. It was his subconscious, having labored through the night, presenting its completed work. So will yours. The rhythm of habit will soon carry you beyond effort. Just as a musician no longer thinks of his fingers, you will no longer think of your affirmations. They will flow naturally, shaping your speech, your behavior, your confidence. You will not need to try to believe. You will know. Remember always, autosuggestion is not self-deception. It is self-direction. It does not create something from nothing. It aligns you with law. Infinite intelligence has already stored within you every power you could ever need. Autosuggestion merely organizes these powers toward a single end. Repeat, repeat, repeat. The drifter repeats confusion. The master repeats command. Habit is destiny. The man who controls his nightly repetition controls his life. And should you ever doubt the value of this practice, look to the results. You will find your mood improving, your faith growing, your opportunities multiplying. You will save 10, 20, even 30 years of struggle. The man who lives by deliberate autosuggestion accomplishes in months what others fail to build in decades. Say once more before closing your eyes tonight, I possess the riches of thought, and thought attracts its kind. What I believe, I become. What I command, I create. Let those words accompany you across the bridge into sleep. You are entering the workshop of infinite intelligence, where every command becomes construction. Sleep, then, not as one escaping life, but as one creating it. For as a man thinketh in the night, so shall he awaken in the morning. Before a man can command riches, he must first command himself. Before he can hold faith, he must cast out fear. The subconscious mind, though mighty, cannot serve two masters. It will obey faith or it will obey fear, but never both. Fear is the shadow that falls across every man's dream, draining his power, poisoning his imagination, and confusing his direction. The man who would enter the wealth dimension must therefore cleanse his inner chamber of fear, for wealth cannot dwell in a house divided against itself. Fear is subtle. It wears many masks. Sometimes it calls itself caution, sometimes humility, sometimes reason. It whispers, not yet, when faith says now. It persuades you to postpone, to compromise, to wait for better conditions that never arrive. And while you wait, your years vanish, your opportunity withers, and your spirit forgets its power. The first work of the master mind is therefore purification, destroying fear by replacing it with faith. Every fear is born of ignorance. It is the child of misunderstanding. To banish fear, you must expose it to the light of knowledge. For what is fear but belief in falsehood? Truth is the antidote, and faith is its instrument. The moment you truly understand a law, you no longer fear it. The sailor does not dread the storm when he knows the wind's direction. The engineer does not fear the current when he knows its strength. So, too, the wise man learns the laws of mind and fears nothing. Henry Ford was once asked how he remained so calm in the face of criticism, delay, and financial strain. He answered simply, I refuse to worry about things I cannot control. He understood that fear is wasted energy, and that every ounce of energy must be directed toward creation. When others doubted him, he built. When markets panicked, he planned. His mind was an empire under order because he allowed no ghost of fear to enter it. There are 6 chief fears that haunt mankind, what I once called the 6 ghosts of fear. They are the fear of poverty, the fear of criticism, the fear of ill health, the fear of loss of love, the fear of old age, and the fear of death. Each of these, if entertained, grows into tyranny. Each steals the treasures of peace, courage, and faith. Yet each may be destroyed by its opposite virtue. The fear of poverty is destroyed by the cultivation of gratitude and purpose. Poverty is not a lack of money. It is a lack of direction. A definite aim, held with faith, opens channels of supply that the fearful man never sees. The man who constantly fears poverty broadcasts shortage to his subconscious, and it obliges him by closing every gate of opportunity. But the man who gives thanks for his growing prosperity attracts more of it. Gratitude is wealth thinking. Complaint is poverty thinking. The fear of criticism is destroyed by confidence in purpose. The opinions of others are powerless against the man who knows what he wants. The drifter lives by permission. The master lives by decision. No man ever built greatness while waiting for the applause of his neighbors. Carnegie was criticized for ambition, Edison for folly, Ford for stubbornness. But history remembers their triumphs, not their critics. When you define your aim and serve it faithfully, criticism becomes noise behind glass. It cannot reach you. The fear of ill health is conquered by faith and harmony. The body obeys the mind. If the mind is disturbed, the body reflects it. Most ailments begin in emotion and are healed through faith, calm, and purpose. Worry corrodes the blood. Gratitude purifies it. Faith in the body's intelligence is health itself. Say each night before sleep, my mind and body are in perfect harmony. Every cell is obedient to infinite intelligence. The fear of loss of love is overcome by understanding that love cannot be possessed. It can only be shared. To cling is to lose. To give freely is to receive. Faith in abundance applies to love as much as to wealth. There is no shortage of affection in the universe, only shortage of expression. Fill your mind with goodwill toward others, and you will draw love as surely as the magnet draws iron. The fear of old age is destroyed by faith in progress. Age does not come from years, but from the cessation of purpose. The man who is still building, still learning, still serving, never grows old. He merely changes his tools. The fire of purpose keeps youth alive in the blood long after the calendar declares otherwise. Edison, at 80, worked 16 hours a day. Carnegie, in his last years, built libraries and endowed education. Life does not retreat from the man who continues to advance. The fear of death is dispelled by faith in continuity. Infinite intelligence does not create to destroy. The soul does not vanish. It ascends to new expression. To fear death is to doubt the law of progress that governs all creation. When you know that life is eternal motion, you cease to tremble at transition. The wise man prepares not for death, but for greater life. Each of these ghosts feeds on the same weakness, lack of faith. Each can be banished by the same strength, definite thought directed by faith. The subconscious mind, when purified of fear, becomes a mirror of infinite intelligence itself. Faith and fear cannot occupy the same space. When one enters, the other flees. Therefore, your task each night is purification, casting out fear before sleep, that the subconscious may work in peace. Sit quietly before bed and review your thoughts of the day. Where did fear speak? Where did worry whisper? Identify it as you would a thief, then replace it deliberately. If you feared loss, affirm abundance. If you feared criticism, affirm confidence. If you feared failure, affirm success. The subconscious accepts repetition. It will soon forget fear and remember only faith. Say aloud this affirmation before sleep. No fear can enter my mind. I dwell only upon faith desire, and purpose. My heart is clean, my mind is calm, my soul is free. Speak it until you feel its truth. You are not fighting fear, you are replacing it. The light does not argue with darkness, it simply shines. Consider Abraham Lincoln, who lived daily with tragedy. His nation divided, his name cursed, his heart heavy with grief, yet he said, "I shall do the best I can, and let them talk." He refused to surrender his peace to fear or hatred. His calmness guided a nation through chaos. That serenity came from communion with infinite intelligence, which he trusted completely. When you retire to rest, see your mind as a great hall. At its entrance stand two sentinels, faith and fear. Only one may guard the door. Choose faith. Give it watch over your thoughts. Imagine the chamber within filled with golden light. This is the light of infinite intelligence. See all shadows dissolve before it. This is not imagination. It is mental hygiene. You are cleansing the atmosphere in which your destiny will grow. You will notice that sleep becomes deeper, dreams more peaceful, mornings more inspired. Fear creates restlessness. Faith creates restoration. The body rests when the mind is at peace. Many men age before their time because their nights are battlegrounds of worry. But the man of faith awakens renewed. His rest is creation in motion. You will save years, decades, by mastering this single law. Fear wastes energy. Faith directs it. Fear scatters the forces of the mind. Faith organizes them. Fear clings to what was. Faith builds what will be. Every fearful thought delays your progress by days or years. Every faithful thought accelerates it. Before you sleep tonight, imagine fear as mist dissolving in the light of dawn. Say quietly, "I am fearless, for I trust infinite intelligence. Nothing can harm me that does not first serve my growth." Let this feeling carry you into sleep. You will awaken not only calmer but stronger. Each repetition engraves courage upon your soul. Fear is not your enemy, it is your signal. It shows you where faith must be strengthened. Each time you overcome fear, you expand your dominion. Each time you yield to it, you narrow it. Therefore, make every fear your servant. Ask it, "What truth have you come to reveal?" Listen, replace ignorance with knowledge, doubt with faith, and fear will vanish like fog before sunlight. No man is free until he is fearless. No man is rich until he has mastered worry. No man commands success until he commands calm. The wealth you seek in the outer world must first be earned in the inner world, where thought reigns supreme. So cleanse your chamber nightly. Let no ghost linger. Speak law over your subconscious until it knows only faith. Then, and only then, will your mind be fit to create the riches you desire. Repeat with me once more before the day ends. No fear can enter my mind. I dwell only upon faith, desire, and purpose. My heart is clean, my mind is calm, my soul is free. Then close your eyes in peace, knowing that the ghosts of fear have been exiled, that infinite intelligence stands watch beside you, and that by morning your mind will be renewed, fearless, and ready to receive every good thing you have commanded. For faith builds, fear delays, and the man who drives fear from his heart commands the riches of eternity. Each morning is the mirror of the mind. It reflects what you planted the night before. The first hour after waking reveals whether you ruled your subconscious during the night, or whether you drifted like the multitude, asleep in both body and spirit. If you awaken weary, anxious, or dull, it is not because the night failed you, but because your thought commanded darkness instead of light. But if you rise alert, peaceful, and purposeful, it is proof that your subconscious labored faithfully under clear direction. Every dawn is an account of your dominion. It tells you whether your thoughts ruled or rebelled while the body rested. For the man who enters sleep in mastery awakens renewed. The man who enters sleep in confusion awakens defeated. The morning does not lie. It discloses your true spiritual balance. You must learn, therefore, to use the morning as the builder uses his blueprint, to study the results of the night's work. Ask yourself each day upon waking, what have I brought back from the workshop of sleep? Sit quietly for a few moments before rising. Do not rush to the world's noise. Keep a notebook near your bed. Record the first thoughts that enter your mind, the fragments of dream or intuition that linger. Many of them are messages from infinite intelligence, the answer to the questions or desires you placed before sleep. Do not dismiss them as fancy. They are the tools laid before you for the day's creation. If the night has been well commanded, you will awaken with a sense of certainty. You will feel directed rather than driven. You will know what must be done without agitation or confusion. That is the signature of a mind in harmony with infinite intelligence. The drifter wakes to disorder. The master wakes to order. The drifter gropes for purpose. The master proceeds with calm determination. Edison often rose in the dark to write notes as soon as inspiration struck. He trusted that the invisible workers of his mind had completed their tasks while he slept. So must you. When the idea appears, act. When the impulse stirs, move. Infinite intelligence rewards obedience. Hesitation insults the law. The thought that came upon waking carries within it the heat of its origin. Delay cools it to ash. Each morning should begin not with haste, but with gratitude. Give thanks that your mind has worked faithfully through the night. Give thanks that you have another day to act, to build, to advance your definite aim. Gratitude seals the circuit of faith. It turns what could have been idle reflection into living momentum. Say aloud, I awaken renewed, guided, and filled with faith. This day obeys the plan I built last night. When you begin your day with this declaration, you establish command over its current. You become the cause of events, not their effect. You will notice that delays no longer disturb you, obstacles no longer irritate you, and confusion no longer lingers. The same calm that governed your night begins to rule your morning. You carry the atmosphere of order into the hours of labor, and all who meet you feel it. Andrew Carnegie made it his rule to act immediately upon his first conviction of the day. He said, ideas are the messengers of God. They come on wings and vanish if not received. He kept pen and paper beside his bed, for he believed the first moments of consciousness were sacred, the mind still half within the chamber of infinite intelligence. Many of his greatest plans were born in those quiet minutes before dawn. This is how you compress years of labor into months of advancement. When your nights plan and your days execute, there is no waste. You are no longer two men, one who dreams and one who works, but one continuous creator, whose thought and action are joined by faith. The hours of sleep become your counsel, the hours of day your command. Do not measure progress by how much you toil, but by how steadily you maintain this harmony between thought and action, between night and day. When you live thus, life becomes seamless, like a river that flows without interruption. You will not be carried by its current. You will direct it. So when the morning greets you, remember, it is not the beginning of another cycle of exhaustion. It is the evidence of your mastery. It is proof that your mind has served faithfully in your absence. Greet it with calmness, gratitude, and faith. Then rise and act as one who commands both worlds, the visible and the invisible. For the man who masters his nights will soon master his days. And when he does, time itself begins to serve him. There comes a moment when practice becomes nature, when what you once repeated as exercise becomes the rhythm of your soul. That is the moment you have crossed the threshold into the wealth dimension permanently. You no longer strive to believe. You know. You no longer remind yourself to think richly. Your thoughts are wealth itself. The laws you once studied now live through you, and faith has replaced effort as your natural state. To remain in this dimension, you must continue to obey its laws, for wealth, like health or harmony, flourishes under order. Definite thought, gratitude, and nightly command must remain your daily companions. The world of men will try to draw you back into the noise of fear and comparison, but the mastermind remains still amid movement, fixed upon his inner certainty that all is well. Living in the wealth dimension means more than possessing money. It means possessing power over thought. It means living in continuous partnership with infinite intelligence, drawing ideas, guidance, and opportunity as naturally as you draw breath. You do not chase riches. They are drawn to your vibration of definiteness and faith. As iron to the magnet, so opportunity to the confident mind. Andrew Carnegie reached this state. He confessed that after years of mental discipline, he no longer worried about outcomes. He said, "Everything that happens is part of my plan, even when I do not yet understand it." That is the voice of one who lives by law, not by chance. His mind was so aligned with infinite intelligence that wealth flowed to him as water flows downhill. He did not force, it obeyed him. The man who abides in this dimension no longer prays for miracles. His life is the miracle. He speaks, and his words take root. He acts, and results follow swiftly. He does not wonder if he is guided. He knows he is. Each day reveals proof that the unseen forces of creation have accepted his command. To others, it appears as coincidence. To him, it is continuity. Affirm this truth each morning. I live each day as one who already possesses the wealth of thought, peace, and power. Infinite intelligence acts through me without resistance. Speak it slowly with conviction. It is not a wish, it is a declaration of identity. You are claiming your citizenship in the realm of abundance. In this state, money becomes servant, not master. It comes easily, stays longer, and serves noble purpose. You no longer labor for it, it labors for you. This is not idleness, it is intelligent control. The man who thinks richly attracts riches. The man who fears loss attracts poverty. Law makes no exception. But guard your inner world. The habits that lifted you can, if neglected, fade. The weeds of fear return swiftly when the garden of faith is left untended. Continue your nightly ritual. Continue gratitude, visualization, and communion. Habit is the scaffold of permanence. Even Henry Ford, in the fullness of success, continued his routine of quiet reflection before sleep. He once said, "Repetition is the mother of certainty." Living in the wealth dimension is living in constant awareness that thought creates form. Every word you speak, every feeling you nurture, every idea you hold is shaping your world. The mature mind watches its thought as the craftsman watches his tools, never careless, always exact. The man who understands this no longer complains or blames. He corrects his thought and watches life obey. This consciousness transforms all you touch. Others will feel it. They will seek your presence as thirsty men seek a fountain. Your calm will inspire confidence. Your assurance will awaken faith in others. You will become a living example of the law in operation, a beacon of quiet power. Continue nightly to affirm, I am one with infinite intelligence. My mind and its source are one. I think richly, I live richly, I give richly. This keeps the current flowing. Giving completes the circuit of wealth. The man who withholds interrupts his own supply. The man who shares multiplies it. To live permanently in abundance, you must let it pass through you as freely as breath. And so, your nights and days become one continuous creation. You no longer fall asleep to escape life. You fall asleep to extend it. You are both architect and worker in the invisible workshop. The line between dreaming and doing vanishes, and you live in an unbroken communion with the laws that govern success. Now, each time you close your eyes, remind yourself, I am the architect of both worlds, the day and the night, and both now obey my command. For he who has mastered thought, mastered fear, and mastered faith lives not in one world, but in two, and both bring him their treasures in due season.